Chapter 17, Part 1 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by PhyllisV. The Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. Chapter 17, Part 1. July to September 1822. They set off at once, death in their hearts, yet clinging outwardly to any semblance of a hope. They crossed to Lidice. They posted to Pisa. They went first to Casa Lanfranchi. Byron was there. He could tell them nothing. It was midnight, but to rest or wait was impossible. They posted on to Leghorn. They went about inquiring for Trelawney or Roberts. Not finding the right inn, they were forced to wait till next morning before prosecuting their search. They found Roberts. He only knew the Ariel had sailed on Monday. There had been a storm, and no more had been heard of her. Still, they did not utterly despair. Contrary winds might have driven the boat to Corsica or elsewhere, and information was perhaps withheld. So remorselessly, says Trelawney, are the quarantine laws enforced in Italy, that when at sea, if you render assistance to a vessel in distress, or rescue a drowning stranger, on returning to port you are condemned to a long and rigorous quarantine of 14 or more days. The consequence is, should one vessel see another in peril, or even run it down by accident, she hastens on her course, and by general accord not a word is said or reported on the subject. Trelawney accompanied the forlorn women back to Casa Magni, whence for the next 7 or 8 days he patrolled the coast with the coast guards, stimulating them to keep a good lookout by the promise of a reward. On Thursday the 18th he left for Leghorn, and on the next day a letter came to him from Captain Roberts with the intelligence that the bodies of Shelley and Williams had been washed ashore. The letter was received and opened by Claire Clairmont. To communicate its contents to Mary or Jane was more than she could do. In her distress, she wrote to Leigh Hunt for help or counsel. Friday evening, 19th of July, 1822. My dear Sir, Mr. Trelawney went for Livorno last night. There came this afternoon a letter to him from Captain Roberts. He had left orders with Mary that she might open it. I did not allow her to see it. He writes there is no hope, but they are lost, and their bodies found 3 miles from Viareggio. This letter is dated the 15th of July, and says he had heard this news the 14th of July. Outside the letter he has added, I am now on my way to Viareggio to ascertain the facts or no facts contained in my letter. This then implies that he doubts, and as I also doubt the report, because we had a letter from the captain of the port at Viareggio the 15th of July, later than when Mr. Roberts writes, to say nothing had been found. For this reason, I have not shown his letter either to Mary or Mrs. Williams. How can I, even if it were true? I pray you to answer this by return of my messenger. I assure you I cannot break it to them, nor is my spirit, weakened as it is from constant suffering, capable of giving them consolation, or protecting them from the first burst of their despair. I entreat you to give me some counsel, or to arrange some method by which they may know it. I know not what further to add, except that their case is desperate in every respect, and death would be the greatest kindness to us all. Ever your sincere friend, Claire. This letter can hardly have been dispatched before Trelawney arrived. He had seen the mangled, half-devoured corpses, and had identified them at once. It remained for him now to pronounce sentence of doom, as it were, on the survivors. This is his story, as he tells it. I mounted my horse, and rode to the Gulf of Spezia, put up my horse, and walked until I caught sight of the lone house on the seashore in which Shelley and Williams had dwelt, and where their widows still lived. Hitherto, in my frequent visits, in the absence of direct evidence to the contrary, I had buoyed up their spirits by maintaining that it was not impossible but that the friends still lived. Now I had to extinguish the last hope of these forlorn women. I had ridden fast to prevent any ruder messenger from bursting in upon them. As I stood on the threshold of their house, the bearer, or rather confirmer, of news which would rack every fibre of their quivering frames to the uttermost, I paused, and looking at the sea, my memory reverted to our joyous parting only a few days before. The two families then had all been in the veranda, overhanging a sea so clear and calm that every star was reflected on the water as if it had been a mirror. The young mothers singing some merry tune with the accompaniment of a guitar. Shelley's shrill laugh, I heard it still, rang in my ears, with William's friendly hail, the general buona notte of all the joyous party, and the earnest entreaty to me to return as soon as possible, and not to forget the commissions they had severally given me. I was in a small boat beneath them, slowly rowing myself on board the Bolivar, at anchor in the bay, loath to part from what I verily believe to have been at that time the most united and happiest set of human beings in the whole world. And now, by the blow of an idle puff of wind, the scene was changed. Such is human happiness. My reverie was broken by a shriek from the nurse Caterina, as, crossing the hall, she saw me in the doorway. After asking her a few questions, I went up the stairs, and, unannounced, entered the room. I neither spoke nor did they question me. Mrs. Shelley's large gray eyes were fixed on my face. I turned away. Unable to bear this horrid silence, with a convulsive effort she exclaimed, "Is there no hope?" I did not answer, but left the room, and sent the servant with the children to them. The next day I prevailed on them to return with me to Pisa. The misery of that night, and the journey of the next day, and of many days and nights that followed, I can neither describe nor forget. There is no journal or contemporary record of the next 3 or 4 weeks. Only from a few scattered hints in letters can any idea be gleaned of this dark time, when the first realization of incredible misfortune was being lived out in detail. Leigh Hunt was almost broken-hearted. Dearest Mary, He wrote from Casa Lanfranchi on the 20th of July. I trust you will have set out on your return from that dismal place before you receive this. You will also have seen Trelawney. God bless you, and enable us all to be a support for one another. Let us do our best, if it is only for that purpose. It is easier for me to say that I will do it than for you. But whatever happens, this I can safely say, that I belong to those whom Shelley loves, and that all which it is possible to me to do for them now and forever is theirs. I will grieve with them, endure with them, and if it be necessary, work for them while I have life. Your most affectionate friend, Leigh Hunt. Mary Ann sends you 1,000 loves, and longs with myself to try whether we can say or do one thing that can enable you and Mrs. Williams to bear up a little better. But we rely on your great strength of mind. Mary bore up in a way that surprised those who knew how ill she had been, how weak she still was, and how much she had previously been suffering in her spirits. It was a strange, tense, unnatural endurance. Except to Miss Curran at Rome, she wrote to no one for some time, not even to her father. This, which would naturally have been her first communication, may well have appeared harder to make than any other. Godwin's relations with Shelley had of late been strained, to say the least. And then Mary could not but remember his letters to her after William's death, and the privilege he had claimed as a father and a philosopher of rebuking, nay, of contemptuously deprecating her then excess of grief. How was she to write now in such a tone as to avert an answer of that sort? How write at all? She did accomplish it at last, but before her letter arrived, Godwin had heard of the catastrophe through Miss Kent, sister of Mrs. Leigh Hunt. His fatherly feeling of anxiety for his daughter was aroused, and after waiting 2 days for direct news, he wrote to her as follows. Godwin to Mary. Number 195 Strand, 6th of August, 1822. Dear Mary, I heard only 2 days ago the most afflicting intelligence to you, and in some measure to all of us that can be imagined. The death of Shelley on the 8th ultimo. I have had no direct information. The news only comes in a letter from Leigh Hunt to Miss Kent, and therefore, were it not for the consideration of the writer, I should be authorized to disbelieve it. That you should be so overcome as not to be able to write is perhaps but too natural. But that Jane could not write 1 line, I could never have believed. And the behavior of the lady at Pisa towards us on the occasion is peculiarly cruel. Leigh Hunt says you bear up under the shock better than could have been imagined, but appearances are not to be relied on. It would have been a great relief to me to have had a few lines from yourself. In a case like this, one lets one's imagination loose among the possibilities of things, and one is apt to rest upon what is most distressing and intolerable. I learned the news on Sunday. I was in hope to have had my doubts and fears removed by a letter from yourself on Monday. I again entertained the same hope today, and am again disappointed. I shall hang in hope and fear on every post, knowing that you cannot neglect me forever. All that I expressed to you about silence and not writing to you again is now put an end to in the most melancholy way. I looked on you as one of the daughters of prosperity, elevated in rank and fortune, and I thought it was criminal to intrude on you for ever the sorrows of an unfortunate old man and a beggar. You are now fallen to my own level. You are surrounded with adversity and with difficulty, and I no longer hold it sacrilege to trouble you with my adversities. We shall now truly sympathize with each other, and whatever misfortune or ruin falls upon me, I shall not now scruple to lay it fully before you. This sorrowful event is perhaps calculated to draw us nearer to each other. I am the father of a family, but without children. I and my wife are falling fast into infirmity and helplessness. And in addition to all our other calamities, we seem destined to be left without connections and without aid. Perhaps now we and you shall mutually derive consolation from each other. Poor Jane is, I am afraid, left still more helpless than you are. Common misfortune, I hope, will incite between you the most friendly feelings. Shelley lived, I know, in constant anticipation of the uncertainty of his life, though not in this way, and was anxious in that event to make the most effectual provision for you. I am impatient to hear in what way that has been done, and perhaps you will make me your lawyer in England if any steps are necessary. I am desirous to call on Longdale, but I should call with more effect if I had authority and instructions from you. Mamma desires me to say how truly and deeply she sympathizes in your affliction, and I trust you know enough of her to feel that this is the language of her heart. I suppose you will hardly stay in Italy. In that case, we shall be near to and support each other. Ever and ever affectionately yours, William Godwin. I have received your letter dated, it has no date, since writing the above. It was detained for some hours by being directed to the care of Monroe, for which I cannot account. William wrote to you on the 14th of June, and I on the 23rd of July. I will call on Peacock and Hogg as you desire. Perhaps William's letter and perhaps others have been kept from you. Let us now be open and unreserved in all things. This letter was doubtless intended to be kind and sympathetic, even in the persistent prominence given to the business aspect of recent events. Yet it was comical in its solemnity. For when had Godwin held it sacrilege to trouble his daughter with his adversities, or shown the slightest scruple in laying before her any misfortune or ruin that may have fallen on him? And what new prospect was afforded her in the future by his promise of doing so now? No. This privilege of a father and a philosopher had never been neglected by him. Well, indeed, might he feel anxious as to what provision had been made for his daughter by her husband. In these matters he had long ceased to have a conscience, yet it was impossible he should be unaware that the utmost his son-in-law had been able to effect, and that at the expense of enormous sacrifices on the part of himself and his heirs, and of all the credit he possessed with publishers and the one or two friends who were not also dependents, had been to pay his, Godwin's, perpetual debts. and to keep him, as long as he could be kept, afloat. Small opportunity had Shelley's dear friends allowed him as yet to make provision for his family in case of sudden misfortune. End of Chapter 17, Part 1. Chapter 17, Part 2, of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Part 2. Godwin, however, was really anxious about Mary, and his anxiety was perhaps increased by his letter, for in 3 days he wrote again, without alluding to money. Godwin to Mary, 9th of August, 1822. My dear Mary, I am inexpressibly anxious to hear from you, and your present situation renders the reciprocation of letters and answers, implying an interval of a month between each letter I receive from you to the next, intolerable. My poor girl, what do you mean to do with yourself? You surely do not mean to stay in Italy. How glad I should be to be near you, and to endeavor by new expedients each day to endeavor to make up your loss. But you are the best judge. If Italy is a country to which in these few years you are naturalized, and if England is become dull and odious to you, then stay. I should think, however, that now that you have lost your closest friend, your mind would naturally turn homeward, and to your earliest friend. Is it not so? Surely we might be a great support to each other under the trials to which we are reserved. What signify a few outward adversities if we find a friend at home? One thing I would earnestly recommend in our future intercourse is perfect frankness. I think you are of a frank nature. I am sure I am so. We have now no battle to fight, no contention to maintain. That is over now. Above all, let me entreat you to keep up your courage. You have many duties to perform. You must now be the father as well as the mother, and I trust you have energy of character enough to enable you to perform your duties honorably and well. Ever and ever, most affectionately yours, W. Godwin. The stunning nature of the blow she had endured, the uncertainty and complication of her affairs, and the absence of any one preponderating motive made it impossible for Mary to settle at once on any scheme for the future. Her first idea was to return to England without delay, so as to avoid any possible risk to her boy from the Italian climate. Her one wish was to possess herself, before leaving, of the portrait of Shelley begun at Rome by Miss Curran, and laid aside in an unfinished state as a failure. In the absence of any other likeness it would be precious, and it might perhaps be improved. It was on this subject that she had written to Miss Curran in the quite early days of her misfortune. No answer had come, and she wrote again, now to request that favor now nearer my heart than any other thing, the picture of my Shelley. We leave Italy soon, she continued, so I am particularly anxious to obtain this treasure, which I am sure you will give me as soon as possible. I have no other likeness of him, and in so utter desolation, how invaluable to me is your picture. Will you not send it? Will you not answer me without delay? Your former kindness bids me hope everything. She was awakening to life again. In other words, to pain. With keen anguish, like that of returning circulation to a limb which has been frozen and numb. Her feelings, her forces, her intellect began to respond to outward calls upon them with a sensation at times of even morbid activity. There was a kind of relief now to write to Mrs. Gisborne that letter which contains the most graphic and connected of all accounts of the past tragedy. Mrs. Shelley to Mrs. Gisborne, 15th of August, 1822. I said in a letter to Peacock, my dear Mrs. Gisborne, that I would send you some account of the last miserable months of my disastrous life. From day to day I have put this off, but I will now endeavor to fulfill my design. The scene of my existence is closed, and though there be no pleasure in retracing the scenes that have preceded the event which has crushed my hopes, yet there seems to be a necessity in doing so, and I obey the impulse that urges me. I wrote to you either at the end of May or the beginning of June. I described to you the place we were living in, our desolate house, the beauty yet strangeness of the scenery, and the delight Shelley took in all this. He never was in better health or spirits than during this time. I was not well in body or mind. My nerves were wound up to the utmost irritation, and the sense of misfortune hung over my spirits. No words can tell you how I hated our house and the country about it. Shelley reproached me for this. His health was good, and the place was quite after his own heart. What could I answer? That the people were wild and hateful, and though the country was beautiful, yet I liked a more countrified place. That there was great difficulty in living, that all our Tuscans would leave us, and that the very jargon of these Genovese was disgusting. This was all I had to say, but no words could describe my feelings. The beauty of the woods made me weep and shudder. So vehement was my feeling of dislike that I used to rejoice when the winds and waves permitted me to go out in the boat, so that I was not obliged to take my usual walk among the shaded paths, alleys of vine-festooned trees, all that before I doted on, and that now weighed on me. My only moments of peace were on board that unhappy boat, when lying down with my head on his knee, I shut my eyes and felt the wind and our swift motion alone. My ill health might account for much of this. Bathing in the sea somewhat relieved me, but on the 8th of June, I think it was, I was threatened with a miscarriage, and after a week of great ill health, on Sunday the 16th, this took place at 8 in the morning. I was so ill that for 7 hours I lay nearly lifeless, kept from fainting by brandy, vinegar, and eau de Cologne, etc. At length ice was brought to our solitude. It came before the doctor, so Claire and Jane were afraid of using it, but Shelley overruled them, and by an unsparing application of it I was restored. They all thought, and so did I at one time, that I was about to die. I hardly wished that I had. My own Shelley could never have lived without me. The sense of eternal misfortune would have pressed too heavily upon him. And what would become of my poor babe? My convalescence was slow, and during it a strange occurrence happened to retard it. But first I must describe our house to you. The floor on which we lived was thus. 1 is a terrace that went the whole length of our house, and was precipitous to the sea. 2, the large dining hall. 3, a private staircase. 4, my bedroom. 5, Mrs. William's bedroom. 6, Shelley's. And 7, the entrance from the great staircase. Now to return. As I said, Shelley was at first in perfect health, but having over-fatigued himself one day, and then the fright my illness gave him, caused a return of nervous sensations and visions as bad as in his worst times. I think it was the Saturday after my illness, while yet unable to walk, I was confined to my bed. In the middle of the night I was awoke by hearing him scream and come rushing into my room. I was sure that he was asleep, and tried to waken him by calling on him, but he continued to scream, which inspired me with such a panic that I jumped out of bed and ran across the hall to Mrs. William's room, where I fell through weakness, though I was so frightened that I got up again immediately. She let me in, and Williams went to Shelley, who had been awakened by my getting out of bed. He said that he had not been asleep, and that it was a vision that he saw that had frightened him. But as he declared that he had not screamed, it was certainly a dream, and no waking vision. What had frightened him was this. He dreamt that, lying as he did in bed, Edward and Jane came into him. They were in the most horrible condition, their bodies lacerated, their bones starting through their skin, their faces pale, yet stained with blood. They could hardly walk, but Edward was the weakest, and Jane was supporting him. Edward said, "Get up, Shelley. The sea is flooding the house, and it is all coming down." Shelley got up, he thought, and went to his window that looked on the terrace and the sea, and thought he saw the sea rushing in. Suddenly his vision changed, and he saw the figure of himself strangling me. That had made him rush into my room, yet, fearful of frightening me, he dared not approach the bed, when my jumping out awoke him, or, as he phrased it, caused his vision to vanish. All this was frightful enough, and talking it over the next morning, he told me that he had had many visions lately. He had seen the figure of himself, which met him as he walked on the terrace, and said to him, "How long do you mean to be content?" No very terrific words, and certainly not prophetic of what has occurred. But Shelley had often seen these figures when ill. But the strangest thing is that Mrs. Williams saw him. Now Jane, though a woman of sensibility, has not much imagination, and is not in the slightest degree nervous, either in dreams nor otherwise. She was standing one day, the day before I was taken ill, at a window that overlooked on the terrace with Trelawney. It was day. She saw, as she thought, Shelley pass by the window, as he often was then, without a coat or jacket. He passed again. Now, as he passed both times the same way, and as from the side towards which he went each time there was no way to get back except past the window again, except over a wall 20 feet from the ground, she was struck at her seeing him pass twice thus, and looked out, and seeing him no more, she cried, "Good God, can Shelley have leapt from the wall? Where can he be gone? Shelley, said Trelawney. No Shelley has passed. What do you mean? Trelawney says that she trembled exceedingly when she heard this, and it proved indeed that Shelley had never been on the terrace, and was far off at the time she saw him. Well, we thought no more of these things, and I slowly got better. Having heard from Hunt that he had sailed from Genoa on Monday the 1st of July, Shelley, Edward, and Captain Roberts, the gentleman who built our boat, departed in our boat for Leghorn to receive him. I was then just better, had begun to crawl from my bedroom to the terrace, but bad spirits succeeded to ill health, and this departure of Shelley's seemed to add insufferably to my misery. I could not endure that he should go. I called him back 2 or 3 times, and told him that if I did not see him soon, I would go to Pisa with the child. I cried bitterly when he went away. They went, and Jane, Claire, and I remained alone with the children. I could not walk out, and though I gradually gathered strength, it was slowly, and my ill spirits increased. In my letters to him I entreated him to return. The feeling that some misfortune would happen, I said, haunted me. I feared for the child, for the idea of danger connected with him never struck me. When Jane and Claire took their evening walk, I used to patrol the terrace, oppressed with wretchedness, yet gazing on the most beautiful scene in the world. This Gulf of Spezia is subdivided into many small bays, of which ours was far the most beautiful. The 2 horns of the bay, so to express myself, were wood-covered promontories, crowned with castles. At the foot of these, on the farthest, was Lerici, on the nearest San Terenzo. Lerici being above a mile by land from us, and San Terenzo about 100 or 2 yards. Trees covered the hills that enclosed this bay, and their beautiful groups were picturesquely contrasted with the rocks, the castle, and the town. The sea lay far extended in front, while to the west we saw the promontory and islands, which formed one of the extreme boundaries of the gulf. To see the sun set upon this scene, the stars shine, and the moon rise, was a sight of wondrous beauty, but to me it added only to my wretchedness. I repeated to myself all that another would have said to console me, and told myself the tale of love, peace, and competence which I enjoyed. But I answered myself by tears. Did not my William die, and did I hold my Percy by a firmer tenure? Yet I thought when my Shelley returns, I shall be happy. He will comfort me. If my boy be ill, he will restore him and encourage me. I had a letter or 2 from Shelley, mentioning the difficulties he had in establishing the Hunts, and that he was unable to fix the time of his return. Thus a week passed. On Monday the 8th, Jane had a letter from Edward, dated Saturday. He said that he waited at Leghorn for Shelley, who was at Pisa. That Shelley's return was certain, but, he continued, if he should not come by Monday, I will come in a felucca, and you may expect me Tuesday evening at farthest. This was Monday, the fatal Monday. But with us it was stormy all day, and we did not at all suppose that they could put to sea. At 12 at night we had a thunderstorm. Tuesday it rained all day and was calm, wept on their graves. On Wednesday the wind was fair from Leghorn, and in the evening several feluccas arrived thence. One brought word that they had sailed on Monday, but we did not believe them. Thursday was another day of fair wind, and when 12 at night came, and we did not see the tall sails of the little boat double the promontory before us, we began to fear, not the truth, but some illness, some disagreeable news for their detention. Jane got so uneasy that she determined to proceed the next day to Leghorn in a boat to see what was the matter. Friday came, and with it a heavy sea and bad wind. Jane, however, resolved to be rowed to Leghorn, since no boat could sail, and busied herself in preparations. I wished her to wait for letters, since Friday was letter day. She would not. But the sea detained her. The swell rose so that no boat could venture out. At 12 at noon our letters came. There was one from Hunt to Shelley. It said, "Pray write to tell us how you got home, for they say that you had bad weather after you sailed Monday, and we are anxious." The paper fell from me. I trembled all over. Jane read it. "Then it is all over," she said. "No, my dear Jane," I cried, "it is not all over, but this suspense is dreadful. Come with me. We will go to Leghorn. We will post to be swift and learn our fate." We crossed to Lerici, despair in our hearts. They raised our spirits there by telling us that no accidents had been heard of, and that it must have been known, etc., but still our fear was great, and without resting we posted to Pisa. It must have been fearful to see us, two poor, wild, aghast creatures driving like Matilda towards the sea, to learn if we were to be forever doomed to misery. I knew that Hunt was at Pisa, at Lord Byron's house, but I thought that Lord Byron was at Leghorn. I settled that we should drive to Castellanfranchi, that I should get out and ask the fearful question of Hunt, "Do you know anything of Shelley?" On entering Pisa, the idea of seeing Hunt for the first time in 4 years, under such circumstances, and asking him such a question was so terrific to me that it was with difficulty that I prevented myself from going into convulsions. My struggles were dreadful. They knocked at the door, and someone called out, "Chi è?" It was the Guicciole's maid. Lord Byron was in Pisa. Hunt was in bed, so I was to see Lord Byron instead of him. This was a great relief to me. I staggered upstairs. The Guiccioli came to meet me smiling, while I could hardly say, "Where is he?" "Sapete alcuna cosa di Shelley?" They knew nothing. He had left Pisa on Sunday. On Monday he had sailed. There had been bad weather Monday afternoon. More they knew not. Both Lord Byron and the lady have told me since that on that terrific evening I looked more like a ghost than a woman. Light seemed to emanate from my features. My face was very white. I looked like marble. Alas, I had risen almost from a bed of sickness for this journey. I had travelled all day. It was now 12 at night, and we, refusing to rest, proceeded to Leghorn, not in despair, no, for then we must have died, but with sufficient hope to keep up the agitation of the spirits which was all my life. It was past 2 in the morning when we arrived. They took us to the wrong inn. Neither Trelawney nor Captain Roberts were there, nor did we exactly know where they were, so we were obliged to wait until daylight. We threw ourselves dressed on our beds, and slept a little, but at 6 o'clock we went to one or two inns to ask for one or the other of these gentlemen. We found Roberts at the Globe. He came down to us with a face that seemed to tell us that the worst was true, and here we learned all that occurred during the week they had been absent from us, and under what circumstances they had departed on their return. End of Chapter 17, Part 2. Chapter 17, Part 3 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Part 3. Shelley had passed most of the time at Pisa, arranging the affairs of the hunts and screwing Lord Byron's mind to the sticking place about the journal. He had found this is a difficult task at first, but at length he had succeeded to his heart's content with both points. Mrs. Mason said that she saw him in better health and spirits than she had ever known him. When he took leave of her Sunday, July 7th, his face burnt by the sun, and his heart light, that he had succeeded in rendering the hunts tolerably comfortable. Edward had remained at Leghorn. On Monday, July 8th, during the morning, they were employed in buying many things, eatables, etc., for our solitude. There had been a thunderstorm early, but about noon the weather was fine, and the wind right fair for Lerici. They were impatient to be gone. Roberts said, "Stay until tomorrow to see if the weather is settled." And Shelley might have stayed, but Edward was in so great an anxiety to reach home, saying they would get there in 7 hours with that wind, that they sailed. Shelley being in one of those extravagant fits of good spirits in which you have sometimes seen him. Roberts went out to the end of the mole and watched them out of sight. They sailed at 1 and went off at the rate of about 7 knots. About 3, Roberts, who was still on the mole, saw wind coming from the Gulf, or rather what the Italians call a temporale. Anxious to know how the boat would weather the storm, he got leave to go up the tower, and with a glass discovered them about 10 miles out at sea, off Viareggio. They were taking in their topsails. The haze of the storm, he said, hid them from me, and I saw them no more. When the storm cleared, I looked again, fancying that I should see them on their return to us, but there was no boat on the sea. This, then, was all we knew, yet we did not despair. They might have been driven over to Corsica, and, not knowing the coast, have gone God knows where. Reports favored this belief. It was even said that they had been seen in the Gulf. We resolved to return with all possible speed. We sent a courier to go from tower to tower along the coast to know if anything had been seen or found, and at 9 a.m. we quitted Leghorn, stopped but 1 moment at Pisa, and proceeded towards Lerici. When at 2 miles from Viareggio, we rode down to that town to know if they knew anything. Here our calamity first began to break on us. A little boat and a water cask had been found 5 miles off. They had manufactured a piccolissima lancia of thin planks stitched by a shoemaker just to let them run on shore without wetting themselves, as our boat drew 4 feet of water. The description of that found tallied with this, but then this boat was very cumbersome, and in bad weather they might have been easily led to throw it overboard. The cask frightened me most. But the same reason might in some sort be given for that. I must tell you that Jane and I were not alone. Trelawney accompanied us back to our home. We journeyed on and reached the Magra about 10:30 p.m. I cannot describe to you what I felt in the first moment when, fording this river, I felt the water splash about our wheels. I was suffocated. I gasped for breath. I thought I should have gone into convulsions, and I struggled violently that Jane might not perceive it. Looking down the river, I saw the two great lights burning at the foce. A voice from within me seemed to cry aloud, "That is his grave." After passing the river, I gradually recovered. Arriving at Lerici, we were obliged to cross our little bay in a boat. San Terenzo was illuminated for a festa. What a scene! The waving sea, the sirocco wind, the lights of the town towards which we rode, and our own desolate hearts that colored all with a shroud. We landed. Nothing had been heard of them. This was Saturday, July 13th, and thus we waited until Thursday, July 18th, thrown about by hope and fear. We sent messengers along the coast towards Genoa and to Viareggio. Nothing had been found more than the lancetta. Reports were brought us, we hoped. And yet to tell you all the agony we endured during those 12 days would be to make you conceive a universe of pain, each moment intolerable, and giving place to one still worse. The people of the country, too, added to one's discomfort. They are like wild savages. On festas, the men and women and children in different bands, the sexes always separate, pass the whole night in dancing on the sands close to our door, running into the sea, then back again, and screaming all the time one perpetual air, the most detestable in the world. Then the sirocco perpetually blew, and the sea forever moaned their dirge. On Thursday the 18th, Trelawney left us to go to Leghorn, to see what was doing or what could be done. On Friday I was very ill, but as evening came on I said to Jane, if anything had been found on the coast, Trelawney would have returned to let us know. He has not returned, so I hope. About 7:00 p.m. he did return. All was over. All was quiet now. They had been found washed on shore. Well, all this was to be endured. Well, what more have I to say? The next day we returned to Pisa, and here we are still. Days pass away, one after another, and we live thus. We are all together. We shall quit Italy together. Jane must proceed to London. If letters do not alter my views, I shall remain in Paris. Thus we live, seeing the Hunts now and then. Poor Hunt has suffered terribly, as you may guess. Lord Byron is very kind to me, and comes with the Guiccioli to see me often. Today, this day, the sun shining in the sky, they are gone to the desolate sea-coast to perform the last offices to their earthly remains, Hunt, Lord Byron, and Trelawney. The quarantine laws would not permit us to remove them sooner, and now only on condition that we burn them to ashes. That I do not dislike. His rest shall be at Rome beside my child, where one day I also shall join them. Adonais is not Keats, it is his own elegy. He bids you there go to Rome. I have seen the spot where he now lies, the sticks that mark the spot where the sands cover him. He shall not be there, it is too near Viareggio. They are now about this fearful office, and I live. One more circumstance I will mention. As I said, he took leave of Mrs. Mason in high spirits on Sunday. Never, said she, did I see him look happier than the last glance I had of his countenance. On Monday he was lost. On Monday night she dreamt that she was somewhere, she knew not where, and he came, looking very pale and fearfully melancholy. She said to him, "You look ill. You are tired. Sit down and eat." "No," he replied, "I shall never eat more. I have not a soldo left in the world." "Nonsense," said she. "This is no inn. You need not pay." "Perhaps," he answered, "it is the worse for that." Then she awoke, and going to sleep again, she dreamt that my Percy was dead, and she awoke crying bitterly, so bitterly, and felt so miserable, that she said to herself, "Why, if the little boy should die, I should not feel it in this manner." She was so struck with these dreams that she mentioned them to her servant the next day, saying she hoped all was well with us. Well, here is my story, the last story I shall have to tell. All that might have been bright in my life is now despoiled. I shall live to improve myself, to take care of my child, and render myself worthy to join him. Soon my weary pilgrimage will begin. I rest now, but soon I must leave Italy, and then there is an end of all but despair. Adieu. I hope you are well and happy. I have an idea that while he was at Pisa he received a letter from you that I have never seen. So not knowing where to direct, I shall send this letter to Peacock. I shall send it open. He may be glad to read it. Yours ever truly, Mary W.S. Pisa, 15th of August, 1822. I shall probably write soon again. I have left out a material circumstance. A fishing boat saw them go down. It was about 4 in the afternoon. They saw the boy at masthead when baffling winds struck the sails. They had looked away a moment, and looking again, the boat was gone. This is their story, but there is little doubt that these men might have saved them, at least Edward, who could swim. They could not, they said, get near her, but 3/4 of an hour after passed over the spot where they had seen her. They protested no wreck of her was visible, but Roberts, going on board their boat, found several spars belonging to her. Perhaps they let them perish to obtain these. Trelawney thinks he can get her up, since another fisherman thinks that he has found the spot where she lies, having drifted near shore. Trelawney does this to know, perhaps, the cause of the wreck, but I care little about it. All readers know Trelawney's graphic account of the burning of the bodies of Shelley and Williams. Subsequent to this ceremony, a painful episode took place between Mary and Leigh Hunt. Hunt had witnessed the obsequies, from Lord Byron's carriage, and to him was given by Trelawney the heart of Shelley, which in the flames had remained unconsumed. This precious relic he refused to give up to her who was its rightful owner, saying that, to induce him to part with it, her claim must be maintained by strong and conclusive arguments. It was difficult to advance arguments strong enough if the nature of the case was not in itself convincing. He showed no disposition to yield, and Mary was desperate. Where logic, justice, and good feeling failed, a woman's tact, however, succeeded. Mrs. Williams wrote to Hunt, and represented to him how grievous it was that Shelley's remains should become a source of dissension between his dearest friends. She obtained her purpose. Hunt said she had brought forward the only argument that could have induced him to yield. Under the influence of a like feeling, Mary seems to have borne Hunt no grudge for what must at least have appeared to her as an act of most gratuitous selfishness. But Mary Shelley and Jane Williams had, both of them, to face facts and think of the future. Hardest of all, it became evident that for the present they must part. Their affection for each other, warm in happier times, had developed by force of circumstances into a mutual need. So much nearer in their sorrow were they to each other than either could be to anyone else. But Jane had friends in England, and she required to enlist the interest of Edward's relations in behalf of his orphan children. End of Chapter 17, Part 3. Chapter 17, Part 4, of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Part 4. Meanwhile, if Mary had for the moment any outward tie or responsibility, it was towards the Leigh Hunts, thus expatriated at the request and desire of others, with a very uncertain prospect of permanent result or benefit. Byron, having helped to start the Liberal with contributions of his own, and thus fulfilled a portion of his bond, might give them the slip at any moment. Shelley, although little disposed toward the coalition, had promised assistance, and any such promise from him would have been sure to mean, in practice, more and not less than it said. Mary had his manuscripts. She knew his intentions. She was, as far as any mortal could be, his fitting literary representative. She had little to call her elsewhere. The Hunts were friendly and affectionate, and full of pity for her. They were also poor and dependent. All tended to one result. She and they must for the present join forces, so saving expense. And she was to give all the help she could to the Liberal. Lord Byron was going to Genoa. Mary and the Hunts agreed to take a house together there for several months or a year. Once more she wrote from Pisa to her friend. Mary Shelley to Mrs. Gisborne, Pisa, 10th of September, 1822. And so here I am. I continue to exist, to see one day succeed the other, to dread night, but more to dread morning and hail another cheerless day. My boy, too, is, alas, no consolation. When I think how he loved him, the plans he had for his education, his sweet and childish voice strikes me to the heart. Why should he live in this world of pain and anguish? At times I feel an energy within me to combat with my destiny, but again I sink. I have but one hope for which I live, to render myself worthy to join him, and such a feeling sustains one during moments of enthusiasm, but darkness and misery soon overwhelm the mind when all near objects bring agony alone with them. People used to call me lucky in my star. You see now how true such a prophecy is. I was fortunate in having fearlessly placed my destiny in the hands of one who, a superior being among men, a bright planetary spirit enshrined in an earthly temple, raised me to the height of happiness. So far am I now happy that I would not change my situation as his widow with that of the most prosperous woman in the world. And surely the time will at length come when I shall be at peace, and my brain and heart no longer be alive with unutterable anguish. I can conceive of but one circumstance that could afford me the semblance of content, that is, the being permitted to live where I am now, in the same house, in the same state, occupied alone with my child in collecting his manuscripts, writing his life, and thus go easily to my grave. But this must not be. Even if circumstances did not compel me to return to England, I would not stay another summer in Italy with my child. I will at least do my best to render him well and happy, and the idea that my circumstances may at all injure him is the fiercest pang my mind endures. I wrote you a long letter containing a slight sketch of my sufferings. I sent it directed to Peacock at the India House, because accident led me to fancy that you were no longer in London. I said in that on that day, the 15th of August, they had gone to perform the last offices for him. However, I erred in this, for on that day those of Edward were alone fulfilled, and they returned on the 16th to celebrate Shelley's. I will say nothing of the ceremony, since Trelawney has written an account of it, to be printed in the forthcoming journal. I will only say that all, except his heart, which was inconsumable, was burnt, and that 2 days ago I went to Leghorn and beheld the small box that contained his earthly dross. Those smiles, that form. Great God, no, he is not there. He is with me, about me, life of my life and soul of my soul. If his divine spirit did not penetrate mine, I could not survive to weep thus. I will mention the friends I have here, that you may form an idea of our situation. Mrs. Williams, Clare, and I live all together. We have one purse, and joined in misery, we are for the present joined in life. She, poor girl, withers like a lily. She lives for her children, but it is a living death. Lord Byron has been very kind. The Guiccioli restrains him. She, being an Italian, is capable of being jealous of a living corpse such as I. Of Hunt I will speak when I see you. But the friend to whom we are eternally indebted is Trelawney. I have, of course, mentioned him to you as one who wishes to be considered eccentric, but who was noble and generous at bottom. I always thought so, even when no fact proved it, and Shelley agreed with me as he always did, or rather I with him. We heard people speak against him on account of his vagaries. We said to one another, still we like him. We believe him to be good. Once even, when a whim of his led him to treat me with something like impertinence, I forgave him, and I have now been well rewarded. In my outline of events you will see how, unasked, he returned with Jane and me from Leghorn to Lerici, how he stayed with us poor miserable creatures 5 days there, endeavouring to keep up our spirits, how he left us on Thursday, and finding our misfortune confirmed, then without rest returned on Friday to us, and again without rest returned to Pisa on Saturday. These were no common services. Since that he has gone through by himself all the annoyances of dancing attendance on consuls and governors for permission to fulfill the last duties to those gone, and attending this ceremony himself. All the disagreeable part and all the fatigue fell on him. As Hunt said, he worked with the meanest and felt with the best. He is generous to a distressing degree. But after all these benefits to us, what I most thank him for is this. When on that night of agony, that Friday night, he returned to announce that hope was dead for us, when he had told me that his earthly frame being found, his spirit was no longer to be my guide, protector, and companion in this dark world, he did not attempt to console me. That would have been too cruelly useless. But he launched forth into, as it were, an overflowing and eloquent praise of my divine Shelley, till I was almost happy that thus I was unhappy, to be fed by the praise of him, and to dwell on the eulogy that his loss thus drew from his friend. Of my friends, I have only Mrs. Mason to mention. Her coldness has stung me. Yet she felt his loss keenly, and would be very glad to serve me. But it is not cold offers of service one wants. One's wounded spirit demands a number of nameless, slight but dear attentions that are a balm, and wanting these, one feels a bitterness which is a painful addition to one's other sufferings. God knows what will become of me. My life is now very monotonous as to outward events, yet how diversified by internal feeling. How often in the intensity of grief does one instant seem to fill and embrace the universe. As to the rest, the mechanical spending of my time, of course, I have a great deal to do preparing for my journey. I make no visits, except one once in about 10 days to Mrs. Mason. I have not seen Hunt these 9 days. Trelawney resides chiefly at Leghorn, since he is captain of Lord Byron's vessel, the Bolivar. He comes to see us about once a week, and Lord Byron visits me about twice a week, accompanied by the Guiccioli. But seeing people is an annoyance which I am happy to be spared. Solitude is my only help and resource. Accustomed, even when he was with me, to spend much of my time alone, I can at those moments forget myself, until some idea which I think I would communicate to him occurs, and then the yawning and dark gulf again displays itself, unshaded by the rainbow which the imagination had formed. Despair, energy, love, desponding and excessive affliction are like clouds driven across my mind, one by one, until tears, blot the scene, and weariness of spirit consigns me to temporary repose. I shudder with horror when I look back on what I have suffered, and when I think of the wild and miserable thoughts that have possessed me, I say to myself, is it true that I ever felt thus? And then I weep in pity of myself. Yet each day adds to the stock of sorrow, and death is the only end. I would study, and I hope I shall. I would write, and when I am settled I may. But were it not for the steady hope I entertain of joining him, what a mockery would be this world! Without that hope I could not study or write, for fame and usefulness, except as regards my child, are nullities to me. Yet I shall be happy if anything I ever produce may exalt and soften sorrow, as the writings of the divinities of our race have mine. But how can I aspire to that? The world will surely one day feel what it has lost when this bright child of song deserted her. Is not Adonais his own elegy? And there does he truly depict the universal woe which should overspread all good minds, since he has ceased to be their fellow laborer in this worldly scene. How lovely does he paint death to be, and with what heartfelt sorrow does one repeat that line, "But I am chained to time, and cannot thence depart." How long do you think I shall live? As long as my mother? Then 11 long years must intervene. I am now on the eve of completing my 25th year. How drearily young for one so lost as I! How young in years for one who lives ages each day in sorrow! Think you that these moments are counted in my life as in other people's? Oh, no. The day before the sea closed over mine own Shelley, he said to Marianne, "If I die tomorrow, I have lived to be older than my father. I am 90 years of age. Thus also may I say. The 8 years I passed with him was spun out beyond the usual length of a man's life, and what I have suffered since will write years on my brow and entrench them in my heart. Surely I am not long for this world. Most sure should I be were it not for my boy. But God grant that I may live to make his early years happy. Well, adieu. I have no events to write about, and can therefore only scrawl about my feelings. This letter, indeed, is only the sequel of my last. In that I closed the history of all events that can interest me. That letter I wish you to send my father, the present one it is best not. I suppose I shall see you in England some of these days, but I shall write to you again before I quit this place. Be as happy as you can, and hope for better things in the next world. By firm hope you may attain your wishes. Again, adieu. Affectionately yours, M.S. Do not write to me again here, or at all until I write to you. Within a day or two after this letter was written, Mary, with Jane Williams and their children, quitted Pisa, Claire only remaining behind. End of Chapter 17, Part 4. Chapter 17, Part 5, of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Part 5. From a letter, a very indignant one, of Mrs. Mason's, it may be inferred that appeals for a little assistance had been made on Claire's behalf to Byron, who did not respond. He had been, unwittingly, contributing to her support during the last few weeks of Shelley's life. Shelley having undertaken to get some translations from Goethe made for Byron, and giving the work secretly to Claire. The truth now came out, and she found more difficulty than heretofore in getting paid. Dependent for the future on her own exertions, she was going, according to her former resolution, to Vienna, where Charles Clairmont was now established. Mary's departure left her dreadfully solitary, and within a few hours she dispatched one of her characteristic epistles, touched with that motley of bitter cynicism and grotesque racy humor which developed in her later letters. 2:30, Wednesday morning. My dear Mary, you have only been gone a few hours. I have been inexpressibly low-spirited. I hope dear Jane will be with you when this arrives. Nothing new has happened. What should? To me there seems nothing under the sun except the old tale of misery. Thursday. I am to begin my journey to Vienna on Monday. Mrs. Mason will make me go, and the consequence is that it will be double as much as I am to go alone. Imagine all the lonely inns, the weary long miles, if I do. Observe, whatever befalls in life, the heaviest part, the very dregs of the misfortune fall on me. Alone, all alone, upon a wide sea, and Christ would take no mercy upon my soul in agony. But I believe my Minerva is right, for I might wait to all eternity for a party. You may remember what Lord Byron said about paying for the translation. Now he has mumbled and grumbled and demurred, and does not know whether it is worth it, and will only give 40 crowns, so that I shall not be overstocked when I arrive at Vienna, unless, indeed, God shall spread a table for me in the wilderness. I mean to chew rhubarb the whole way, as the only diversion I can think of at all suited to my present state of feeling. And if I should write you scolding letters, you will excuse them, knowing that, with the psalmist, out of the bitterness of my mouth have I spoken. Kiss the dear little Percy for me, and if Jane is with you, tell her how much I have thought of her, and that her image will always float across my mind, shining in my dark history like a ray of light across a cave. Kiss her children also with all a grandmother's love. Accept my best wishes for your happiness. Dio ti da, Maria Ventura. Your affectionate Claire. Mary answered this letter from Genoa. From Mary to Claire, Genoa, 15th of September, 1822. My dear Claire, I do not wonder that you were and are melancholy, or that the excess of that feeling should oppress you. Great God, what have we gone through? What variety of care and misery, all close now in blackest night. And am I not melancholy? Here, in this busy, hateful Genoa, where nothing speaks to me of him except the sea, which is his murderer. Well, I shall have his books and manuscripts, and in those I shall live, and from the study of these I do expect some instance of content. In solitude, my imagination and ever-moving thoughts may afford me some seconds of exaltation that may render me both happier here and more worthy of him hereafter, such as I felt walking up a mountain by myself at sunrise during my journey, when the rocks looked black about me, and a white mist concealed all but them. I thought then that, thinking of him and exciting my mind, my days might pass in a kind of peace. But these thoughts are so fleeting, and then I expect unhappiness alone from all the worldly part of my life, from my intercourse with human beings. I know that will bring nothing but unhappiness to me, if indeed I accept Trelawney, who appears so truly generous and kind. But I will not talk of myself. You have enough to annoy and make you miserable, and in nothing can I assist you. But I do hope that you will find Germany better suited to you in every way than Italy, and that you will make friends, and more than all, become really attached to someone there. I wish, when I was in Pisa, that you had said that you thought you should be short of money, and I would have left you more. But you seem to think 150 francesconi plenty. I would not go on with Goethe except with a fixed price per sheet, to be paid regularly, and that price not less than 5 guineas. Make this understood fully through Hunt before you go, and then I will take care that you get the money. But if you do not fix it, then I cannot manage so well. You are going to Vienna. How anxiously do I hope to find peace. I do not hope to find it here. Genoa has a bad atmosphere for me, I fear, and nothing but the horror of being a burthen to my family prevents my accompanying Jane. If I had any fixed income, I would go at least to Paris, and I shall go the moment I have one. Adieu, my dear Claire. Write to me often, as I shall to you. Affectionately yours, Mary W.S. I cannot get your German dictionary now, since I must have packed it in my great case of books, but I will send it by the first opportunity. Jane and her children were the next to depart, and for a short time Mary Shelley and her boy were alone. Besides taking a house for the Hunts and herself, she had the responsibility of finding one for Lord Byron. People never scrupled to make her of use, but any object, any duty to fulfill, was good for her in her solitary misery, and she devoted some of her vacant time to sending an account of her plans to Mrs. Gisborne. Mary Shelley to Mrs. Gisborne, Genoa, 17th of September, 1822. I am here alone in Genoa, quite alone. J. has left me to proceed to England, and except my sleeping child, I am alone. Since you do not communicate with my father, you will perhaps be surprised, after my last letter, that I do not come to England. I have written to him a long account of the arguments of all my friends to dissuade me from that miserable journey. Jane will detail them to you, and therefore I merely say now that, having no business there, I am determined not to spend that money which will support me nearly a year here, in a journey the sole end of which appears to me the necessity I should be under, when arrived in London, of being a burthen to my father. When my crowns are gone, if Sir Timothy refuses, I hope to be able to support myself by my writings and mine own Shelley's manuscripts. At least, during many long months I shall have peace as to money affairs, and one evil the less is much to one whose existence is suffering alone. Lord Byron has a house here, and will arrive soon. I have taken a house for the Hunts and myself, outside one of the gates. It is large and neat, with a podere attached. We shall pay about 80 crowns between us, so I hope that I shall find tranquillity from care this winter. Oh, that may be the last of my life so free, yet I do not hope it, though I say so. Hope is a word that belongs not to my situation. He, my own beloved, the exalted and divine Shelley, has left me alone in this miserable world. This earth, canopied by the eternal starry heaven, where he is, where, oh my God, yes, where I shall one day be. Claire is no longer with me. Jane quitted me this morning at 4. After she left me, I went again to rest, and thought of Pugnano, its halls, its cypresses, the perfume of its mountains, and the gaiety of our life beneath their shadow. Then I dozed a while, and in my dream saw dear Edward most visibly. He came, he said, to pass a few hours with us, but could not stay long. Then I woke, and the day began. I went out, took Hunt's house, but as I walked, I felt that which is with me the sign of unutterable grief. I am not given to tears, and though my most miserable fate has often turned my eyes to fountains, yet oftener I suffer agonies unassuaged by tears. But during these last sufferings I have felt an oppression at my heart I never felt before. It is not a palpitation, but a stringimento which is quite convulsive, and did I not struggle greatly, would cause violent hysterics. Looking on the sea, or hearing its roar, his dirge, it comes upon me. But these are corporeal sufferings I can get over. But that which is insurmountable is the constant feeling of despair that shadows me. I seem to walk on a narrow path with fathomless precipices all around me. Yet where can I fall? I have already fallen, and all that comes of bad or good is a mere mockery. Those about me have no idea of what I suffer. None are sufficiently interested in me to observe that, though my lips smile, my eyes are blank, or to notice the desolate look that I cast up towards the sky. Pardon, dear friend, this selfishness in writing thus. There are moments when the heart must sfogare or be suffocated, and such a moment is this, when quite alone, my babe sleeping, and dear Jane having just left me, it is with difficulty I prevent myself from flying from mental misery by bodily exertion, when to run into that vast grave, the sea, until I sink to rest, would be a pleasure to me. And instead of this I write, and as I write I say, O God, have pity on me. At least I will have pity on you. Good night. I will finish this when people are about me and I am in a more cheerful mood. Good night. I will go look at the stars. They are eternal. So is he. So am I. You have not written to me since my misfortune. I understand this. You first waited for a letter from me, and that letter told you not to write. But answer this as soon as you receive it. Talk to me of yourselves, and also of my English affairs. I am afraid that they will not go on very well in my absence, but it would cost more to set them right than they are worth. I will, however, let you know what I think my friends ought to do, that when you talk to Peacock he may learn what I wish. A claim should be made on the part of Shelley's executors for a maintenance for my child and myself from Sir Timothy. Lord Byron is ready to do this or any other service for me that his office of executor demands from him. But I do not wish it to be done separately by him, and I want to hear from England before I ask him to write to Whitton on the subject. Secondly, Alyre must be asked for all manuscripts, and some plan be reflected on for the best manner of republishing Shelley's works, as well as the writings he has left. Who will allow money to Ianthe and Charles? As for you, my dear friends, I do not see what you can do for me, except to send me the originals or copies of Shelley's most interesting letters to you. I hope soon to get into my house, where writing, copying Shelley's manuscripts, walking, and being of some use in the education of Mary Ann's children will be my occupations. Where is that letter in verse Shelley once wrote to you? Let me have a copy of it. Is not Peacock very lukewarm and insensible in this affair? Tell me what Hogg says and does, and my father also, if you have an opportunity of knowing. Here is a long letter, all about myself. But though I cannot write, I like to hear of others. Adieu, dear friends. Your sincerely attached, Mary W. Shelley. The fragment that follows is from Mrs. Williams's first letter, written from Geneva, where she and Edward had lived in such felicity, and where they had made friends with Medwin, Roberts, and Trelawney. A happy, light-hearted time on which it was torture to look back. Jane Williams to Mary Shelley. Geneva, September 1822. I only arrived this day, my dearest Mary, and find your letter the only friend who welcomes me. I will not detail all the misery I have suffered. Let it be added to the heap that must be piled up. And when the measure is brimful, it needs must overflow. And then peace. What have been my feelings today? I have gazed on that lake, still and ever the same, rolling on in its course as if this gap in creation had never been made. I have passed that place where our little boat used to land. But where is the hand stretched out to meet mine? Where the glad voice, the sweet smile, the beloved form? Oh, Mary, is my heart human that I endure scenes like this and live? My arrival at the inn here has been one of the most painful trials I have yet undergone. The landlady who came to the door did not recognize me immediately, and when she did, our mutual tears prevented both interrogation and answer for some minutes. I then bore my sorrowful burden up these stairs he had formerly passed in all the pride of youth, hope, and love. When will these heart-rending scenes be finished? Never. For when they cease, memory will furnish others. God bless you, dearest girl. Take care of yourself. Remember me to the Hunts. Ever yours, Jane. Not long after this, Byron arrived at Genoa with his train, and the Hunts with their tribe. All that were now left of our Pisan circle, writes Trelawney, established themselves at El Barro: Byron, Leigh Hunt, and Mrs. Shelley. The fine spirit that had animated and held us together was gone. Left to our own devices, we degenerated apace. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18, Part 1 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Part 1. September 1822 to July 1823. An eminent contemporary writer, speaking of Trelawney's writings, has remarked, "So long as he dwells on Shelley, he is, like the visitants to the Witch of Atlas, imparadised." This was true, in fact, not as to the writing, but the natures of all who had friendly or intimate relations with Shelley. His personality was like a clear, deep lake, wherein the sky and the surrounding objects were reflected. Now and again a breeze, or even a storm, might sweep across the watery glass, playing strange, grotesque pranks with the distorted reflections. But in general, those who surrounded it saw themselves and saw each other not as they were, but as they appeared, transfigured, idealized, glorified by the impalpable, fluid medium. And like a tree that overhangs the water's edge, whose branches dip and play in the clear ripples, nodding and beckoning to their own living likenesses there, so Mary had grown up by the side of this, her own image in him, herself indeed, but imparadised in the immortal unreality of the magic mirror. Now the eternal frost had fallen. Black ice and dreary snow had extinguished that reflection forever, and the solitary tree was left to weather all storms in a wintry world where no magic mirror was to be hers any more. Mary Shelley's diary, now she was alone, altered its character. In her husband's lifetime, it had been a record of the passing facts of every day, almost as concise in statement as that of her father. Now and then, in traveling, she would stereotype an impression of beautiful scenery by an elaborate description. Sometimes, but very rarely, she had indulged, as at Pisa, on reflections on people or things in general. The case was now exactly reversed. Alone with her child, with no one else to live for, having no companion mind with which to exchange ideas, and having never known what it was to be without one before, her diary became her familiar, or rather her shadow, for it took its sombre coloring from her and could give nothing back. The thoughts, too monotonously sad, too harrowing in their eloquent self-pity to be communicated to other people, but which filled her heart, the more that heart was thrown back on itself, found here an outlet, inadequate enough, but still the only one they had. In thus recording her emotions for her own benefit, she had little idea that these melancholy self-communings would ever be gathered up and published for the satisfaction of the reading world, a world that loves nothing so well as personal details, and would rather have the object of its interest misrepresented than not represented at all. Outwardly uneventful as Mrs. Shelley's subsequent life was, its few occurrences are, as a rule, not even alluded to in her journal. Such things, for the most part, lost their intrinsic importance to her when Shelley disappeared. It was only in the world of abstractions that she felt or could imagine his companionship. Her journal, in reality, records her first essay in living alone. It was, to an almost incredible degree, a beginning. Her existence, from its outset, had been offered up at the shrine of one man, to animate his solitude, to foster his genius, to help, as far as possible, his labors, to companion him in a world that did not understand him. This had been her life work, which lay now as a dream behind her, while she awakened to find herself alone with the solitude, the work, the cold, unfriendly world, and without Shelley. Could any woman be as lonely? All who share an abnormal lot must needs be isolated when cut adrift from the other life which has been their raison d'être. And Mary had begun so early that she had grown, as it were, to this state of double solitude. She had not been unconscious of the slight hold they had on actualities. Mary observed Shelley one day at Pisa when Trelawney was present. "Trelawney has found out Byron already. How stupid we were! How long it took us!" "That," she observed, "is because he lives with the living and we with the dead." And as a fact, Shelley lived with the immortals. Finite things were outside his world. In his contemporaries, it was what he would have considered their immortal side that he cared for. There are conjurers who can be tied by no knot from which they cannot escape, and so the limitations of practical convention, those ideas and feelings which are but for a day, had no power to hold Shelley. And Mary knew no world but his. Now young, only 25, yet with the past experience of 8 years of checkered married life, and of a simultaneous intellectual development almost perilously rapid, she stood, an utter novice, on the threshold of ordinary existence. Journal, October 2nd. On the 8th of July, I finished my journal. This is a curious coincidence. The date still remains, the fatal 8th, a monument to show that all ended then. And I begin again? Oh, never. But several motives induce me, when the day has gone down and all is silent around me, steeped in sleep, to pen, as occasion wills, my reflections and feelings. First, I have no friend. For 8 years I communicated with unlimited freedom with one whose genius, far transcending mine, awakened and guided my thoughts. I conversed with him, rectified my errors of judgment, obtained new lights from him, and my mind was satisfied. Now I am alone. Oh, how alone! The stars may behold my tears, and the wind drink my sighs, but my thoughts are a sealed treasure which I can confide to none. But can I express all I feel? Can I give words to thoughts and feelings that, as a tempest, hurry me along? Is this the sand that the ever-flowing sea of thought would impress indelibly? Alas, I am alone. No eye answers mine. My voice can with none assume its natural modulation. What a change! Oh, my beloved Shelley, how often during those happy days, happy though checkered, I thought how superiorly gifted I had been in being united to one to whom I could unveil myself, and who could understand me. Well, then, now I am reduced to these white pages, which I am to blot with dark imagery. As I write, let me think what he would have said if, speaking thus to him, he could have answered me. Yes, my own heart, I would fain know what to think of my desolate state, what you think I ought to do, what to think. I guess you would answer thus: seek to know your own heart, and learning what it best loves, try to enjoy that. Well, I cast my eyes around, and looking forward to the bounded prospect in view, I ask myself what pleases me there. My child. So many feelings arise when I think of him that I turn aside to think no more. Those I most loved are gone forever. Those who held the second rank are absent. And among those near me as yet, I trust to the disinterested kindness of one alone. Beneath all this, my imagination never flags. Literary labors, the improvement of my mind, and the enlargement of my ideas are the only occupations that elevate me from my lethargy. All events seem to lead me to that one point, and the courses of destiny have dragged me to that single resting place, have left me. Father, mother, friend, husband, children, all made, as it were, the team which conducted me here, and now all, except you, my poor boy, and you are necessary to the continuance of my life, are all gone, and I am left to fulfill my task. So be it. October 5th. Well, they are come, and it is all as I said. I awoke as from sleep, and thought how I had vegetated these last days, for feeling leaves little trace on the memory if it be, like mine, unvaried. I have felt for, and with myself alone, and I awake now to take a part in life. As far as others are concerned, my sensations have been most painful. I must work hard amidst the vexations that I perceive are preparing for me to preserve my peace and tranquillity of mind. I must preserve some if I am to live. For since I bear at the bottom of my heart a fathomless well of bitter waters, the workings of which my philosophy is ever at work to repress, what will be my fate if the petty vexations of life are added to this sense of eternal and infinite misery? Oh, my child, what is your fate to be? You alone reach me. You are the only chain that links me to time. But for you I should be free. And yet I cannot be destined to live long. Well, I shall commence my task, commemorate the virtues of the only creature worth loving or living for, and then, maybe, I may join him. Moonshine may be united to her planet, and wander no more, a sad reflection of all she loved on earth. October 7th. I have received my desk today, and have been reading my letters to mine own Shelley during his absences at Marlow. What a scene to recur to! My William, Clara, Allegra, are all talked of. They lived then, they breathed this air, and their voices struck on my sense. Their feet trod the earth beside me, and their hands were warm with blood and life when clasped in mine. Where are they all? This is too great an agony to be written about. I may express my despair, but my thoughts can find no words. I would endeavor to consider myself a faint continuation of his being, and as far as possible the revelation to the earth of what he was, yet to become this I must change much, and above all I must acquire that knowledge and drink at those fountains of wisdom and virtue from which he quenched his thirst. Hitherto I have done nothing, yet I have not been discontented with myself. I speak of the period of my residence here. For although unoccupied by those studies which I have marked out for myself, my mind has been so active that its activity, and not its indolence, has made me neglectful. But now the society of others causes this perpetual working of my ideas somewhat to pause, and I must take advantage of this to turn my mind towards its immediate duties, and to determine with firmness to commence the life I have planned. You will be with me in all my studies, dearest love. Your voice will no longer applaud me, but in spirit you will visit and encourage me. I know you will. What were I if I did not believe that you still exist? It is not with you as with another. I believe that we will all live hereafter. But you, my only one, were a spirit caged, an elemental being, enshrined in a frail image, now shattered. Do they not all with one voice assert the same? Trelawney, Hunt, and many others. And so at last you quitted this painful prison, and you are free, my Shelley, while I, your poor chosen one, am left to live as I may. What a strange life mine has been! Love, youth, fear, and fearlessness led me early from the regular routine of life, and I united myself to this being, who, not one of us, though like to us, was pursued by numberless miseries and annoyances, in all of which I shared. And then I was the mother of beautiful children, but these stayed not by me. Still he was there, and though in truth, after my William's death, this world seemed only a quicksand sinking beneath my feet, yet beside me was this bank of refuge, so tempest-worn and frail that methoughts its very weakness was strength. And since nature had written destruction on its brow, so the power that rules human affairs had determined, in spite of nature, that it should endure. But that is gone. His voice can no longer be heard. The earth no longer receives the shadow of his form. Annihilation has come over the earthly appearance of the most gentle creature that ever yet breathed this air. And I am still here, still thinking, existing, all but hoping. Will I close my book? Tomorrow I must begin this new life of mine. End of Chapter 18, Part 1. Chapter 18, Part 2, of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Part 2. October 19th. How painful all change becomes to one who, entirely and despotically engrossed by his own feelings, leads, as it were, an internal life, quite different from the outward and apparent one. whilst my life continues its monotonous course within sterile banks. An undercurrent disturbs the smooth face of the waters, distorts all objects reflected in it, and the mind is no longer a mirror in which outward events may reflect themselves, but becomes itself the painter and creator. If this perpetual activity has power to vary with endless change the everyday occurrences of a most monotonous life, it appears to be animated with the spirit of tempest and hurricane when any real occurrence diversifies the scene. Thus tonight, the few bars of a known air seemed to be as a wind to rouse from its depths every deep-seated emotion of my mind. I would have given worlds to have sat, my eyes closed, and listened to them for years. The restraint I was under caused these feelings to vary with rapidity, but the words of the conversation, uninteresting as they might be, seemed all to convey two senses to me, and touching a chord within me, to form a music of which the speaker was little aware. I do not think that any person's voice has the same power of awakening melancholy in me as Albe's. I have been accustomed, when hearing it, to listen and to speak little. Another voice, not mine, ever replied, a voice whose strings are broken. When Albee ceases to speak, I expect to hear that other voice, and when I hear another instead, it jars strangely with every association. I have seen so little of Albee since our residence in Switzerland, and having seen him there every day, his voice, a peculiar one, is engraved on my memory with other sounds and objects from which it can never disunite itself. I have heard Hunt in company and in conversation with many, when my own one was not there. Trelawney, perhaps, is associated in my mind with Edward more than with Shelley. Even our older friends, Peacock and Hogg, might talk together or with others, and their voices suggest no change to me. But since incapacity and timidity always prevented my mingling in the nightly conversations of Diodati, they were, as it were, entirely tête-à-tête between my Shelley and Albee. And thus, as I have said, when Albee speaks and Shelley does not answer, it is as thunder without rain, the form of the sun without light or heat, as any familiar object might be shorn of its best attributes. And I listen with an unspeakable melancholy that yet is not all pain. The above explains that which would otherwise be an enigma, why Albee, by his mere presence and voice, has the power of exciting such deep and shifting emotions within me. For my feelings have no analogy either with my opinion of him or the subject of his conversation. With another I might talk, and not for the moment think of Shelley, at least not think of him with the same vividness as if I were alone. But when in company with Albee, I can never cease for a second to have Shelley in my heart and brain with a clearness that mocks reality, interfering even by its force with the functions of life, until, if tears do not relieve me, the hysterical feeling analogous to that which the murmur of the sea gives me presses painfully upon me. Well, for the first time for about a month, I have been in company with Albee for 2 hours, and coming home I write this, So necessary is it for me to express in words the force of my feelings. Shelley, beloved, I look at the stars and at all nature, and it speaks to me of you in the clearest accents. Why cannot you answer me, my own one? Is the instrument so utterly destroyed? I would endure ages of pain to hear one tone of your voice strike on my ear. For nearly a year, not a happy one, Mary lived with the Hunts. A bruised and bleeding heart exposed to the cuffs and blows of everyday life, a nervous temperament too recently strained to its utmost pitch of endurance, liable to constant, unavoidable irritation, a nature sensitive and reserved, accustomed to much seclusion and much independence, thrown into the midst of a large, noisy, and disorderly family. These conditions could hardly result in happiness. Leigh Hunt was nervous, delicate, overworked, and variable in mood. His wife, an invalid, condemned by the doctors on her arrival in Italy, now expecting her confinement in the ensuing summer, an event which she was told would be, for good or evil, the crisis of her fate. 6 children they had already had, who were allowed, on principle, to do exactly as they chose, until such time as they were of an age to be reasoned with. The opening for activity and usefulness would at another time have been beneficial to Mary, and to some extent was so now. But it was too early. The change from her former state was too violent. She was not fit yet for such severe bracing. She met her trials bravely, but it was another case where buoyancy of spirits was indispensable to real success, and buoyancy of spirits she had not, nor was likely to acquire in her present surroundings. There was another person to whom these surroundings were even more supremely distasteful than to her, and this was Byron. Small sympathy had he for domestic life or sentiment, even in their best aspects, and this virtuous, slipshod, Cockney bohemianism had no attraction for him whatever. The poor man must have suffered many things while the Hunts were in possession of his pian terreno at Pisa. He was rid of them now, but the very sight of them was too much for him. Lord Byron to Mrs. Shelley, 6th of October, 1822. The sofa, which I regret is not of your furniture, it was purchased by me at Pisa since you left it. It is convenient for my room, though of little value, about 12 paws, and I offered to send another, now sent, in its stead. I preferred retaining the purchased furniture, but always intended that you should have as good or better in its place. I have a particular dislike to anything of Shelley's being within the same walls with Mrs. Hunt's children. They are dirtier and more mischievous than yahoos. What they can't destroy with their filth, they will with their fingers. I presume you received 90 and odd crowns from the wreck of the Don Juan, and also the price of the boat purchased by Captain R. If not, you will have both. Hunt has these in hand. With regard to any difficulties about money, I can only repeat that I will be your banker till this state of things is cleared up, and you can see what is to be done. So there is little to hinder you on that score. I was confined for 4 days to my bed at Ladici. Poor Hunt with his 6 little blackguards, are coming slowly up. As usual, he turned back once. Was there ever such a crawl out of the Hottentot country before? N.B. Among those of their former acquaintance who now surrounded Mary, the one who by his presence ministered most to the needs of her fainting moral nature was Trelawney. Leigh Hunt, when not disagreeing from her, was affectionate, nay, gushing, and he had truly loved Shelley. But he was a feeble, facetious, feckless creature, a hypochondriac, unable to do much to help himself, still less another. Byron was by no means ill-disposed, especially just now, but he was egotistic and indolent, and too capricious, as the event proved to be depended on. Trelawney's fresh, vigorous personality, his bright originality and rugged independence, and his unbounded admiration for Shelley made him wonderfully reviving to Mary. He had the effect on her of a gust of fresh air in a close, crowded room. He was unconventional and outspoken, and by no means always complimentary, but he had a just appreciation of Mary's real mental and moral superiority to the people around her, and a frank liking for herself. Their friendship was to extend over many years, during which Mary had ample opportunity of repaying the debt of obligation she always felt she owed him for his kindness to her and Mrs. Williams at the time of their great misery. The letters which follow were among the earliest of a long and varied correspondence. Mary Shelley to Trelawney, November 1822. My dear Trelawney, I called on you yesterday, but was too late for you. I was much pained to see you out of spirits the other night. I can in no way make you better, I fear, but I should be glad to see you. Will you dine with me Monday after your ride? If Hunt rides, as he threatens, with Lord Byron, he will also dine late and make one of our party. Remember, you will also do Hunt good by this, who pines in this solitude. You say that I know so little of the world that I am afraid I may be mistaken in imagining that you have a friendship for me, especially after what you said of Jane the other night. But besides the many other causes I have to esteem you, I can never remember without the liveliest gratitude all you said that night of agony when you returned to Lerici. Your praises of my lost Shelley were the only balm I could endure, and he always joined with me in liking you from the first moment we saw you. Adieu. Your attached friend, M.W.S. Have you got my books on shore from the Bolivar? If you have, pray let me have them, for many are odd volumes, and I wish to see if they are too much destroyed to rank with those I have. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley, November 1822. Dear Mary, I will gladly dine on Monday with you. As to melancholy, I refer you to the good Antonio in Shylock. Alas, I know now why I am so sad. It is time, I think. You are not so learned in human dealings as Iago, but you cannot so sadly err as to doubt the extent or truth of my friendship. As to gain esteem, I do not think it a word applicable to such a lawless character. Ruled by impulse, not by reason, I am satisfied you should like me upon my own terms, impulse. As to gratitude for uttering my thoughts of him I so loved and admired, it was a tribute that all who knew him have paid to his memory. But weeping never could restore the dead, and if it could, hope would prevent our tears. You may remember I always in preference selected as my companion Edward, not Jane, and that I always dissented from your general voice of her being perfection. I am still of the same opinion, nothing more. But I have, and ever shall feel deeply interested, and would do much to serve her, and if thinking on those trifles which diminish her lustre in my eyes makes me flag, Edward's memory and my perfect friendship for him is sufficient excitement to spur me on to anything. It is impossible to dislike Jane, but to have an unqualified liking such as I had for Edward, no, no, no. Talking of gratitude, I really am and ought to be so to you, for bearing on untired with my spleen, humours, and violence. It is a proof of real liking, particularly as you are not of the sect who profess or practice meekness, humility, and patience in common. T. Mary had not as yet been successful in getting possession of the half-finished portrait of Shelley. Her letters had followed Miss Curran to Paris, whence, in October, a reply at last arrived. "I am sorry," Miss Curran wrote. "I am not at Rome to execute your melancholy commission. I mean to return in spring, but it may then be too late. I am sure Mr. Brunelli would be happy to oblige you or me, but you may have left Pisa before this, so I know not what to propose. Your picture and Claire's I left with him to give you when you should be at Rome, as I expected, before you returned to England. The one you now write for I thought was not to be inquired for. It was so ill done, and I was on the point of burning it with others before I left Italy. I luckily saved it just as the fire was scorching, and it is packed up with my other pictures at Rome. And I have not yet decided where they can be sent to, as there are serious difficulties in the way I had not adverted to. I am very sorry indeed, dear Mary, but you shall have it as soon as I possibly can." This was the early history of that portrait, which was recovered a year or two later, and which has passed, and passes still, for Shelley's likeness, and which, bad or good, is the only authentic one in existence. Mary now began to feel it a matter of duty as well as of expediency to resume literary work, but she found it hard at first. "I am quite well, but very nervous," she wrote to Mrs. Gisborne. "My excessive nervousness, how new a disorder for me, my illness in the summer is the foundation of it, is the cause I do not write." She made a beginning with an article for the Liberal. Shelley's Defense of Poetry was also to be published in the forthcoming number, and the manuscript of this had to be got from England. She had reason to believe, too, that Ollier, the publisher, had in his keeping other manuscripts of Shelley's, and she was restlessly desirous to get possession of all these, feeling convinced that among them there was nothing perfect, nothing ready for publication exactly as it stood. In her over-anxiety she wrote to several people on the subject, thereby incurring the censure of her father, whom she had also consulted about her literary plans. His criticisms on his daughter's style were not unsound. She had not been trained in a school of terseness, and like many young authors, she was apt to err on the side of length, and not to see that she did so. End of Chapter 18, Part 2. Chapter 18, Part 3 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Part 3. Godwin to Mary. Number 195 Strand, 15th of November, 1822. My dear Mary, I have devoted the last 2 days to the seeing everybody and interview with whom would best enable me to write you a satisfactory letter. Yesterday I saw Hogg and Mrs. Williams, and today Peacock and Hanson, Jr. From Hogg I had, among other things, to learn Mrs. Williams' address, for, owing to your neglect, she had been a fortnight in London before I knew of her arrival. She appeared to be in better health and better spirits than I expected. She did not drop one tear. Occasionally she smiled. She is a picturesque little woman, and as far as I could judge from one interview, I like her. Peacock has got all year's promise to deliver all Shelley's manuscripts, and as earnest he has received Peter Bell and a curse on L.E., which he holds at your disposal. By the way, you should never give one commission but to one person. You commissioned me to recover these manuscripts from Allier. You commissioned Peacock, and I believe Mrs. Gisborne. This puts us all in an awkward situation. I heard of Peacock's applying just in time to prevent me from looking like a fool. Peacock says he cannot make up a parcel for you till he has been a second time to Marlow on the question, which cannot be until about Christmas. He appears to me not lukewarm, but assiduous. Mrs. Williams told me she should write to you by this day's post. She had been inquiring in vain for Miss Curran's address. You should have referred her to me for it, but you referred her to me for nothing. This, by the way, is another instance of your giving one commission to more than one person. You gave the commission about Miss Curran to Mrs. Williams and to me. I received your letter, enclosing one to Miss Curran, 21st of October, which I immediately forwarded to her by a safe hand through her brother. You have probably heard from her by this time. She is in Paris. I have a plan upon the house of Longman respecting Castruccio, but that depends upon coincidences, and I must have patience. You ask my opinion of your literary plans. If you expect any price, you must think of something new. Manfred is a subject that nobody interests himself about. The interest, therefore, must be made, and no bookseller understands anything about that contingency. A book about Italy as it is, written with any talent, would be sure to sell. But I am afraid you know very little about the present race of Italians. As to my own affairs, nothing is determined. I expected something material to have happened this week, but as yet I have heard nothing. If the subscription fills, I shall perhaps be safe. If not, I shall be driven to sea on a plank. Perhaps it may be of some use to you if I give you my opinion of Castruccio. I think there are parts of high genius, and that your two females are exceedingly interesting. But I am not satisfied. Frankenstein was a fine thing. It was compressed, muscular, and firm. Nothing relaxed and weak, no proud flesh. Castruccio is a work of more genius, but it appears in reading that the first rule you prescribed to yourself was, I will let it be long. It contains the quantity of 4 volumes of Waverley. No hard blow was ever hit with a woolsack. Mamma desires me to remember her to you in the kindest manner, and to say that she feels a deep interest in everything that concerns you. She means to take the earliest opportunity to see Mrs. Williams, both as she feels an earnest sympathy in her calamity, and as she will be likely to learn 100 particulars respecting the dispositions and prospects of yourself and Jane, which she might in vain desire to learn in any other quarter. You asked mamma for some present, a remembrance of your mother. She has reserved for you a ring of hers, with Fanny Blood's hair set round with pearls. You will, of course, rely on it that I will send you the letters you ask for by Peacock's parcel. Miss Curran's address is Hotel de Dusseldorf, Rue Petite, St. Augustine, at Paris. Believe me, ever your most affectionate father, William Godwin. My last letter was dated the 11th of October. Journal, November 10th. I have made my first probation in writing, and it has done me much good, and I get more calm. The stream begins to take to its new channel, in so much as to make me fear change. But people must know little of me who think that abstractedly I am content with my present mode of life. Activity of spirit is my sphere. But we cannot be active of mind without an object, and I have none. I am allowed to have some talent. That is sufficient, methinks, to cause my irreparable misery. For if one has genius, what a delight it is to be associated with a superior. Mine own Shelley, the sun knows of none to be likened to you. Brave, wise, noble-hearted, full of learning, tolerance, and love. Love! What a word for me to write! Yet, my miserable heart, permit me yet to love. To see him in beauty, to feel him in beauty, to be interpenetrated by the sense of his excellence, and thus to love singly, eternally, ardently, and not fruitlessly. For I am still his, still the chosen one of that blessed Spirit, still vowed to him for ever and ever. November 11th. It is better to grieve than not to grieve. Grief at least tells me that I was not always what I am now. I was once selected for happiness. Let the memory of that abide by me. You pass by an old ruined house in a desolate lane, and heed it not. But if you hear that that house is haunted by a wild and beautiful spirit, it acquires an interest and beauty of its own. I shall be glad to be more alone again. One ought to see no one or many, and confined to one's society, I shall lose all energy except that which I possess from my own resources, and I must be alone for those to be put in activity. A cold heart, Have I a cold heart? God knows. But none need envy the icy region this heart encircles. And at least the tears are hot which the emotions of this cold heart forces me to shed. A cold heart, yes, it would be cold enough, if all were as I wished it. Cold or burning in the flame for whose sake I forgive this, and would forgive every other imputation. That flame in which your heart, beloved, lay unconsumed. My heart is very full tonight. I shall write his life, and thus occupy myself in the only manner from which I can derive consolation. That will be a task that may convey some balm. What though I weep? All is better than inaction, and not forgetfulness, that never is, but an inactivity of remembrance. And you, my own boy, I am about to begin a task which, if you live, will be an invaluable treasure to you in after times. I must collect my materials, and then, in the commemoration of the divine virtues of your father, I shall fulfill the only act of pleasure there remains for me, and be ready to follow you if you leave me, my task being fulfilled. I have lived. Rapture, exultation, content, all the varied changes of enjoyment have been mine. It is all gone, but still the airy paintings of what it has gone through float by, and distance shall not dim them. If I were alone, I had already begun what I had determined to do. But I must have patience, and for those events my memory is brass, my thoughts a never-tired engraver. France, poverty, a few days of solitude and some uneasiness, a tranquil residence in a beautiful spot, Switzerland, Bath, Marlow, Milan, the baths of Lucca, Este, Venice, Rome, Naples, Rome and misery, Leghorn, Florence, Pisa, solitude, the Williams, the baths, Pisa. These are the heads of chapters, and each containing a tale romantic beyond romance. I can no longer enjoy, but I love. Death cannot deprive me of that living spark which feeds on all given it, and which is now triumphant in sorrow. I love and shall enjoy happiness again. I do not doubt that, but when? These fragments of journal give the course of her inward reflections. Her letters sometimes supply the clue to her outward life, au jour le jour. Mary Shelley to Claire Clairmont, 20th of December, 1822. My dear Claire, I have delayed writing to you so long for 2 reasons. First, I have every day expected to hear from you. And secondly, I wished to hear something decisive from England to communicate to you. But I have waited in vain for both things. You do not write, and I begin to despair of ever hearing from you again. A few words will tell you all that has been done in England. When I wrote to you last, I think that I told you that Lord Byron had written to Hanson, bidding him call upon Whitton. Hanson wrote to Whitton, desiring an interview, which Whitton declined, requesting Hanson to make his application by letter, which Hanson has done, and I know no more. This does not look like an absolute refusal, but Sir Timothy is so capricious that we cannot trust to appearances. And now the chapter about myself is finished. For what can I say of my present life? The weather is bitterly cold with a sharp wind, very unlike dear carissima Pisa. But soft airs and balmy gales are not the attributes of Genoa, which place I daily and duly join Mary Ann in detesting. There is but one fireplace in the house, and although people have been for a month putting up a stove in my room, it smokes too much to permit of its being lighted. So I am obliged to pass the greater part of my time in Hunt's sitting-room, which is, as you may guess, the annihilation of study, and even of pleasure to a great degree. For, after all, Hunt does not like me. It is both our faults, and I do not blame him, but so it is. I rise at 9, breakfast, work, read, and if I can at all endure the cold, copy my Shelley's manuscripts in my own room, and if possible walk before dinner. After that I work, read Greek, etc., till 10, when Hunt and Mary Ann go to bed. Then I am alone. Then the stream of thought, which has struggled against its argine all through the busy day, makes a piena, and sorrow and memory and imagination, despair, and hope in despair are the winds and currents that impel it. I am alone and myself. And then I begin to say, as I ever feel, how I hate life. What a mockery it is to rise, to walk, to feed, and then go to rest. And in all this a statue might do my part. One thing alone may or can awake me, and that is study. The rest is all nothing. And so it is. I am silent and serious, absorbed in my own thoughts. What am I then in this world if my spirit live not to learn and become better? That is the whole of my destiny. I look to nothing else. For I dare not look to my little darling other than as, not the sword of Damocles, that is a wrong simile, or to a wrecked seaman's plank. True, he stands, and only he, between me and the sea of eternity. But I long for that plunge. No, I fear for him pain, disappointment, all fear. You see how it is. It is near 11, and my good friends repose. This is the hour when I can think, unobtruded upon, and these thoughts, malgré moi, will stain this paper. But then, my dear Claire, I have nothing else except my nothingless self to talk about. You have doubtless heard from Jane, and I have heard from no one else. I see no one. The Guiccioli and Lord Byron once a month. Trelawney seldom, and he is on the eve of his departure for Leghorn. Mary Ann suffers during this dreadfully cold weather, but less than I should have supposed. The children are all well. So also is my Percy, poor little darling. They all scold him because he speaks loud all'Italian. People love to, nay, they seem to exist on finding fault with others. But I have no right to complain, and this unlucky stove is the sole source of all my dispicciare. If I had that, I should not tease anyone, or anyone me, or my only one. But after all, these are trifles. I have sent for another ingegnere, and I hope, before many days are elapsed, to retire as before to my hole. I have again delayed finishing this letter, waiting for letters from England, that I might not send you one so barren of all intelligence. But I have had none, and nothing new has happened except Trelawney's departure for Leghorn, so that our days are more monotonous than ever. The weather is drearily cold, and an eternal northeast whistles through every crevice. Percy, however, is far better in this cold than in summer. He is warmly clothed and gets on. Adieu. Pray write. My love to Charles. I am ashamed that I do not write to him, but I have only an old story to repeat, and this letter tells that. Affectionately yours, Mary Shelley. End of Chapter 18, Part 3. Chapter 18, Part 4 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Part 4. Journal, December 31st. So this year comes to an end. Shelley, beloved. This year has a new name from any thou knewest. When spring arrives, leaves you never saw will shadow the ground, and flowers you never beheld will star it. The grass will be of another growth, and the birds sing a new song. The aged earth dates with a new number. Sometimes I thought that fortune had relented towards us, that your health would have improved, and that fame and joy would have been yours, for when well you extracted from nature alone an endless delight. The various threads of our existence seemed to be drawing to one point, and there to assume a cheerful hue. Again, I think that your gentle spirit was too much wounded by the sharpness of this world, that your disease was incurable, and that in a happy time you became the partaker of cloudless days, ceaseless hours, and infinite love. Thy name is added to the list which makes the earth bold in her age and proud of what has been. Time, with unwearied but slow feet, guides her to the goal that thou hast reached, and I, her unhappy child, am advanced still nearer the hour when my earthly dress shall repose near thine, beneath the tomb of Cestius. It must have been at about this time that Mary wrote the sad, retrospective poem entitled The Choice. The Choice. My choice, alas, was had and gone, with the red gleam of last autumnal sun, lost in that deep wherein he bathed his head. My choice, my life, my hope together fled. A wanderer here, no more I seek a home, the sky a vault, and Italy a tomb. Yet, as some days a pilgrim I remain, linked to my orphan child by love's strong chain. And since I have a faith that I must earn, by suffering and by patience a return of that companionship and love which first upon my young life's cloud like sunlight burst, and now has left me dark as when its beams quenched in the might of dreadful ocean streams. Leave that one cloud, a gloomy speck on high, beside one star in the else darkened sky. Since I must live, how would I pass the day? How meet with fewest tears the morning's ray? How sleep with calmest dreams? How find delights? as fireflies gleam through interlunar nights. First, let me call on thee, lost as thou art. Thy name aye fills my sense, thy love my heart. O gentle spirit, thou hast often sung how fallen on evil days thy heart was wrung. Now fierce remorse and unreplying death waken a chord within my heart, whose breath, thrilling and keen, in accents audible, a tale of unrequited love doth tell. It was not anger, while thy earthly dress encompassed still thy soul's rare loveliness. All anger was atoned by many a kind caress or tear that spoke the softened mind. It speaks of cold neglect, averted eyes, that blindly crushed thy soul's fond sacrifice. My heart was all thine own, but yet a shell, closed in its core, which seemed impenetrable, till sharp-toothed misery tore the husk in twain, which gaping lies nor may unite again. Forgive me. Let thy love descend in dew of soft repentance and regret most true. In a strange guise thou dost descend, or how could love soothe fell remorse as it does now? By this remorse and love, and by the years through which we shared our common hopes and fears, by all our best companionship I dare call on thy sacred name without a fear. And thus I pray to thee, my friend, my heart, that in thy new abode thou'lt bear a part in soothing thy poor Mary's lonely pain, as link by link she weaves her heavy chain. And thou, strange star, ascendant at my birth, which rained, they said, kind influence on the earth, so from great parents sprung I dared to boast. Fortune, my friend, till set, thy beams were lost. And thou, inscrutable, by whose decree has burst this hideous storm of misery, here let me cling, here to the solitudes, these myrtle-shaded streams and chestnut woods. Tear me not hence. Here let me live and die, in my adopted land, my country, Italy. A happy mother first I saw this sun. Beneath this sky my race of joy was run. First my sweet girl, whose face resembled his, slept on bleak Lido near Venetian seas. Yet still my eldest born, my loveliest, dearest, clung to my side, most joyful then when nearest. An English home had given this angel birth, near those royal towers where the grass-clad earth is shadowed o'er by England's loftiest trees. Then our companion o'er the swift-past seas, he dwelt beside the Alps, or gently slept, rocked by the waves o'er which our vessel swept. Beside his father, nursed upon my breast, while Leman's waters shook with fierce unrest. His fairest limbs had bathed in Circeo's stream, his eyes had watched Italian lightning's gleam. His childish voice had with its loudest call the echoes waked ofEste's castle wall, had paced Pompeii's Roman market-place, had gazed with infant wonder on the grace of stone-wrought deities and pictured saints. In Rome's high palaces there were no taints of ruin on his cheek. All shadowless, grim death approached, the boy met his caress. And while his glowing limbs with life's warmth shone, around those limbs his icy arms were thrown. His spoils were strewed beneath the soil of Rome, whose flowers now star the dark earth near his tomb. Its airs and plants received the mortal part, his spirit beats within his mother's heart. Infant immortal, chosen for the sky, no grief upon thy brow's young purity, entrenched sad lines, or blotted with its might the sunshine of thy smile's celestial light. The image shattered, the bright spirit fled, thou shinest the evening star among the dead. And thou, his playmate, whose deep lucid eyes were a reflection of these bluest skies. Child of our hearts, divided in ill hour, we could not watch the bud's expanding flower. Now thou art gone, one guileless victim more to the black death that rules this sunny shore. Companion of my griefs, thy sinking frame had often drooped, and then erect again, with shows of health had mocked forebodings dark, watching the changes of that quivering spark. I feared and hoped, and dared to trust at length thy very weakness was my tower of strength. Methought thou wert a spirit from the sky, which struggled with its chains but could not die, and that destruction had no power to win from out those limbs the soul that burnt within. Tell me, ye ancient walls and weed-grown towers, ye Roman airs and brightly painted flowers, does not his spirit visit that recess, which built of love enshrines his earthly dress? No more, no more, what though that form be fled, my trembling hand shall never write thee dead. Thou livest in nature, love my memory, with deathless faith, for I adoring thee, the wife of time no more, I wed eternity. 'Tis thus the past, on which my spirit leans, makes dearest to my soul Italian scenes. In Tuscan fields the winds in odors steeped, from flowers and cypresses when skies have wept, shall, like the notes of music once most dear, which brings the unstrung voice upon my ear, of one beloved, to memory display past scenes, past hopes, past joys in long array. Pugnano's trees, beneath whose shade he stood, the pools reflecting Pisa's old pine wood, the fireflies' beams, the Azziola's cry, all breathe his spirit which can never die. Such memories have linked these hills and caves, these woodland paths and streams and knelling waves, passed to each sad pulsation of my breast, and made their melancholy arms the haven of my rest. Here will I live, within a little dell, which but a month ago I saw full well. A dream then pictured forth the solitude, deep in the shelter of a lovely wood. A voice then whispered a strange prophecy, my dearest widowed friend, that thou and I should there together pass the weary day, as we before have done in Spezia's bay. As though long hours we watched the sails that neared, o'er the far sea their vessel near appeared. One pang of agony, one dying gleam of hope led us along beside the ocean stream. But keen-eyed fear the while all hope departs, stabbed with a million stings our heart of hearts. The sad revolving year has not allayed the poison of these bleeding wounds, or made the anguish less of that corroding thought, which has with grief each single moment fraught. Edward, thy voice was hushed, thy noble heart with aspiration heaves no more apart. Of heaven resumed, past thou art become, thy spirit waits with his in our far home. End of chapter 18, part 4. Chapter 18, part 5 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, part 5. Trelawney had departed for Leghorn and his favourite Maremma, en route for Rome, where, by his untiring zeal for the fit interment of Shelley's ashes, he once more earned Mary's undying gratitude. The ashes, which had been temporarily consigned to the care of Mr. Freeborn, British consul at Rome, had, before Trelawney arrived, been buried in the Protestant cemetery. The grave was amidst a cluster of others. In a niche, formed by two buttresses, in the old Roman wall, immediately under an ancient pyramid, said to be the tomb of Caius Cestius, Trelawney, having purchased the recess, built two tombs. In one of these the box containing Shelley's ashes was deposited, and all was covered over with solid stone. The details of the transaction, which extended over several months, are supplied in his letters. Trelawney to Mary Shelley, Piombino, 7th and 11th of January, 1823. Thus far into the bowels of the land have we marched on without impediment. Dear Mary Shelley, pardon my tardiness in writing, which from day to day I have postponed, having no other cause to plead than idleness. On my arrival at Leghorn, I called on Grant, and was much grieved to find our fears well founded, to wit, that nothing definitely had been done. Grant had not heard from his correspondent at Rome after his first statement of the difficulties. The same letter that was enclosed me and read by you, he, Grant, had written, but not received a reply. I then requested Grant to write and say that I would be at Rome in a month or 5 weeks, and if I found the impediments insurmountable, I would resume possession of the ashes, if on the contrary, to personally fulfill your wishes, and in the meantime to deposit them secure from molestation, so that, without Grant writes to me, I shall say nothing more till I am at Rome, which will be in early February. In the meantime, Roberts and myself are sailing along the coast, shooting and visiting the numerous islands in our track. We have been here some days, living at the miserable hut of a cattle dealer on the marshes, near this wretched town, well situated for sporting. Tomorrow we cross over to Elba, thence to Corsica, and so return along the Maremma, up the Tiber in the boat to Rome. I like this Maremma. It is lonely and desolate, thinly populated, particularly after Genoa, where human brutes are so abundant that the air is dense with their garlic breath. and it is impossible to fly the nuisance. Here there is solitude enough. There are less of the human form here in midday than at Genoa midnight. Besides, this vagabond life has restored my health. Next year I will get a tent and spend my winter in these marshes. Dear Mary, of all those that I know of, or you have told me of as connected with you, there is not one now living has so tender a friendship for you as I have. I have the far greater claims on you, and I shall consider it as a breach of friendship should you employ anyone else in services that I can execute. My purse, my person, my extremest means lie all unlocked to your occasion. I hope you know my heart so well as to make all professions needless. To serve you will ever be the greatest pleasure I can experience, and nothing could interrupt the almost unmingled pleasure I have received from our first meeting but you concealing your difficulties or wishes from me. With kindest remembrances to my good friends the Hunts, to whom I am sincerely attached, and love and salam to Lord Byron, I am your very sincere Edward Trelawney. Indeed, I do believe, my dear Trelawney, wrote Mary in reply on the 30th of January, 1823, that you are the best friend I have, and most truly would I rather apply to you in any difficulty than to anyone else, for I know your heart and rely on it. At present I am very well off, having still a considerable residue of the money I brought with me from Pisa, and besides I have received 33 pounds from the Liberal. Part of this I have been obliged to send to Clare. You will be sorry to hear that the last account she has sent of herself is that she has been seriously ill. The cold of Vienna has doubtless contributed to this, as it is even a dangerous aggravation of her old complaint. I wait anxiously to hear from her. I sent her 15 Napoleons, and shall send more if necessary and if I can. Lord B. continues kind. He has made frequent offers of money. I do not want it, as you see. Journal, February 2nd. On the 21st of January, those rites were fulfilled. Shelley, my own beloved, you rest beneath the blue sky of Rome. In that, at least, I am satisfied. What matters it that they cannot find the grave of my William? That spot is sanctified by the presence of his pure earthly vesture, and that is sufficient. At least it must be. I am too truly miserable to dwell on what at another time might have made me unhappy. He is beneath the tomb of Cestius. I see the spot. February 3rd. A storm has come across me. A slight circumstance has disturbed the deceitful calm of which I boasted. I thought I heard my Shelley call me. Not my Shelley in heaven, but my Shelley, my companion in my daily tasks. I was reading. I heard a voice say, "Mary." It is Shelley, I thought. The revulsion was of agony. Never more. Mrs. Shelley's affairs now assumed an aspect which made her foresee the ultimate advisability, if not necessity, of returning to England. Sir Timothy Shelley had declined giving any answer to the application made to him for an allowance for his son's widow and child. and Lord Byron, as Shelley's executor, had written to him directly for a decisive answer, which he obtained. Sir Timothy Shelley to Lord Byron. Field Place, 6th of February, 1823. My Lord, I have received your lordship's letter, and my solicitor, Mr. Whitton, has this day shown me copies of certificates of the marriage of Mrs. Shelley and of the baptism of her little boy, and also a short abstract of my son's will, as the same have been handed to him by Mr. Hanson. The mind of my son was withdrawn from me and my immediate family by unworthy and interested individuals when he was about 19, and after a while he was led into a new society and forsook his first associates. In this new society he forgot every feeling of duty and respect to me and to Lady Shelley. Mrs. Shelley was, I have been told, the intimate friend of my son in the lifetime of his first wife, and to the time of her death, and, in no small degree, as I suspect, estranged my son's mind from his family and all his first duties in life. With that impression on my mind, I cannot agree with your lordship that though my son was unfortunate, Mrs. Shelley is innocent. On the contrary, I think that her conduct was the very reverse of what it ought to have been, and I must therefore decline all interference in matters in which Mrs. Shelley is interested. As to the child, I am inclined to afford the means of a suitable protection and care of him in this country, if he shall be placed with a person I shall approve. But your lordship will allow me to say that the means I can furnish will be limited, as I have important duties to perform towards others which I cannot forget. I have thus plainly told your lordship my determination, in the hope that I may be spared from all further correspondence on a subject so distressing to me and my family. With respect to the will and certificates, I have no observation to make. I have left them with Mr. Whitton, and if anything is necessary to be done with them on my part, he will, I am sure, do it. I have the honour, my lord, to be your lordship's most obedient, humble servant, T. Shelley. Granting the point of view from which it was written, this letter, though hard, was not unnatural. The author of Adonis was to Sir Timothy a common reprobate, a prodigal who, having gone into a far country, would have devoured his father's living, could he have got it, with harlots, but who had come there to well-deserved grief, and for whose widow even husks were too good. To any possible coloring or modification of this view he had resolutely shut his eyes and ears. No modification of his conclusions was therefore to be looked for. But neither could it be expected that his point of view should be intelligible to Mary, nor did it commend itself to Godwin. It would have been as little for his daughter's interest as for her happiness to surrender the custody of her child. Mary Shelley to Lord Byron. My dear Lord Byron, it appears to me that the mode in which Sir Timothy Shelley expresses himself about my child plainly shows by what mean principles he would be actuated. He does not offer him an asylum in his own house, but a beggarly provision under the care of a stranger. Setting aside that, I would not part with him. Something is due to me. I should not live 10 days separated from him. If it were necessary for me to die for his benefit, the sacrifice would be easy. But his delicate frame requires all a mother's solicitude. Nor shall he be deprived of my anxious love and assiduous attention to his happiness while I have it in my power to bestow it on him. Not to mention that his future respect for his excellent father and his moral well-being greatly depend upon his being away from the immediate influence of his relations. This, perhaps, you will think nonsense, and it is inconceivably painful to me to discuss a point which appears to me as clear as noonday. Besides, I lose all honorable station and name, when I admit that I am not a fitting person to take charge of my infant. The insult is keen, the pretense of heaping it upon me too gross. The advantage to them, if the will came to be contested, would be too immense. As a matter of feeling, I would never consent to it. I am said to have a cold heart. There are feelings, however, so strongly implanted in my nature that to root them out, life will go with it. Most truly yours, Mary Shelley. Godwin to Mrs. Shelley, Strand, 14th of February, 1823. My dear Mary, I have this moment received a copy of Sir Timothy Shelley's letter to Lord Byron, dated the 6th of February, and which, therefore, you will have seen long before this reaches you. You will easily imagine how anxious I am to hear from you, and to know the state of your feelings under this, which seems like the last blow of fate. I need not, of course, attempt to assist your judgment upon the proposition of taking the child from you. I am sure your feelings would never allow you to entertain such a proposition. I requested you to let Lord Byron's letter to Sir Timothy Shelley pass through my hands, and you did so. But to my great mortification it reached me sealed with his lordship's arms, so that I remained wholly ignorant of its contents. If you could send me a copy, I should be then much better acquainted with your present situation. Your novel is now fully printed and ready for publication. I have taken great liberties with it, and I fear your amour propre will be proportionately shocked. I need not tell you that all the merit of the book is exclusively your own. Beatrice is the jewel of the book, but not that I greatly admire euthanasia, and I think the characters of Peppy, Binda, and the witch decisive efforts of original genius. I am promised a character of the work in the Morning Chronicle and the Herald, and was in hopes to have sent you the one or the other by this time. I also sent a copy of the book to the Examiner for the same purpose. End of Chapter 18, Part 5. Chapter 18, Part 6 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Part 6. Tuesday, 18th of February. Do not, I entreat you, be cast down about your worldly circumstances. You certainly contain within yourself the means of your subsistence, Your talents are truly extraordinary. Frankenstein is universally known, and though it can never be a book for vulgar reading, is everywhere respected. It is the most wonderful work to have been written at 20 years of age that I ever heard of. You are now 25, and most fortunately you have pursued a course of reading and cultivated your mind in a manner the most admirably adapted to make you a great and successful author. If you cannot be independent, who should be? Your talents, as far as I can at present discern, are turned for the writing of fictitious adventures. If it shall ever happen to you to be placed in sudden and urgent want of a small sum, I entreat you to let me know immediately. We must see what I can do. We must help one another. Your affectionate father, William Godwin. Mary felt the truth of what her father said, but wounded and embittered as she was, she had little heart for framing plans. Journal, February 24th. Evils throng around me, my beloved, and I have indeed lost all in losing thee. Were it not for my child, this would be rather a soothing reflection, and if starvation were my fate, I should fulfill that fate without a sigh. But our child demands all my care now that you have left us. I must be all to him. The father death has deprived him of. The relations the bad world permits him not to have. What is yet in store for me? Am I to close the eyes of our boy and then join you? The last weeks have been spent in quiet. Study could not give repose to, but somewhat regulated my thoughts. I said, I lead an innocent life, and it may become a useful one. I have talent, I will improve that talent. And if while meditating on the wisdom of ages and storing my mind with all that has been recorded of it, any new light bursts upon me, or any discovery occurs that may be useful to my fellows, then the balm of utility may be added to innocence. What is it that moves up and down in my soul, and makes me feel as if my intellect could master all but my fate? I fear it is only youthful ardor, the yet untamed spirit which, wholly withdrawn from the hopes and almost from the affections of life, indulges itself in the only walk free to it, and mental exertion being all my thought except regret, would make me place my hopes in that. I am indeed become a recluse in thought and act, and my mind, turned heavenward, would, but for my only tie, lose all commune with what is around me. If I be proud, yet it is with humility that I am so. I am not vain. My heart shakes with its suppressed emotions, and I flag beneath the thoughts that oppress me. Each day, as I have taken my solitary walk, I have felt myself exalted with the idea of occupation, improvement, knowledge, and peace. Looking back to my life as a delicious dream, I steeled myself as well as I could against such severe regrets as should overthrow my calmness. Once or twice, pausing in my walk, I have exclaimed in despair, "Is it even so?" Yet, for the most part resigned, I was occupied by reflection on those ideas you, my beloved, planted in my mind, and meditated on our nature, our source, and our destination. Today, Melancholy would invade me, and I thought the peace I enjoyed was transient. Then that letter came to place its seal upon my prognostications. Yet it was not the refusal or the insult heaped upon me that stung me to tears. It was their bitter words about our boy. Why, I live only to keep him from their hands. How dared they dream that I held him not far more precious than all, save the hope of again seeing you, my lost one? But for his smiles, where should I be now? Stars that shine unclouded, ye cannot tell me what will be, yet I can tell you apart. I may have misgivings, weaknesses, and momentary lapses into unworthy despondency, but save in devotion towards my boy, Fortune has emptied her quiver, and to all her future shafts I oppose courage, hopelessness of aught on this side, with a firm trust in what is beyond the grave. Visit me in my dreams tonight, my beloved Shelley. Kind, loving, excellent as thou wert, and the event of this day shall be forgotten. March 19th. As I have until now recurred to this book to discharge into it the overflowings of a mind too full of the bitterest waters of life, so will I tonight, now that I am calm, put down some of my milder reveries, that when I turn it over I may not only find a record of the most painful thoughts that ever filled a human heart, even to distraction. I am beginning seriously to educate myself, and in another place I have marked the scope of this somewhat tardy education, intellectually considered. In a moral point of view, this education is of some years' standing, and it only now takes the form of seeking its food in books. I have long accustomed myself to the study of my own heart, and have sought and found in its recesses that which cannot embody itself in words, hardly in feelings. I have found strength in the conception of its faculties, much native force in the understanding of them, and what appears to me not a contemptible penetration in the subtle divisions of good and evil. But I have found less strength of self-support, of resistance to what is vulgarly called temptation. Yet I think also that I have found true humility, for surely no one can be less presumptuous than I, an ardent love for the immutable laws of right, much native goodness of emotion, and purity of thought. Enough if every day I gain a profounder knowledge of my defects, and a more certain method of turning them to a good direction. Study has become to me more necessary than the air I breathe. In the questioning and searching turn it gives to my thoughts, I find some relief to wild reverie. In the self-satisfaction I feel in commanding myself, I find present solace. In the hope that thence arises, that I may become more worthy of my Shelley, I find a consolation that even makes me less wretched than in my most wretched moments. March 30th. I have now finished part of the Odyssey. I mark this. I cannot write. Day after day I suffer the most tremendous agitation. I cannot write or read or think. Whether it be the anxiety for letters that shakes a frame not so strong as hitherto, whether it be my annoyances here, whether it be my regrets, my sorrow and despair, or all these, I know not, but I am a wreck. A letter from Trelawney gladdened her heart. It said, "I must confess I am to blame in not having sooner written, particularly as I have received 2 letters from you here. Nothing particular has happened to me since our parting but a desperate assault of Marema fever, which had nearly reunited me to my friends, or, as Iago says, removed me. On my arrival here, my first object was to see the grave of the noble Shelley, and I was most indignant at finding him confusedly mingled in a heap with 5 or 6 common vagabonds. I instantly set about removing this gross neglect, and selecting the only interesting spot. I enclosed it apart from all possibility of sacrilegious intrusion, and removed his ashes to it, placed a stone over it, am now planting it, and have ordered a granite to be prepared for myself, which I shall place in this beautiful recess, of which the enclosed is a drawing I took. For when I am dead, I have none to do me this service, so shall at least give one instance in my life of proficiency." In reply, Mary wrote informing him of her change of plan, and begging for all minute details about the tomb which she was not likely now to see. Trelawney was expecting soon to rejoin Byron at Genoa, but he wrote at once. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley, Rome, 27th of April, 1823. Dear Mary, I should have sooner replied to your last, but that I concluded you must have seen Roberts, who is, or ought to be, at Genoa. He will tell you that the ashes are buried in the new enclosed Protestant burying ground, which is protected by a wall and gates from every possible molestation, and that the ashes are so placed apart, and yet in the centre and most conspicuous spot of the burying ground. I have just planted 6 young cypresses and 4 laurels in front of the recess you see by the drawing is formed by 2 projecting parts of the old ruin. My own stone, a plain slab till I can decide on some fitting inscription, is placed on the left hand. I have likewise dug my grave, so that when I die, there is only to lift up my coverlet and roll me into it. You may lie on the other side if you like. It is a lovely spot. The only inscription on Shelley's stone, besides the Cor Codium of Hunt, are the lines I have added from Shakespeare. Nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. This quotation, by its double meaning, alludes both to the manner of his death and his genius, and I think the element on which his soul took wing, and the subtle essence of his being mingled, may still retain him in some other shape. The waters may keep the dead, as the earth may, and fire and air. His passionate fondness might have been from some secret sympathy in their natures. Thence the fascination which so forcibly attracted him, without fear or caution, to trust an element almost all others hold in superstitious dread, and venture as cautiously on as they would in a lair of lions. I have just compiled an epitaph for Keats, and sent it to Severn, who likes it much better than the one he had designed. He had already designed a lyre with only 2 of the strings strung, as indicating the unaccomplished maturity and ripening of his genius. He had intended a long inscription about his death having been caused by the neglect of his countrymen, and that, as a mark of his displeasure, he said thus and then. What I wished to substitute is simply this: here lies the spoils of a young English poet, whose master hand is cold, whose silver lyre unstrung, and by whose desire is inscribed that his name was writ in water. The line quoted, you remember, is in Shelley Adonis, and the last Keats desired might be engraved on his tomb. Ask Hunt if he thinks it will do, and to think of something to put on my antedated grave. I am very anxious to hear how Mary Ann is getting on, and Hunt. You never mention a word of them, or the Liberal. I have been delayed here longer than I had intended, from want of money, having lent and given it away thoughtlessly. However, old Dunn has sent me a supply, so I shall go on to Florence on Monday. I will assuredly see you before you go, and if my exchequer is not exhausted, go part of the way with you. However, I will write further on this topic at Florence. Do not go to England to encounter poverty and bitter retrospections. Stay in Italy. I will most gladly share my income with you, and if under the same circumstances you would do the same by me, why then you will not hesitate to accept it. I know of nothing would give me half so much pleasure. As you say, in a few years we shall both be better off. Commend me to Mary Ann and Hunt, and believe me, yours affectionately, E. Trelawney. Poste restante a Genes. You need not tell me that all your thoughts are concentrated on the memory of your loss, for I have observed it with great regret and some astonishment. You tell me nothing in your letters of how the Liberal is getting on. Why do you not send me a number? How many have come out? Does Hunt stay at Genoa this summer, and what does Lord Byron determine on? I am told the Bolivar is lent to someone and at sea. Where is Jane? And is Mrs. Hunt likely to recover? I shall certainly go on to Switzerland if I can raise the wind. End of Chapter 18, Part 6. Chapter 18, Part 7 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Part 7. Mary Shelley to Trelawney, 10th of May, 1823. My dear Trelawney, you appear to have fulfilled my entire wish in all you have done at Rome. Do you remember the day you made that quotation from Shakespeare in our living room at Pisa? Mine own Shelley was delighted with it, and thus it has for me a pleasing association. Some time hence I may visit the spot which, of all others, I desire most to see. It is not on my own account, my excellent friend, that I go to England. I believe that my child's interests will be best consulted by my return to that country. Desiring solitude and my books only, together with the consciousness that I have one or two friends who, although absent, still think of me with affection, England, of course, holds out no inviting prospect to me. But I am sure to be rewarded in doing or suffering for my little darling, so I am resigned to this last act, which seems to snap the sole link which bound the present to the past, and to tear aside the veil which I have endeavored to draw over the desolations of my situation. Your kindness I shall treasure up to comfort me in future ill. I shall repeat to myself, I have such a friend, and endeavor to deserve it. Do you go to Greece? Lord Byron continues in the same mind. The G blank is an obstacle, and certainly her situation is rather a difficult one. But he does not seem disposed to make a mountain of her resistance, and he is far more able to take a decided than a petty step in contradiction to the wishes of those about him. If you do go, it may hasten your return hither. I remain until Mrs. Hunt's confinement is over. Had it not been for that, the fear of a hot journey would have caused me to go in this month. But my desire to be useful to her, and my anxiety concerning the event of so momentous a crisis, has induced me to stay. You may think with what awe and terror I look forward to the decisive moment, but I hope for the best. She is as well, perhaps better, than we could in any way expect. I had no opportunity to send you a second number of the Liberal. We only received it a short time ago, and then you were on the wing. The third number has come out, and we had a copy by post. It has little in it we expected, but it is an amusing number, and L.B. is better pleased with it than any other. I trust that I shall see you soon, and then I shall hear all your news. I shall see you, but it will be for so short a time. I fear even that you will not go to Switzerland. But these things I must not dwell upon, partings and separations, when there is no circumstance to lessen any pang. I must brace my mind, not enervate it, for I know I shall have much to endure. I asked Hunt's opinion about your epitaph for Keats. He said that the line from Adonis, though beautiful in itself, might be applied to any poet, in whatever circumstances or whatever age that died, and that to be in accord with the two-stringed lyre, you ought to select one that alluded to his youth and immature genius. A line to this effect you might find in Adonis. Among the fragments of my lost Shelley, I found the following poetical commentary on the words of Keats. Not that I recommend it for the epitaph, but it may please you to see it. Here lieth one, whose name was writ in water, but ere the breath that could erase it blew. Death in remorse for that fell slaughter, death, the immortalizing winter, flew athwart the stream, and time's mouthless torrent grew, a scroll of crystal emblazoning the name of Adonis. I have not heard from Jane lately. She was well when she last wrote, but annoyed by various circumstances, and impatient of her lengthened stay in England. How earnestly do I hope that Edward's brother will soon arrive, and show himself worthy of his affinity to the noble and unequalled creature she has lost, by protecting one to whom protection is so necessary, and shielding her from some of the ills to which she is exposed. Adieu, my dear Trelawney. Continue to think kindly of me, and trust in my unalterable friendship. Mary Shelley. Albaro, 10th of May. On his journey to Genoa, Trelawney stayed a night at Ledici, and paid a last visit to the Villa Magni. There, sleeping still on the mud floor, its mast and oars broken, was Shelley's little skiff, the boat on the Serchio. he mounted the stairs, or rather ladder, into the dining room. As I surveyed its splotchy walls, broken floor, cracked ceiling, and poverty-struck appearance, while I noted the loneliness of the situation, and remembered the fury of the waves in that blowing weather lashed its walls, I did not marvel at Mrs. Shelley's and Mrs. Williams' groans on first entering it, nor that it had required all Ned Williams' persuasive powers to induce them to stop there. But these things were all far away in the past. As music and splendor survive not the lamp and the lute, the heart's echoes render no song when the spirit is mute. No song but sad dirges, like the wind through a ruined cell, or the mournful surges that ring the dead seaman's knell. At Genoa, he found the pilgrim in a state of supreme indecision. He had left him discontented when he departed in December. The new magazine was not a success. Byron had expected that other literary and journalistic advantages, leading to fame and power, would accrue to him from the coalition with Leigh Hunt and Shelley. But in this he was disappointed, and he was left to bear the responsibility of the partnership alone. The death of Shelley and the failure of the Liberal irritated Byron, writes Trelawney. The cuckoo note, "I told you so," sung by his friends, and the loud crowing of enemies by no means allayed his ill humor. In this frame of mind, he was continually planning how to extricate himself. His plea for hoarding was that he might have a good round tangible sum of current coin to aid him in any emergency. He exhausted himself in planning, projecting, beginning, wishing, intending, postponing, regretting, and doing nothing. The unready are fertile in excuses, and his were inexhaustible. Since that time he had been flattered and persuaded into joining the Greek Committee, formed in London to aid the Greeks in their war of independence. Byron's name and great popularity would be a tower of strength to them. Their proposals came to him at a right moment, when he was dissatisfied with himself and his position. He hesitated for months before committing himself, and finally summoned Trelawney in peremptory terms to come to him and go with him. 15th of June, 1823. My dear T., you must have heard that I am going to Greece. Why do you not come to me? I want your aid, and am extremely anxious to see you. They all say I can be of use in Greece. I do not know how, nor do they, but at all events let us go. Yours, etc., truly, N. Byron. And always ready for adventure, the pirate came. Before his arrival, Mary's journey had been decided on. Mrs. Hunt's confinement was over. She and the infant had both done well, and she was now in a fair way to live in tolerable health for many years longer. Want of funds was now the chief obstacle in Mary's way, but Byron was no longer ready, as he had been, with offers of help. Changeable as the wind, and utterly unable to put himself in another person's place, he, without absolutely declining to fulfill his promises, made so many words about it, and treated the matter as so great a favor on his own part, that Mary at last declined his assistance, although it obliged her to take advantage of Trelawney's often repeated offers of help, which she would not rather have accepted, as he was poor, while Byron was rich. The whole story unfolds itself in the 3 ensuing letters. Mary Shelley to Jane Williams, Albaro, near Genoa, July 1823. I write to you in preference to my father, because you, to a great degree, understand the person I have to deal with, and in communicating what I say concerning him, you can, viva voce, add such comments as will render my relation more intelligible. The day after Mary Ann's confinement, the 9th of June, seeing all went on so prosperously, I told Lord Byron that I was ready to go, and he promised to provide means. When I talked of going post, it was because he said that I should go so, at the same time declaring that he would regulate all himself. I waited in vain for these arrangements. But not to make a long story, since I hope soon to be able to relate the details, he chose to transact our negotiation through Hunt, and gave such an air of unwillingness and sense of the obligation he conferred, as at last provoked Hunt to say that there was no obligation, since he owed me £1,000. Glad of a quarrel, straight I clapped the door. Still keeping up an appearance of amity with Hunt, he has written notes and letters so full of contempt against me and my lost Shelley that I could stand it no longer, and have refused to receive his still proffered aid for my journey. This, of course, delays me. I can muster about £30 of my own. I do not know whether this is barely sufficient, but as the delicate constitution of my child may oblige me to rest several times on the journey, I cannot persuade myself to commence my journey with what is barely necessary. I have written, therefore, to Trelawney for the sum requisite, and must wait till I hear from him. I see you, my poor girl, sigh over these mischances, but never mind, I do not feel them. My life is a shifting scene, and my business is to play the part allotted for each day well. And not liking to think of tomorrow, I never think of it at all, except in an intellectual way. And as to money difficulties, why, having nothing, I can lose nothing. Thus, as far as regards what are called worldly concerns, I am perfectly tranquil, and as free, or freer from care, as if my signature should be able to draw £1,000 from some banker. The extravagance and anger of Lord Byron's letters also relieve me from all pain that his dereliction might occasion me, and that his conscience twinges him is too visible from his impatient kicks and unmannerly curvets. You would laugh at his last letter to Hunt, when he says concerning his connection with Shelley that he let himself down to the level of the Democrats. In the meantime, Hunt is all kindness, consideration, and friendship. All feeling of alienation towards me has disappeared even to its last dregs. He perfectly approves of what I have done. So I am still in Italy, and I doubt not but that its sun and vivifying geniality relieve me from those biting cares which would be mine in England, I fear, if I were destitute there. But I feel above the mark of fortune, and my heart too much wounded to feel these pricks on all occasions that do not regard its affections. Se arma di se, e d'intero diamante. Thus I am changed, too late, alas, for what ought to have been, but not too late, I trust, to enable me, more than before, to be some stay and consolation to my own dear Jane. Mary. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley, Saturday. Dear Mary, will you tell me what sum you want, as I am settling my affairs? You must from time to time let me know your wants, that I may do my best to relieve them. You are sure of me, so let us use no more words about it. I have been racking my memory to remember some person in England that would be of service to you for my sake. But my rich friends and relations are without hearts, and it is useless to introduce you to the unfortunate. It would but augment your repinings at the injustice of fortune. My knight-errant heart has led me many a weary journey, foolishly seeking the unfortunate, the miserable, and the outcast. And when found, I have only made myself as one of them without redressing their grievances. So I pray you avoid, as you value your peace of mind, the wretched. I shall see you, I hope, today. Yours very faithfully, E. Trelawney. End of Chapter 18, Part 7. Chapter 18, Part 8 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2 by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Part 8. Mary Shelley to Jane Williams. Albaro, 23rd of July, 1823. Dearest Jane, I have at length fixed with the Vetturino. I depart on the 25th, my best girl. I leave Italy. I return to the dreariest reality after having dreamt away a year in this blessed and beloved country. Lord Byron, Trelawney, and Pierino Gamba sailed for Greece on the 17th of this month. I did not see the former. His unconquerable avarice prevented his supplying me with money, and a remnant of shame caused him to avoid me. But I have a world of things to tell you on that score when I see you. If he were mean, Trelawney more than balanced the moral account. His whole conduct during his last stay here has impressed us all with an affectionate regard, and a perfect faith in the unalterable goodness of his heart. They sailed together, Lord Byron with £10,000, Trelawney with £50, and Lord Byron cowering before his eye for reasons you shall hear soon. The Guiccioli is gone to Bologna. E poi cosa farà? Chi lo sa? Cosa vuoi che lo dico? I travel without a servant. I rest first at Lyons, but do you write to me at Paris, Hotel Nelson. It will be a friend to await me. Alas, I have need of consolation. Hunt's kindness is now as active and warm as it was dormant before. But just as I find a companion in him, I leave him. I leave him in all his difficulties, with his head throbbing with overwrought thoughts, and his frame sometimes sinking under his anxieties. Poor Marianne has found good medicine, facendo un bimbo, and then nursing it. But she, with her female providence, is more bent by care than Hunt. How much I wished, and wish, to settle near them at Florence. But I must submit with courage, and patience may at last come and give opiate to my irritable feelings. Both Hunt and Trelawney say that Percy is much improved since Maria left me. He is affectionately attached to Sylvan, and very fond of Bimbo Nuovo. He kisses him by the hour, and tells me, "Come il signore Enrico ha comprato un baby nuovo. Forse ti darà il baby vecchio," as he gives away an old toy on the appearance of a new one. I will not write longer. In conversation, nay, almost in thought, I can, at this most painful moment, force my excited feelings to laugh at themselves, and my spirits, raised by emotion, to seem as if they were light. But the natural current and real hue overflows me and penetrates me when I write, and it would be painful to you and overthrow all my hopes of retaining my fortitude if I were to write one word that truly translated the agitation I suffer into language. I will write again from Lyons, where I suppose I shall be on the 3rd of August. Dear Jane, can I render you happier than you are? The idea of that might console me. At least you will see one that truly loves you, and who is forever your affectionately attached Mary Shelley. If there is any talk of my accommodations, pray tell Mrs. Gisborne that I cannot sleep on any but a hard bed. I care not how hard, so that it be a mattress. And now Mary's life in Italy was at an end. Her resolution of returning to England had been welcomed by her father in the letter which follows, and it was to his house, and not to Mrs. Gisborne's, that she finally decided to go on first arriving. Godwin to Mary. Number 195 Strand, 6th of May, 1823. It certainly is, my dear Mary, with great pleasure that I anticipate that we shall once again meet. It is a long, long time now since you have spent one night under my roof. You are grown a woman, have been a wife, a mother, a widow. You have realized talents which I but faintly and doubtfully anticipated. I am grown an old man, and want a child of my own to smile on and console me. I shall then feel less alone than I do at present. What William will be, I know not. He has sufficient understanding and quickness for the ordinary concerns of life, and something more. And at any rate, he is no smiler, no consoler. When you first set your foot in London, of course I and Mamma expect that it will be in this house. But the house is smaller, one floor less, than the house in Skinner Street. It will do well enough for you to make shift with for a few days, but it would not do for a permanent residence. But I hope we shall at least have you near us within a call. How different from your being on the shores of the Mediterranean! Your novel has sold 500 copies, half the impression. Peacock sent your box by the Berbice, Captain Weymouth. I saw him a fortnight ago, and he said that he had not yet received the bill of lading himself, but he should be sure to have it in time and would send it. I ought to have written to you sooner. Your letter reached me on the 18th last month, but I have been unusually surrounded with perplexities. Your affectionate father, William Godwin. On the 25th of July she left Genoa, Hunt accompanying her for the first 20 miles. If one thought more than any other sustained her in her unprotected loneliness, it was that of being reunited in England to her sister in misfortune, Jane Williams, to whom her heart turned with a singular tenderness, and to whom on her journey she addressed one more letter, full of grateful affection and of a touching humility new in her character. Mary Shelley to Jane Williams. Saint Jean de la Maurienne, 30th of July, 1823. My best Jane, I wrote to you from Genoa the day before I quitted it, but I afterwards lost the letter. I asked the Hunts to look for it and send it if found, but 10 to 1 you will never receive it. It contained nothing, however, but what I can tell you in 5 minutes if I see you. It told you of the departure of Lord Byron and Trelawney for Greece, the former escaping with all his crowns, and the other dispersing until he had hardly £10 left. It went to my heart to borrow the sum from him necessary to make up my journey, but he behaved with so much quiet generosity that one was almost glad to put him to that proof, and witness the excellence of his heart. In this and in another trial he acquitted himself so well that he gained all our hearts, while the other— but more when we meet. I left Genoa Thursday the 25th. Hunt and Thornton accompanied me the first 20 miles. This was much, you will say, for Hunt. But thank heaven, we are now the best friends in the world. He set his heart on my quitting Italy with as comfortable feelings as possible, and he did so much that, notwithstanding all the bitterness that such an event, joined to parting with a dear friend, occasioned me, yet I have borne up with better spirits than I could in any way have hoped. It is a delightful thing, my dear Jane, to be able to express one's affection upon an old and tried friend like Hunt, and one so passionately attached to my Shelley as he was and is. It is pleasant also to feel myself loved by one who loves me. You know somewhat of what I suffered during the winter, during his alienation from me. He was displeased with me for many just reasons, but he found me willing to expiate, as far as I could, the evil I had done, so his heart was again warmed. And if, my dear friend, when I return, you find me more amiable and more willing to suffer with patience than I was, it is to him that I owe this benefit, and you may judge if I ought not to be grateful to him. I am even so to Lord Byron, who was the cause that I stayed at Genoa, and thus secured one who I am sure can never change. The illness of one of our horses detains me here an afternoon, so I write and shall put the letter in the post at Chambéry. I have come without a servant or companion, but Percy is perfectly good and no trouble to me at all. We are both well, a little tired or so. Will you tell my father that you have heard from me, and that I am so far on my journey? I expect to be at Lyons in 3 days, and will write to him from that place. If there be any talk of my accommodations, pray put in a word for a hard bed, for else I am sure I cannot sleep. So I have left Italy, and alone with my child I am traveling to England. What a dream I have had! And is it over? Oh, no, for I do nothing but dream. Realities seem to have lost all power over me. I mean, as it were, mere tangible realities. For where the affections are concerned, calamity has only awakened greater sensitiveness. I fear things do not go on well with you, my dearest girl. You are not in your mother's house, and you cannot have settled your affairs in India. Mine too. Why, I arrive poor to nothingness, and my hopes are small, except from my own exertions. And living in England is dear. My thoughts will all bend towards Italy. But even if Sir Timothy Shelley should do anything, he will not, I am sure, permit me to go abroad. At any rate, we shall be together a while. We will talk of our lost ones, and think of realizing my dreams. Who knows? Adieu. I shall soon see you, and you will find how truly I am your affectionate Mary Shelley. With the following fragment, the last of her Italian journal, this chapter may fitly close. Journal, May 31st. The lanes are filled with fireflies. They dart between the trunks of the trees and people the land with earth stars. I walked among them tonight and descended towards the sea. I passed by the ruined church and stood on the platform that overlooks the beach. The black rocks were stretched out among the blue waters, which dashed with no impetuous motion against them. The dark boats, with their white sails, glided gently over its surface, and the star-enlightened promontories closed in the bay. Below, amid the crags, I heard the monotonous but harmonious voices of the fishermen. How beautiful these shores and this sea! Such is the scene, such the waves within which my beloved vanished from mortality. The time is drawing near when I must quit this country. It is true that in the situation I now am, Italy is but the corpse of the enchantress that she was. Besides, if I had stayed here, the state of things would have been different. The idea of our child's advantage alone enables me to keep fixed in my resolution to return to England. It is best for him, and I go. 4 years ago, we lost our darling William. 4 years ago, in excessive agony, I called for death to free me from all I felt that I should suffer here. I continue to live, and thou art gone. I leave Italy and the few that still remain to me. That I regret less, for our intercourse is so much checkered with all of dross that this earth so delights to blend with kindness and sympathy that I long for solitude, with the exercise of such affections as still remain to me. Away, I shall be conscious that these friends love me, and none can then gainsay the pure attachment which chiefly clings to them because they knew and loved you, because I knew them when with you, and I cannot think of them without feeling your spirit beside me. I cannot grieve for you, beloved Shelley. I grieve for thy friends, for the world, for thy child, most for myself, enthroned in thy love, growing wiser and better beneath thy gentle influence, taught by you the highest philosophy, your pupil, friend, lover, wife, mother of your children. The glory of the dream is gone. I am a cloud from which the light of sunset has passed. Give me patience in the present struggle. Meum cordium cor. Good night. I would give all that I am to be, as now thou art. But I am chained to time, and cannot thence depart. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19, Part 1 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Part 1 July 1823 to December 1824. Mary's journey extended over a month, 1 week of which was passed in Paris and Versailles, for the sake of seeing the Horace Smiths and other old acquaintances now living there. Her letters to the Hunts, describing the incidents and impressions of her journey, were as lively and cheerful as she could make them. A few extracts follow here. To Leigh Hunt. Asti, 26th of July. Percy is very good and does not in the least annoy me. In the state of mind I am now in, the motion and change is delightful to me. My thoughts run with the coach and wind, and double and jerk, and are up and down, and forward, and most often backward, till the labyrinth of Crete is a joke in comparison to my intricate wanderings. They now lead me to you, Hunt. You rose early, wrote, walked, dined, whistled, sang, and punned most outrageously, the worst puns in the world. My best Polly, you, full of your chicks and of your new darling, yet sometimes called Henry to see a beautiful new effect of light on the mountains. Dear girl, I have a great affection for you, believe that. And don't talk or think sorrowfully unless you have the toothache, and then don't think, but talk infinite nonsense mixed with infinite sense, and Hunt will listen as I used. Thorny, you have not been cross yet. Oh, my dear Johnny, don't be angry, Polly, with this nonsense. Do not let your impatient nature ever overcome you, or you may suffer as I have done, which God forbid. Be true to yourself, and talk much to your father, who will teach you as he has taught me. It is the idea of his lessons of wisdom that makes me feel the affection I do for him. I profit by them, so do you. May you never feel the remorse of having neglected them when his voice and look are gone, and he can no longer talk to you. That remorse is a terrible feeling, and it requires a faith and a philosophy immense not to be destroyed by the stinging monster. 28th of July. I was too late for the post yesterday at Turin, and too early this morning, so, as I determined to put this letter in the post myself, I bring it with me to Susa, and now open it to tell you how delighted I am with my morning's ride. The scenery is so divine. The high, dark Alps, just on this southern side, tipped with snow, close in a plain. The meadows are full of clover and flowers, and the woods of ash, elm, and beech descend and spread, and lose themselves in the fields. Stately trees in clumps or singly arise on each side, and wherever you look you see some spot where you dream of building a home and living forever. The exquisite beauty of nature and the cloudless sky of this summer day soothe me, and make this 28th so full of recollections that it is almost pleasurable. Wherever the spirit of beauty dwells, he must be. The rustling of the trees is full of him, the waving of the tall grass, the moving shadows of the vast hills, the blue air that penetrates their ravines and rests upon their heights. I feel him near me when I see that which he best loved. Alas! 9 years ago he took to a home in his heart this weak being, whom he has now left for more congenial spirits and happier regions. She lives only in the hope that she may become one day as one of them. Absolutely, my dear Hunt, I will pass some 3 summer months in this divine spot. You shall all be with me. There are no gentlemen's seats at Palazzi, so we will take a cottage, which we will paint and refit, just as this country here is, in which I now write, clean and plain. We will have no servants, only we will give out all the needlework. Mary Ann shall make puddings and pies, to make up for the vegetables and meat which I shall boil and spoil. Thorny shall sweep the rooms, Mary make the beds, Johnny clean the kettles and pans, and then we will pop him into the many streams hereabouts, and so clean him. Swinny, being so quick, shall be our Mercury, Percy our gardener, Sylvan and Percy Florence our weeders, and Vincent our plaything. And then, to raise us above the vulgar, we will do all our work, keeping time to Hunt's symphonies. We will perform our sweepings and dustings to the march in Alceste. We will prepare our meats to the tune of the Laughing Trio. And when we are tired, we will lie on our turf sofas, while all our voices shall join in chorus in Notte e giorno faticar. You see my paper is quite out, so I must say for the last time, adieu. God bless you, Mary W.S. Tuesday, 5th of August. I have your letter and your excuses and all. I thank you most sincerely for it. At the same time, I do entreat you to take care of yourself with regard to writing. Although your letters are worth infinite pleasure to me, yet that pleasure cannot be worth pain to you. And remember, if you must write, the good hackneyed maxim of multum in parvo, and when your temples throb, distill the essence of 3 pages into 3 lines, and my fictitious adventure will enable me to open them out and fill up intervals. Not but what 3 pages are best, but you can understand me. And now let me tell you that I fear you do not rise early, since you doubt my ore mattutine. Be it known to you, then, that on the journey I always rise before 3 o'clock, that I never once made the vetturino wait, and moreover that there was no discontent in our jogging on either side, so that I half expect to be a santa with him. He indeed got a little out of his element when he got into France. His good humour did not leave him, but his self-possession. He could not speak French, and he walked about as if treading on eggs. When at Paris, I will tell you more what I think of the French. They still seem miracles of quietness in comparison with Mary Ann's noisy friends. And the women's dresses afford the drollest contrast with those in fashion when I first set foot in Paris in 1814. Then their waists were between their shoulders, and as Hogg observed, they were rather curtains than gowns. Their hair, too, dragged to the top of the head, and then lifted to its height, appeared as if each female wished to be a Tower of Babel in herself. Now their waists are long, not so long, however, as the Genoese, and their hair flat at the top, with quantities of curls on the temples. I remember in 1814 a Frenchman's pathetic horror at Claire's and my appearance in the streets of Paris in Oldenburg, as they were called, hats. Now they all wear machines of that shape, and a high bonnet would of course be as far out of the right road as if the earth were to take a flying leap to another system. After you receive this letter, you must direct to me at my father's, pray put William Godwin, Esquire, since the want of that etiquette annoys him. I remember Shelley's unspeakable astonishment when the author of Political Justice asked him, half reproachfully, why he addressed him Mr. Godwin. 195 Strand. On the 25th of August, Mary met her father once more. At his house in the Strand, she spent her first 10 days in England. Consideration for others and the old habit of repressing all show of feeling before Godwin helped to steel her nerves and heart to bear the stings and aches of this strange, mournful reunion. And now again, too, she saw her friend Jane. But fondly as Mary ever clung to her, she must have been sensible of the difference between them. Mrs. Williams's situation was forlorn indeed, in some respects even more so than Mrs. Shelley's. But though she had grieved bitterly, as well she might, for Edward's loss, her nature was not impressible, and the catastrophe which had fallen upon her had left her unaltered. Jane was unhappy, but she was not inconsolable. Her grief was becoming to her, and lent her a certain interest which enhanced her attractions. And to men in general she was very attractive. Godwin himself was somewhat fascinated by the picturesque little woman who had called on him on her first arrival, who did not drop one tear and occasionally smiled. As for Hogg, he lost his heart to her at once. All this Mary must have seen, but Jane was an attaching creature, and Mary loved her as the greater nature loves the lesser. She lavished on her a wealth of pent-up tenderness, content to get what crumbs she could in return. For herself, a curious surprise was in store, which entertained if it did not cheer her. Just at the time of its author's return to England, Frankenstein, in a dramatized form, was having a considerable run at the English Opera House. Mrs. Shelley to Leigh Hunt. 9th of September, 1823. My dear Hunt, Bessie promised me to relieve you from any inquietude you might suffer from not hearing from me, so I indulged myself with not writing to you until I was quietly settled in lodgings of my own. Want of time is not my excuse. I had plenty, but until I saw all quiet around me, I had not the spirit to write a line. I thought of you all, how much, and often longed to write, yet would not till I called myself free to turn southward. To imagine you all, to put myself in the midst of you, would have destroyed all my philosophy. But now I do so. I am in the little neat lodgings, my boy in bed, I quiet, and I will now talk to you and tell you what I have seen and heard, and with as little repining as I can try, by making the best of what I have, the certainty of your friendship and kindness, to rest half content that I am not in the paradise of exiles. Well, first I will tell you, journal-wise, the history of my 16 days in London. I arrived Monday, the 25th of August. My father and William came for me to the wharf. I had an excellent passage of 11 hours and a half, a glassy sea, and a contrary wind. The smoke of our fire was wafted right aft, and streamed out behind us. But wind was of little consequence. The tide was with us, and though the engine gave a short, uneasy motion to the vessel, the water was so smooth that no one on board was sick. and Percival played about the deck in high glee. I had a very kind reception in the Strand, and all was done that could be done to make me comfortable. I exerted myself to keep up my spirits. The house, though rather dismal, is infinitely better than the Skinner Street one. I resolved not to think of certain things, to take all as a matter of course, and thus contrive to keep myself out of the gulf of melancholy, on the edge of which I was and am continually peeping. But lo and behold, I found myself famous. Frankenstein had prodigious success as a drama, and was about to be repeated for the 23rd night at the English Opera House. The playbill amused me extremely, for in the list of dramatis personae came blank by Mr. T. Cook. This nameless mode of naming the unnameable is rather good. On Friday, 29th of August, Jane, my father, William, and I went to the theatre to see it. Wallack looked very well as Frankenstein. He is at the beginning full of hope and expectation. At the end of the first act, the stage represents a room with a staircase leading to Frankenstein's workshop. He goes to it, and you see his light at a small window through which a frightened servant peeps, who runs off in terror when Frankenstein exclaims, "It lives!" Presently Frankenstein himself rushes in horror and trepidation from the room, and while still expressing his agony and terror, Blank throws down the door of the laboratory, leaps the staircase, and presents his unearthly and monstrous person on the stage. The story is not well managed, but Cook played Blank's part extremely well. His seeking, as it were, for support, his trying to grasp at the sounds he heard, all, indeed, he does was well imagined and executed. I was much amused, and it appeared to excite a breathless eagerness in the audience. It was a third piece, a scanty pit filled at half price, and all stayed till it was over. They continue to play it even now. End of Chapter 19, Part 1. Chapter 19, Part 2 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Part 2. On Saturday, 30th of August, I went with Jane to the Gisbornes. I know not why, but seeing them seemed more than anything else to remind me of Italy. Evening came on drearily, the rain splashed on the pavement, nor star nor moon deigned to appear. I looked upward to see an image of Italy, but a blotted sky told me only of my change. I tried to collect my thoughts, and then again dared not think. For I am a ruin where owls and bats live only, and I lost my last singing bird when I left Albato. It was my birthday, and it pleased me to tell the people so, to recollect and feel that time flies, and what is to arrive is nearer, and my home not so far off as it was a year ago. This same evening, on my return to the Strand, I saw Lamb, who was very entertaining and amiable, though a little deaf. One of the first questions he asked me was, whether they made puns in Italy. I said yes, now Hunt is there. He said that Burney made a pun in Otaheit, the first that was ever made in that country. At first the natives could not make out what he meant, but all at once they discovered the pun, and danced round him in transports of joy. On the strength of the drama, my father had published for my benefit a new edition of Frankenstein, for he despaired utterly of my doing anything with Sir Timothy Shelley. I wrote to him, however, to tell him of my arrival, and on the following Wednesday had a note from Whitton, where he invited me, if I wished for an explanation of Sir T. Shelley's intentions concerning my boy, to call on him. I went with my father. Whitton was very polite, though long-winded. His great wish seemed to be to prevent my applying again to Sir T. Shelley, whom he represented as old, infirm, and irritable. However, he advanced me £100 for my immediate expenses, told me that he could not speak positively until he had seen Sir T. Shelley, but that he doubted not but that I should receive the same annually for my child, and with a little time and patience I should get an allowance for myself. This, you see, relieved me from a load of anxieties. Having secured neat, cheap lodgings, we removed hither last night. Such, dear Hunt, is the outline of your poor exile's history. After 2 days of rain, the weather has been uncommonly fine, choy, without rain, and cloudless, I believe, though I trusted to other eyes for that fact, since the whitewashed sky is anything but blue to any but the perceptions of the natives themselves. It is so cold, however, that the fire I am now sitting by is not the first that has been lighted, for my father had one 2 days ago. The wind is east and piercing, but I comfort myself with the hope that softer gales are now fanning your not throbbing temples, that the climate of Florence will prove kindly to you, and that your health and spirits will return to you. Why am I not there? This is quite a foreign country to me. The names of the places sound strangely. The voices of the people are new and grating, the vulgar English they speak particularly displeasing. But for my father, I should be with you next spring. But his heart and soul are set on my stay, and in this world it always seems one's duty to sacrifice one's own desires, and that claim ever appears the strongest which claims such a sacrifice. It is difficult to imagine Frankenstein on the stage. It must, at least, lose very much in dramatic representation. Like its modern successor, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, that remarkable story which bears a certain affinity to Frankenstein, its subtle allegorical significance would be overweighted, if not lost, by the effect of the grosser and more material incidents which are all that could be played, and which, as described, must have bordered on the ludicrous. Still the charm of life, imparted by a human impersonation to any portion, even of one's own idea, is singularly powerful. And so Mary felt it. She would have liked to repeat the experience. Her situation, looked at in the face, was unenviable. She was unprovided for, young, delicate, and with a child dependent on her. Her rich connections would have nothing to do with her, and her boy did not possess in their eyes the importance which would have attached to him had he been heir to the baronetcy. She had talent, and it had been cultivated, but with her sorely tried health and spirits, the prospect of self-support by the compulsory production of imaginative work must at the time have seemed unpromising enough. 2 sheet anchors of hope she had, and by these she lived. They were her child, so friendless but for her, and the thought of Shelley's fame. The collecting and editing of his manuscripts, this was her work. No one else should do it. It seemed as though her brief life with him had had for its purpose to educate her for this one object. Those who now, in naming Shelley, feel they name a part of everything beautiful, ethereal, and spiritual, that his words are so inextricably interwoven with certain phases of love and beauty as to be indistinguishable from the very thing itself, may well find it hard to realize how little he was known at the time when he died. With other poets, their work is the blossom and fruit of their lives. But Shelley's poetry resembles rather the perfume of the flower, that subtle quality pertaining to the bloom which can be neither described, nor portrayed, nor transmitted, an essence of immortality. Not many months after this, the news of Byron's early death struck a kind of remorseful grief into the hearts of his countrymen. A letter of Miss Welsh's, Mrs. Carlyle, gives an idea of the general feeling. "I was told it," she says, "in a room full of people. Had I heard that the sun and moon had fallen out of their spheres, it could not have conveyed to me the feeling of a more awful blank than did the simple words, 'Byron is dead.'" How many, it may be asked, were conscious of any blank when the news reached them that Shelley had been accidentally drowned? Their numbers might be counted by tens. The sale, and every instance of Mr. Shelley's works, has been very confined, were his publisher's report to his widow. One newspaper dismissed his memory by the passing remark, "He will now find out whether there is a hell or not." The small number of those who recognized his genius did not even include all his personal friends. "Mine is a life of failures," so he summed it up to Trelawney and Edward Williams. Peacock says my poetry is composed of daydreams and nightmares, and Leigh Hunt does not think it good enough for the Examiner. Jefferson Hogg says all poetry is inverted sense, and consequently nonsense. I wrote, and the critics denounced me as a mischievous visionary, and my friends said that I had mistaken my vocation, that my poetry was mere rhapsody of words. Leigh Hunt, indeed, thought his own poetry more than equal to Shelley's or Byron's. Byron knew Shelley's power well enough, but cared little for the subjects of his sympathy. Trelawney was more appreciative, but his admiration for the poetry was quite secondary to his enthusiasm for the man. In Hogg's case, affection for the man may be said to have excused the poetry. All this Mary knew, but she knew, too, what she was soon to find out by experience, that among his immediate associates he had created too warm an interest for him to escape posthumous discussion and criticism. And he had been familiar with some of those regarding whom the world's curiosity was insatiable, concerning whom any shred of information, true or false, was eagerly snapped up. His name would inevitably figure in anecdotes and gossip. His fame was Mary's to guard. During the years she lived at Albaro, she had been employed in collecting and transcribing his scattered manuscripts, and at the end of this year, 1823, the volume of posthumous poems came out. One would imagine that publishers would have bid against each other for the possession of such a treasure. Far from it. Among the little band of true believers, 3 came forward to guarantee the expenses of publication. They were the poet Thomas Lovell Beddoes, Proctor, and T.F. Kelsall. The appearance of this book was a melancholy satisfaction to Mary, though, as will soon be seen, she was not long allowed to enjoy it. Mrs. Shelley to Mrs. Hunt. London, 27th of November, 1823. My dearest Polly, are you not a naughty girl? How could you copy a letter to that agreeable, unaffected woman, Mrs. Shelley, without saying a word from yourself to your loving ... My dear Polly, a line from you forms a better picture for me of what you are about than, alas, I was going to say 3 pages, but I check myself, the rare 1 page of Hunt. Do not think that I forget you. Even Percy does not, and he often tells me to bid the Signor Enrico and you to get in a carriage and then into a boat, and to come to questo paese with baby nuovo, Henry, Swinburne, e tutti. But that will not be, nor shall I see you at Mariano. This is a dreary exile for me. During a long month of cloud and fog, how often have I sighed for my beloved Italy, and more than ever this day, when I have come to a conclusion with Sir Timothy Shelley as to my affairs, and I find the miserable pittance I am to have. Nearly sufficient in Italy, here it will not go half-way. It is £100 per annum. Nor is this all, for I foresee 1,000 troubles. Yet, in truth, as far as regards mere money matters and worldly prospects, I keep up my philosophy with excellent success. Others wonder at this, but I do not, nor is there any philosophy in it. After having witnessed the mortal agonies of my 2 darling children, after that journey from and to Lerici, I feel all these as pictures and trifles as long as I am kept out of contact with the unholy. I was upset today by being obliged to see Whitton, and the prospect of seeing others of his tribe. I can earn a sufficiency, I doubt not. In Italy I should be content. Here I will not bemoan. Indeed, I never do, and Mrs. Godwin makes large eyes at the quiet way in which I take it all. It is England alone that annoys me, yet sometimes I get among friends and almost forget its fogs. I go to Shacklewell rarely, and sometimes see the Novellos elsewhere. He is my especial favourite, and his music always transports me to the 7th heaven. I see the Lambs rather often, she ever amiable, and Lamb witty and delightful. I must tell you one thing, and make Hunt laugh. Lamb's new house at Islington is close to the New River, and George Dyer, after having paid them a visit, on going away at 12 at noonday, walked deliberately into the water, taking it for the high road. But, as he said afterwards to Proctor, I soon found that I was in the water, sir. So Miss Lamb and the servant had to fish him out. I must tell Hunt also a good saying of Lamb's. Talking of someone, he said, "Now some men who are very veracious are called matter-of-fact men, but such a one I should call a matter-of-lie man." I have seen also Proctor, with his beautifully formed head, it is beautifully formed, several times, and I like him. He is an enthusiastic admirer of Shelley, and most zealous in bringing out the volume of his poems. This alone would please me, and he is, moreover, gentle and gentlemanly, and apparently endued with a true poetic feeling. Besides, he is an invalid, and some time ago I told you in a letter that I have always a sneaking, for sneaking, read open, kindness for men of literary and particularly poetic habits, who have delicate health. I cannot help revering the mind delicately attuned that shatters the material frame, and whose thoughts are strong enough to throw down and dilapidate the walls of sense and dikes of flesh that the unimaginative contrive to keep in such good repair. After all, I spend a great deal of my time in solitude. I have been hitherto too fully occupied in preparing Shelley's manuscripts. It is now complete, and the poetry alone will make a large volume. Will you tell Hunt that he need not send any of the manuscripts that he has, except the essay on devils, and some lines addressed to himself on his arrival in Italy if he should choose them to be inserted, as I have recopied all the rest. We should be very glad, however, of his notice as quickly as possible, as we wish the book to be out in a month at furthest, and that will not be possible unless he sends it immediately. It would break my heart if the book should appear without it. When he does send a packet over, let it be directed to his brother. Will he also be so good as to send me a copy of my choice, beginning after the line, "Entrenched sad lines, or blotted with its might"? Perhaps, dear Marianne, you would have the kindness to copy them for me and send them soon. I have another favor to ask of you. Miss Curran has a portrait of Shelley, in many things very like, and she has so much talent that I entertain great hopes that she will be able to make a good one. For this purpose I wish her to have all the aids possible, and among the rest a profile from you. If you could not cut another, perhaps you would send her one already cut, and if you sent it with a note requesting her to return it when she had done with it, I will engage that it will be most faithfully returned. At present I am not sure where she is, but if she should be there, and you can find her and send her this, I need not tell you how you would oblige me. I heard from Bessie that Hunt is writing something for the Examiner for me. I conjecture that this may be concerning Valperga. I shall be glad indeed when that comes, or in lieu of it anything else. John Hunt begins to despair. And now, dear Polly, I think I have done with gossip and business. With words of affection and kindness I should never have done. I am inexpressibly anxious about you all. Percy has had a similar, though shorter, attack to that at Albaro, but he is now recovered. I have a cold in my head, occasioned, I suppose, by the weather. Ah, Polly, if all the beauties of England were to have only the mirror that Richard III desires, a very short time would be spent at the looking-glass. What of Florence and the gallery? I saw the Elgin marbles today. Tomorrow I am to go to the museum to look over the prints. That will be a great treat. The Theseus is a divinity, but how few statues they have. Kiss the children. Ask Thornton for his forgotten and promised P.S. Give my love to Hunt, and believe me, my dear Marianne, the exiled but ever most affectionately yours, Mary W. Shelley. End of Chapter 19, Part 2. Chapter 19, Part 3 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Part 3. Journal, January 18th, 1824. I have now been nearly 4 months in England, and if I am to judge of the future by the past and the present, I have small delight in looking forward. I even regret those days and weeks of intense melancholy that composed my life at Genoa. Yes, solitary and unbeloved as I was there, I enjoyed a more pleasurable state of being than I do here. I was still in Italy, and my heart and imagination were both gratified by that circumstance. I awoke with the light and beheld the theatre of nature from my window. The trees spread their green beauty before me, the resplendent sky was above me, the mountains were invested with enchanting colors. I had even begun to contemplate painlessly the blue expanse of the tranquil sea, speckled by the snow-white sails, gazed upon by the unclouded stars. There was morning and its balmy air, noon and its exhilarating heat, evening and its wondrous sunset, night and its starry pageant. Then my studies, my drawing, which soothed me, my Greek, which I studied with greater complacency as I stole every now and then a look on the scene near me, my metaphysics, that strengthened and elevated my mind. Then my solitary walks and my reveries. They were magnificent, deep, pathetic, wild, and exalted. I sounded the depths of my own nature. I appealed to the nature around me to corroborate the testimony that my own heart bore to its purity. I thought of him with hope. My grief was active, striving, expectant. I was worth something then in the catalogue of beings. I could have written something, been something. Now I am exiled from these beloved scenes. Its language is becoming a stranger to mine ears. My child is forgetting it. I am imprisoned in a dreary town. I see neither fields, nor hills, nor trees, nor sky. The exhilaration of enrapt contemplation is no more felt by me. Aspirations agonizing, yet grand, from which the soul reposed in peace, have ceased to ascend from the quenched altar of my mind. Writing has become a task, my studies irksome, my life dreary. In this prison it is only in human intercourse that I can pretend to find consolation. And woe, woe, and triple woe to whoever seeks pleasure in human intercourse when that pleasure is not founded on deep and intense affection. As for the rest, the bubble floats before, the shadow stalks behind. My father's situation, his cares and debts, prevent my enjoying his society. I love Jane better than any other human being, but I am pressed upon by the knowledge that she but slightly returns this affection. I love her, and my purest pleasure is derived from that source. A capacious basin, and but a rill flows into it. I love some one or two more, with a degree of love, but I see them seldom. I am excited while with them, but the reaction of this feeling is dreadfully painful. But while in London, I cannot forego this excitement. I know some clever men, in whose conversation I delight, but this is rare, like angels' visits. Alas! Having lived day by day with one of the wisest, best, and most affectionate of spirits, how void, bare, and drear is the scene of life. O Shelley, dear, lamented, beloved, help me, raise me, support me. Let me not feel ever thus fallen and degraded. My imagination is dead, my genius lost, my energies asleep. Why am I not beneath that weed-grown tower? Seeing Coleridge last night reminded me forcibly of past times. His beautiful descriptions reminded me of Shelley's conversations. Such was the intercourse I once daily enjoyed, added to supreme and active goodness, sympathy, and affection, and a wild, picturesque mode of living that suited my active spirit and satisfied its craving for novelty of impression. I will go into the country and philosophize. Some gleams of past entrancement may visit me there. Lonely, poor, and dull as she was, these first months were a dreadful trial. She was writing, or trying to write, another novel, The Last Man, but it hung heavy. It did not satisfy her. Shrinking from company, yet recoiling still more from the monotony of her own thoughts, she was possessed by the restless wish to write a drama, perhaps with the idea that out of dramatic creations she might, Frankenstein-like, manufacture for herself companions more living than the characters of a novel. It may have been fortunate for her that she did not persevere in the attempt. Her special gifts were hardly of a dramatic order, and she had not the necessary experience for a successful playwright. She consulted her father, however, sending him at the same time some specimens of her work, and got some sound advice from him in return. Godwin to Mary. No. 195 Strand, 27th of February, 1824. My dear Mary, your appeal to me is a painful one, and the account you give of your spirits and tone of mind is more painful. Your appeal to me is painful because I by no means regard myself as an infallible judge, and have been myself an unsuccessful adventurer in the same field toward which, in this instance, you have turned your regards. As to what you say of your spirits and tone of mind, your plans and your views, would not that much more profitably and agreeably be made a subject of a conversation between us? You are aware that such a conversation must be begun by you. So begun, it would be quite a different thing than begun by me. In the former case, I should be called in as a friend and adviser, from whom some advantage was hoped for. In the latter, I should be an intruder, forcing in free speeches and unwelcome truths, and should appear as if I wanted to dictate to you and direct you, who are well capable of directing yourself. You have able critics within your command, Mr. Proctor and Mr. Lamb. You have, however, one advantage in me. I feel a deeper interest in you than they do, and would not mislead you for the world. As to the specimens you have sent me, it is easy for me to give my opinion. There is one good scene, Manfred and the two strangers in the cottage, and one that has some slight hints in it. The scene where Manfred attempts to stab the Duke. The rest are neither good nor bad. They might be endured in the character of cement to fasten good things together, but no more. Am I right? Perhaps not. I state things as they appear to my organs. Thus far, therefore, you afford an example To be added to Barry Cornwall, how much easier it is to write a detached dramatic scene than to write a tragedy. Is it not strange that so many people admire and relish Shakespeare, and that nobody writes or even attempts to write like him? To read your specimens, I should suppose that you had read no tragedies, but such as have been written since the date of your birth. Your personages are mere abstractions, the lines and points of a mathematical diagram, and not men and women. If A crosses B and C falls upon D, who can weep for that? Your talent is something like mine. It cannot unfold itself without elbow room. As Gray sings, give ample room and verge enough the characters of hell to trace. I can do tolerably well if you will allow me to explain as much as I like. If, in the margin of what my personage says, I am permitted to set down and anatomize all that he feels. Dramatic dialogue, in reference to any talent I possess, is the devil. To write nothing more than the very words spoken by the character is a course that withers all the powers of my soul. Even Shakespeare, the greatest dramatist that ever existed, often gives us riddles to guess and enigmas to puzzle over. Many of his best characters and situations require a volume of commentary to make them perspicuous. And why is this? Because the law of his composition confines him to set down barely words that are to be delivered. For myself, I am almost glad that you have not, if you have not, a dramatic talent. How many mortifications and heartaches would that entail on you? Managers are to be consulted, players to be humored, the best pieces that were ever written negatived and returned on the author's hands. If these are all got over, then you have to encounter the caprice of a noisy, insolent, and vulgar-minded audience, whose senseless non-fiat shall turn the labor of a year in a moment into nothing. Full little knowest thou, that hast not tried, what hell it is, to fret thy soul with crosses and with cares, to eat thy heart through comfortless despairs, to fawn, to crouch, to wait, to ride, to run, to spend, to give, to want, to be undone. It is laziness, my dear Mary, that makes you wish to be a dramatist. It seems in prospect a short labor to write a play, and a long one to write a work consisting of volumes, and as much may be gained by the one as by the other. But as there is no royal road to geometry, so there is no idle and self-indulgent activity that leads to literary eminence. As to the idea that you have no literary talent, for God's sake, do not give way to such diseased imaginations. You have, fortunately, ascertained that at a very early period. What would you have done if you had passed through my ordeal? I did not venture to face the public till I was 27, and for 10 years after that period could not contrive to write anything that anybody would read. Yet even I have not wholly miscarried. Much of this was shrewd and undeniable, but the wish to write for the stage continued to haunt Mary, and recurred 2 years later when she saw Kean play Othello. To the end of her life she expressed regret that she had not tried her hand at a tragedy. Meanwhile, besides her own novel, she was at no loss for literary jobs and literary occupation. Her friends took care of that. Her pen and her powers were forever at their service, and they never showed any scruple in working the willing horse. Her disinterested integrity made her an invaluable representative in business transactions. The affairs of the Examiner newspaper, edited in England by Leigh Hunt's brother John, were in an unsatisfactory condition, and there was much disagreement between the two brothers as to both pecuniary and literary arrangements. Mary had to act as arbiter between the two, softening the harsh and ungracious expressions which, in his annoyance, were used by John, looking after Leigh Hunt's interests, and doing all she could to make clear to him the complicated details of the concern. In this she was aided by Vincent Novello, the eminent musician, an intimate friend of the Hunts, to whom she had had a letter of introduction on arriving in Italy. The Novellos had a large, old-fashioned house on Shacklewell Green. They were the very soul of hospitality and kindness, and the centre of a large circle of literary and artistic friends. They had made Shelley's acquaintance in the days when the Leigh Hunts lived at the Vale of Health in Hampstead, and they now welcomed his widow as well as Mrs. Williams, doing all in their power to shed a little cheerfulness over these two broken and melancholy lives. End of Chapter 19, Part 3. Chapter 19, Part 4, of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Part 4. Very, very fair both ladies were, writes Mrs. Cowden Clarke, then Mary Victoria Novello, who, in her charming Recollections of Writers, has given us a pretty sketch of Mary Shelley as she then appeared to a damsel approaching towards the age of sweet 16, privileged to consider herself one of the grown-up people. Always observant as a child, she writes, I had now become a greater observer than ever, and large and varied was the pleasure I derived from my observation of the interesting men and women around me at this time of my life. Certainly Mary Wollstonecraft Godwin Shelley was the central figure of attraction then to my young girl sight, and I looked upon her with ceaseless admiration for her personal graces as well as for her literary distinction. The daughter of William Godwin and Mary Wollstonecraft Godwin, the wife of Shelley, the authoress of Frankenstein, had for me a concentration of charm and interest that perpetually excited and engrossed me while she continued a visitor at my parents' house. Elsewhere she describes her well-shaped, golden-haired head, almost always a little bent and drooping, her marble white shoulders and arms statuesquely visible in the perfectly plain black velvet dress, which the customs of that time allowed to be cut low, and which her own taste adopted, for neither she nor her sister in sorrow ever wore the conventional widow's weeds and widow's cap. Her thoughtful, earnest eyes, her short upper lip and intellectually curved mouth, with a certain close, compressed, and decisive expression while she listened, and a relaxation into fuller redness and mobility when speaking. Her exquisitely formed, white, dimpled, small hands, with rosy palms and plumply commencing fingers that tapered into tips as slender and delicate as those in a Van Dyck portrait. And though it was not in the power of these kind, genial people to change Mary's destiny, or even to modify very sensibly the tenor of her inner life and thought, still their friendship was a solace to her. She was grateful for it, and did her utmost to respond with cheerfulness to their kindly efforts on her behalf. To Leigh Hunt, from whom depression, when it passed into querulousness, met with almost as little quarter as it did from Godwin, she wrote, "I am not always in spirits, but if my friends say that I am good, contrive to fancy that I am so, and so continue to love yours most truly, Mary Shelley." The news of Lord Byron's death in Greece, which in May of this year created so profound a sensation in England, fell on Mary's heart as a fresh calamity. She had small reason personally to esteem or regret him. Circumstances had made her only too painfully familiar with his worst side, and she might well have borne him more than one serious grudge. But he was associated in her mind with Shelley, and with early happy days, and now he, like Shelley, was dead and gone, and his faults faded into distance, while all that was great and might have been noble in him, the hero that should have been rather than the man that was, survived, and stood out in greater clearness and beauty, surrounded by the tearful halo of memory. The tidings reached her at a time of unusual, it afterwards seemed of prophetic, dejection. Journal, May 14th. This, then, is my English life, and thus I am to drag on existence, confined in my small room, friendless. Each day I string me to the task. I endeavor to read and write. My ideas stagnate, and my understanding refuses to follow the words I read. Day after day passes while torrents fall from the dark clouds, and my mind is as gloomy as this odious sky. Without human friends, I must attach myself to natural objects. But though I talk of the country, what difference shall I find in this miserable climate? Italy, dear Italy, murderess of those I love and of all my happiness, one word of your soft language coming unawares upon me has made me shed bitter tears. When shall I hear it again spoken? When see your skies, your trees, your streams? The imprisonment attendant on a succession of rainy days has quite overcome me. God knows I strive to be content, but in vain. Amidst all the depressing circumstances that weigh on me, none sinks deeper than the failure of my intellectual powers. Nothing I write pleases me. Whether I am just in this, or whether the want of Shelley's— oh, my loved Shelley, it is some alleviation only to write your name. Encouragement I can hardly tell. But it seems to me as if the lovely and sublime objects of nature had been my best inspirers, and wanting them I am lost. Although so utterly miserable at Genoa, yet what reveries were mine as I looked on the aspect of the ravine, the sunny deep and its boats, the promontories clothed in purple light, the starry heavens, the fireflies, the uprising of spring. Then I could think, and my imagination could invent and combine, and self became absorbed in the grandeur of the universe I created. Now My mind is a blank, a gulf filled with formless mist. The last man. Yes, I may well describe that solitary being's feelings. I feel myself as the last relic of a beloved race, my companions extinct before me. And thus has the accumulating sorrow of days and weeks been forced to find a voice, because the word Lucena met my eyes, and the idea of lost Italy sprang in my mind. What graceful lamps those are, though of base construction and vulgar use. I thought of bringing one with me. I am glad I did not. I will go back only to have a Lucena. If I told people so, they would think me mad, and yet not madder than they seem to be now, when I say that the blue skies and verdure-clad earth of that dear land are necessary to my existence. If there be a kind spirit attendant on me in compensation for these miserable days, let me only dream to-night that I am in Italy. Mine own Shelley, what a horror you had, fully sympathized in by me, of returning to this miserable country. To be here without you is to be doubly exiled. To be away from Italy is to lose you twice. Dearest, why is my spirit thus losing all energy? Indeed, indeed, I must go back, or your poor, utterly lost Mary will never dare think herself worthy to visit you beyond the grave. May 15th. This, then, was the coming event that cast its shadow on my last night's miserable thoughts. Byron had become one of the people of the grave, that miserable conclave to which the beings I best loved belong. I knew him in the bright days of youth, when neither care nor fear had visited me, before death had made me feel my mortality, and the earth was the scene of my hopes. Can I forget our evening visits to Diodati, our excursions on the lake, when he sang the Tyrolese hymn, and his voice was harmonized with winds and waves? Can I forget his attentions and consolations to me during my deepest misery? Never. Beauty sat on his countenance, and power beamed from his eye. His faults being, for the most part, weaknesses, induced one readily to pardon them. Albie, the dear, capricious, fascinating Albie, has left this desert world. God grant I may die young. A new race is springing about me. At the age of 26, I am in the condition of an aged person. All my old friends are gone. I have no wish to form new. I cling to the few remaining, but they slide away, and my heart fails when I think by how few ties I hold to the world. Life is the desert and the solitude, how populous the grave! And that region, to the dearer and best beloved things which it has torn from me, now adds that resplendent spirit whose departure leaves the dull earth dark as midnight. June 18th. What a divine night it is! I have just returned from Kentish Town. A calm twilight pervades the clear sky, the lamp-like moon is hung out in heaven, and the bright west retains the dye of sunset. If such weather would continue, I should write again. The lamp of thought is again illumined in my heart, and the fire descends from heaven that kindles it. Such, my loved Shelley, now 10 years ago, at this season, did we first meet, and these were the very scenes. That churchyard with its sacred tomb was the spot where first love shone in your dear eyes. The stars of heaven are now your country, and your spirit drinks beauty and wisdom in all those spheres. And I, beloved, shall one day join you. Nature speaks to me of you. In towns and society I do not feel your presence, but there you are with me, my own, my unalienable. I feel my powers again, and this is of itself happiness. The eclipse of winter is passing from my mind. I shall again feel the enthusiastic glow of composition. Again, as I pour forth my soul upon paper, and feel the winged ideas arise, and enjoy the delight of expressing them. Study and occupation will be a pleasure and not a task, and this I shall owe to sight and companionship of trees and meadows, flowers and sunshine. England, I charge thee, dress thyself in smiles for my sake. I will celebrate thee, O England, and cast a glory on thy name. If thou wilt for me, remove thy veil of clouds, and let me contemplate the country of my Shelley, and feel in communion with him. I have been gay in company before, but the inspiriting sentiment of the heart's peace I have not felt before tonight. And yet, my own, never was I so entirely yours. In sorrow and grief I wish sometimes, how vainly, for earthly consolation. At a period of pleasing excitement I cling to your memory alone, and you alone receive the overflowing of my heart. Beloved Shelley, good night. One pang will seize me when I think, but I will only think, that thou art where I shall be, and conclude with my usual prayer. From the depth of my soul I make it, may I die young. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley. Missolonghi, 30th of April, 1824. My dear Mary, my brain is already dizzy with business and writing. I am transformed from the listless being you knew me to one of all energy and fire. Not content with the camp, I must needs be a great diplomatist. I am again, dear Mary, in my element, and playing no second part in Greece. If I live, the outcast Reginald will cut his name out on the Grecian hills, or set on its plains. I have had the merit of discovering and bringing out a noble fellow, a gallant soldier, and a man of most wonderful mind, with as little bigotry as Shelley, and nearly as much imagination. He is a glorious being. I have lived with him. He calls me brother, wants to connect me with his family. We have been inseparable now for 8 months, fought side by side. But I am sick at heart with losing my friend, for still I call him so, you know. With all his weakness, you know I loved him. I cannot live with men for years without feeling. It is weak, it is want of judgment, of philosophy, but this is my weakness. Dear Mary, if you love me, write, 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 for my heart yearns after you. I certainly must have you and Jane out. I am serious. This is the place after my own heart, and I am certain of our good cause triumphing. Believe nothing you hear. Gamba will tell you everything about me, about Lord Byron, but he knows nothing of Greece, nothing. Nor does it appear any one else does by what I see published. Colonel Stanhope is here. He is a good fellow, and does much good. The loan is achieved, and that sets the business at rest, but it is badly done. The commissioners are bad. A word as to your wooden god, Mavrocordato. He is a miserable Jew, and I hope, ere long, to see his head removed from his worthless and heartless body. He is a mere shuffling soldier, an aristocrat brute, wants kings and congresses, a poor, weak, shuffling, intriguing, cowardly fellow. So no more about him. Dear Mary, dear Jane, I am serious. Turn your thoughts this way. No more a nameless being, I am now a Greek chieftain, willing and able to shelter and protect you. And thus I will continue, or follow our friends to wander over some other planet, for I have nearly exhausted this. Your attached Trelawney. Care of John Hunt, Esquire, Examiner Office, Catherine Street, London. Tell me of Claire. Do write me of her. This is written with the other in desperate haste. I have received a letter from you, one from Jane, and none from Hunt. This letter reached Mary at about the same time as the fatal news. Trelawney also sent her his narrative of the facts, now so well known to everyone, of Byron's death. It had been intended for Hobhouse, but the writer changed his mind and entrusted it to Mrs. Shelley instead, adding, Hunt may pick something at it if he please. Trelawney had been Byron's friend, and clearly as he saw the Pilgrim's faults and deficiencies, there would seem no doubt that he genuinely admired him, in spite of all. But his mercurial, impulsive temperament, ever in extremes, was liable to the most sudden revulsions of feeling, and retrospect hardened his feeling as much as it softened Mary Shelley's towards the great man who was gone. Only 4 months later he was writing again from Lavadia. I have much to say to you, Mary, both as regards myself and the part I am enacting here. I would give much that I could, as in times dead, look in on you in the evening of every day, and consult with you on its occurrences, as I used to do in Italy. It is curious, but considering our characters, natural enough that Byron and I took the diametrically opposite roads in Greece, I in Eastern, he in Western. He took part with and became the paltry tool of the weak, imbecile, cowardly being calling himself Prince Mavrocordato. 5 months he dozed away. By the gods, the lies that are said in his praise urge one to speak the truth. It is well for his name and better for Greece that he is dead. With the aid of his name, his fame, his talents, and his fortune, he might have been a tower of strength to Greece, instead of which the little he did was in favor of the aristocrats, to destroy the republic and smooth the road for a foreign king. But he is dead, and I now feel my face burn with shame that so weak and ignoble a soul could so long have influenced me. It is a degrading reflection, and ever will be. I wished he had lived a little longer, that he might have witnessed how I would have soared above him here, how I would have triumphed over his mean spirit. I would do much to see and talk to you, but as I am now too much irritated to disclose the real state of things, I will not mislead you by false statements. With this fine flourish was enclosed a description of the cavern fortress at Mount Parnassus, which he was commanding, and of which a full account is given in his Recollections, and then followed a P.S. to this effect. Dear Mary, will you make an article of this, as Leigh Hunt calls it, and request his brother to publish it in the Examiner, which will very much oblige me. End of Chapter 19, Part 4. Chapter 19, Part 5 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2 by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Part 5. From Mary Shelley to Trelawney, 28th of July, 1824. So, dear Trelawney, you remember still poor Mary Shelley? Thank you for your remembrance, and 1,000 times for your kind letter. It is delightful to feel that absence does not diminish your affection, excellent, warm-hearted friend, remnant of our happy days, of my vagabond life in beloved Italy, our companion in prosperity, our comforter in sorrow. You will not wonder that the late loss of Lord Byron makes me cling with greater zeal to those dear friends who remain to me. He could hardly be called a friend, but connected with him in 1,000 ways, admiring his talents, and with all his faults, feeling affection for him. It went to my heart when the other day the hearse that contained his lifeless form, a form of beauty which in life I often delighted to behold, passed my windows, going up Highgate Hill on his last journey to the last seat of his ancestors. Your account of his last moments was infinitely interesting to me. Going about a fortnight ago to the house where his remains lay, I found there Fletcher and Lega. Lega looking a most preposterous rogue. Fletcher I expect to call on me when he returns from Nottingham. From a few words he imprudently let fall, it would seem that his lord spoke of Clare in his last moments, and of his wish to do something for her at a time when his mind, vacillating between consciousness and delirium, would not permit him to do anything. Did Fletcher mention this to you? It seems that this dowdy Leporello speaks of his lord to strangers with the highest respect, more than he did a year ago. The best, the most generous, the most wronged of peers. The notion of his leading an irregular life, quite a false one. Lady B. sent for Fletcher. He found her in a fit of passionate grief, but perfectly implacable, and as much resolved never to have united herself again to him as she was when she first signed their separation. Mrs. Claremont, the governess, was with her. His death, as you may guess, made a great sensation here, which was not diminished by the destruction of his memoirs, which he wrote and gave to Moore, and which were burned by Mrs. Lee in Hobhouse. There was not much in them, I know, for I read them some years ago at Venice, but the world fancied it was to have a confession of hidden feelings of one concerning whom they were always passionately curious. Moore was by no means pleased. He is now writing a life of him himself, but it is conjectured that, notwithstanding he had the manuscript so long in his possession, he never found time to read it. I breakfasted with him about a week ago, and he is anxious to get materials for his work. I showed him your letter on the subject of Lord Byron's death, and he wishes very much to obtain from you any anecdote or account you would like to send. If you know anything that ought to be known, or feel inclined to detail anything that you may remember worthy of record concerning him, perhaps you will communicate with Moore. You have often said that you wished to keep up our friend's name in the world, and if you still entertain the same feeling, no way is more obvious than to assist Moore, who asked me to make this request. You can write to him through me or addressed to Longmans. Here, then, we are, Jane and I, in Kentish Town. We live near each other now, and seeing each other almost daily, forever dwell on one subject. The country about here is really pretty. Lawny uplands, wooded parks, green lanes, and gentle hills form agreeable and varying combinations. If we had orange sunsets, cloudless noons, fireflies, large halls, etc., etc., I should not find the scenery amiss, and yet I can attach myself to nothing here. Neither among the people, though some are good and clever, nor to the places, though they be pretty. Jane is my chosen companion and only friend. I am under a cloud, and cannot form near acquaintances among that class whose manners and modes of life are agreeable to me, and I think myself fortunate in having one or two pleasing acquaintances among literary people, whose society I enjoy without dreaming of friendship. My child is in excellent health, a fine, tall, handsome boy. And then, for money and the rest of those necessary annoyances, the means of getting at the necessaries of life, Jane's affairs are yet unsettled. My prospects are somewhat brighter than they were. I have little doubt but that in the course of a few months I shall have an independent income of 300 or 400 pounds per annum during Sir Timothy's life, and that with small sacrifice on my part. After his death, Shelley's will secures me an income more than sufficient for my simple habits. One of my first wishes in obtaining the independence I mention will be to assist in freeing Claire from her present painful mode of life. She is now at Moscow, sufficiently uncomfortable, poor girl, unless some change has taken place. I think it probable that she will soon return to England. Her spirits will have been improved by the information I sent her that his family consider Shelley's will valid, and that she may rely upon receiving the legacy. ... But Mary's hopes of better fortune were again and again deferred, and she now found that any concession on the part of her husband's family must be purchased by the suppression of his later poems. She was too poor to do other than submit. Mary Shelley to Leigh Hunt. Kentish Town, 22nd of August, 1824. ... A negotiation has begun between Sir Timothy Shelley and myself, by which, on sacrificing a small part of my future expectations on the will, I shall ensure myself a sufficiency for the present, and not only that, but be able, I hope, to relieve Claire from her disagreeable situation at Moscow. I have been obliged, however, as an indispensable preliminary, to suppress the posthumous poems. More than 300 copies had been sold, so this is the less provoking, and I have been obliged to promise not to bring dear Shelley's name before the public again during Sir Timothy's life. There is no great harm in this, since he is above 70, and from choice I should not think of writing memoirs now, and the materials for a volume of more works are so scant that I doubted before whether I could publish it. Such is the folly of the world, and so do things seem different from what they are. Since, from Whitton's account, Sir Timothy writhes under the fame of his incomparable son, as if it were the most grievous injury done to him, and so perhaps, after all, it will prove. All this was pending when I wrote last, but Until I was certain, I did not think it worth while to mention it. The affair is arranged by Peacock, who, though I seldom see him, seems anxious to do me all these kind of services in the best manner that he can. It is long since I saw your brother, nor had he any news for me. I lead a most quiet life, and see hardly anyone. The Gliddens are gone to Hastings for a few weeks. Hogg is on circuit. Now that he is rich, he is so very queer, so unamiable, and so strange, that I look forward to his return without any desire of shortening the term of absence. Poor Pierino is now in London. Non fosse male questo paese, he says, se vi vedesse mai il sole. He is full of Greece, to which he is going, and gave us an account of our good friend Trelawney, which was that he was not at all changed. Trelawney has made a hero of the Greek chief Ulysses, and declares that there is a great cavern in Attica which he and Ulysses have provisioned for 7 years, and to which, if the cause fails, he and this chieftain are to retire. But if the cause is triumphant, he is to build a city in the Negroponte, colonize it, and Jane and I are to go out to be queens and chieftainesses of the island. When he first came to Athens, he took to a Turkish life, bought 12 or 15 women, bruti mostri, Pierino says, one a Moor of all things, and there he lay on his sofa, smoking, these gentle creatures about him, till he got heartily sick of idleness, shut them up in his harem, and joined and combated with Ulysses. One of my principal reasons for writing just now is that I have just heard Miss Curran's address, 64 Via Sistina, Roma, and I am anxious that Marianne should, if she will be so very good, send one of the profiles already cut to her of Shelley, since I think that by the help of that Miss Curran will be able to correct her portrait of Shelley and make for us what we so much desire, a good likeness. I am convinced that Miss Curran will return the profile immediately that she has done with it, so that you will not sacrifice it, though you may be the means of our obtaining a good likeness. Journal, September 3rd. With what hopes did I come to England? I pictured little of what was pleasurable. The feeling I had could not be called hope. It was expectation. Yet at that time, now a year ago, what should I have said if a prophet had told me that after the whole revolution of the year I should be as poor in all estimable treasures as when I arrived? I have only seen 2 persons from whom I have hoped or wished for friendly feeling. One, a poet, who sought me first, whose voice, laden with sentiment, passed as Shelley's, and who read with the same deep feeling as he, whose gentle manners were pleasing, and who seemed to a degree pleased, who once or twice listened to my sad plaints, and bent his dark blue eyes upon me. Association, gratitude, esteem made me take interest in his long, though rare, visits. The other was kind, sought me, was pleased with me. I could talk to him. That was much. He was attached to another, so that I felt at my ease with him. They have disappeared from my horizon. Jane alone remains. If she loved me as well as I do her, it would be much. She is all gentleness, and she is my only consolation, yet she does not console me. I have just completed my 27th year. At such a time, hope and youth are still in their prime, and the pains I feel therefore are ever alive and vivid within me. What shall I do? Nothing. I study. That passes the time. I write. At times that pleases me, though double sorrow comes when I feel that Shelley no longer reads and approves of what I write. Besides, I have no great faith in my success. Composition is delightful, but if you do not expect the sympathy of your fellow creatures in what you write, the pleasure of writing is of short duration. I have my lovely boy. Without him I could not live. I have Jane. In her society I forget time, but the idea of it does not cheer me in my griefful moods. It is strange that the religious feeling that exalted my emotions in happiness deserts me in my misery. I have little enjoyment, no hope. I have given myself 10 years more of life. God grant that they may not be augmented. I should be glad that they were curtailed. Loveless beings surround me. They talk of my personal attractions, of my talents, my manners. The wisest and best have loved me. The beautiful and glorious and noble have looked on me with the divine expression of love, till Death the Reaper carried to his overstocked barns my lamented harvest. But now I am not loved. Never, oh, never more shall I love. Synonymous to such words are never more shall I be happy, never more feel life sit triumphant in my frame. I am a wreck. But what do the fragments cling together? Why do they not part, to be borne away by the tide to the boundless ocean, where those are whom day and night I pray that I may rejoin? I shall be happier perhaps in Italy. Yet, when I sometimes think that she is the murderess, I tremble for my boy. We shall see. If no change comes, I shall be unable to support the burthen of time, and no change, if it hurt not his dear head, can be for the worse. End of chapter 19, part 5. Chapter 19, Part 6 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Part 6. In the month of July, Mary had received another request for literary help, this time from Medwin, who wanted her aid in eking out and correcting his notes of conversations with Lord Byron shortly to be published. "You must have been, as I was, very much affected with poor Lord Byron's death," he wrote to Mary. "All parties seem now writing in his favour, and the papers are full of his praise. How do you think I have been employing myself? With writing, and the subject I have chosen has been Memoirs of Lord Byron. Everyone here has been disappointed in the extreme by the destruction of his private biography, and have urged me to give the world the little I know of him. I wish I was better qualified for the task. When I was at Pisa, I made very copious notes of his conversations for private reference only, and was surprised to find, on reading them, which I have never done till his death, and hearing that his life had been burnt, that they contained so many anecdotes of his life. During many nights that we sat up together, he was very confidential, and entered into his history and opinions on most subjects, and from them I have compiled a volume which is, I am told, highly entertaining. Shelley I have made a very prominent feature in the work, and I think you will be pleased with that part at least of the memoir, and all the favorable sentiments of Lord Byron concerning him. But I shall certainly not publish the work till you have seen it, and would give the world to consult you in person about the whole. You might be of the greatest possible use to me, and prevent many errors from creeping in. I have been told it cannot fail of having the greatest success, and have been offered £500 for it, a large and tempting sum, in consequence of what has been said in its praise by Grattan. Before deciding finally on the publication, there are many things to be thought of. Lady Byron will not be pleased with my account of the marriage and separation. In fact, I shall be assailed on all sides. Now, my dear friend, what do you advise? Let me have your full opinion, for I mean to be guided by it. I hear today that Moore is manufacturing 5 or 6 volumes out of the burnt materials, for which Longman advanced £2,000, and is to pay £2,000 more. They will be in a great rage. If I publish, promptitude is everything, so that I know you will answer this soon. The idea of entertaining the world, however highly, at whatever price, with titbits from the private life and after-dinner talk of her late intimate friends, almost before those friends were cold in their graves, did not find favor with Mrs. Shelley. As an excuse for declining to have any hand in this work, she gave her own desire to avoid publicity or notice. In a later letter, Medwin assured her that her name was not even mentioned in the book. He frankly owned that most of his knowledge of Byron had been derived from her and Shelley, but added by way of excuse, "They tell me it is highly interesting, and there is at this moment a longing after and impatience to know something about the most extraordinary man of the age that must give my book a considerable success." What Mary felt about this publication can be gathered from her allusion to it in the following letter. Mrs. Shelley to Mrs. Hunt, Kentish Town, 10th of October, 1824. I write to you on the most dismal of all days, a rainy Sunday, when dreary church-going faces look still more drearily from under dripping umbrellas, and the poor plebeian dame looks reproachfully at her splashed white stockings, not her gown, that has been warily held high up, and the to-be-concealed petticoat has borne all the ill usage of the mud. Dismal though it is, dismal though I am, I do not wish to write a discontented letter, but in a few words to describe things as they are with me. A weekly visit to the Strand, a monthly visit to Shacklewell, when we are sure to be caught in the rain, forms my catalogue of visits. I have no visitors. If it were not for Jane, I should be quite alone. The eternal rain imprisons one in one's little room, and one's spirits flag without one exhilarating circumstance. In some things, however, I am better off than last year, for I do not doubt but that in the course of a few months I shall have an independence, and I no longer balance, as I did last winter, between Italy and England. My father wished me to stay, and old as he is, and wishing as one does to be of some use somewhere, I thought that I would make the trial and stay if I could. But the joke has become too serious. I look forward to the coming winter with horror, but it shall be the last. I have not yet made up my mind to where in Italy. I shall, if possible, immediately on arriving, push on to Rome. Then we shall see. I read, study and write. Sometimes that takes me out of myself. But to live for no one, to be necessary to none, to know that where is now my hope? For my hope, who shall see it? They shall go down to the base of the pit when our rest together is in the dust. But change of scene and the sun of Italy will restore my energy. The very thought of it smooths my brow. Perhaps I shall seek the heats of Naples, if they do not hurt my darling Percy. And now, what news? Hazlitt is abroad. He will be in Italy in the winter. He wrote an article in the Edinburgh Review on the volume of poems I published. I do not know whether he meant it to be favorable or not. I do not like it at all. But when I saw him, I could not be angry. I never was so shocked in my life. He has become so thin, his hair scattered, his cheek-bones projecting. But for his voice and smile, I should not have known him. His smile brought tears into my eyes. It was like a sunbeam illuminating the most melancholy of ruins, lightning that assured you in a dark night of the identity of a friend's ruined and deserted abode. Have you, my Polly, sent a profile to Miss Curran in Rome? Now pray do, and pray write. Do, my dear girl. Next year by this time I shall perhaps be on my way to you. It will go hard, but that I contrive to spend a week, that is, if you wish, at Florence, on my way to the Eternal City. God send that this prove not an airy castle. But I own that I put faith in my having money before that. And I know that I could not, if I would, endure the torture of my English life longer than is absolutely necessary. By the by, I heard that you are keeping your promise to Trelawney, and that in due time he will be blessed with a namesake. How is Occhi Torchini? Thornton the reformed, Johnny the— what, Johnny the good boy? Mary the merry, Irving the sober, Percy the martyr, and dear Sylvan the good? Percy is quite well. Tell his friends he goes to school and learns to read and write, being very handy with his hands, perhaps having a pure anticipated cognition of the art of painting in his tiny fingers. Mrs. Williams' little girl, who calls herself Dina, is his wife. Poor Claire, at Moscow. At least she will be independent one day, and if I am so soon, her situation will be quickly ameliorated. Have you heard of Medwin's book? Notes of conversations which he had with Lord Byron when tipsy. Everyone is to be in it. Everyone will be angry. He wanted me to have a hand in it, but I declined. Years ago, when a man died, the worms ate him. Now a new set of worms feed on the carcass of the scandal he leaves behind him, and grow fat upon the world's love of tittle-tattle. I will not be numbered among them. Have you received the volume of poems? Give my love to Very, and so, dear, very patient, adieu. Yours affectionately, Mary Shelley. Journal, October 26th. Time rolls on, and what does it bring? What can I do? How change my destiny? Months change their names, years their ciphers. My brow is sadly trenched, the blossom of youth faded. My mind gathers wrinkles. What will become of me? How long it is since an emotion of joy filled my once exulting heart, or beamed from my once bright eyes. I am young still, though age creeps on apace. But I may not love any but the dead. I think that an emotion of joy would destroy me, so strange would it be to my withered heart. Shelley had said, "Lift not the painted veil which men call life." Mine is not painted. Dark and enshadowed, it curtains out all happiness, all hope. Tears fill my eyes. Well may I weep, solitary girl. The dead know you not, the living heed you not. You sit in your lone room, and the howling wind, gloomy prognostic of winter, gives not forth so despairing a tone as the unheard sighs your ill-fated heart breathes. I was loved once. Still let me cling to the memory. But to live for oneself alone, to read and communicate your reflections to none, to write and be cheered by none, to weep and in no bosom, no more on thy bosom, my Shelley, to spend my tears. This is misery. Such is the Alpha and Omega of my tale. I can speak to none. Writing this is useless. It does not even soothe me. On the contrary, it irritates me by showing the pitiful expedient to which I am reduced. I have been a year in England, and ungentle England, for what have I to thank you? For disappointment, melancholy, and tears, for unkindness, a bleeding heart, and despairing thoughts. I wish, England, to associate but one idea with thee, immeasurable distance and insurmountable barriers, so that I never, never might breathe thine air more. Beloved Italy, you are my country, my hope, my heaven. December 3rd. I endeavor to rouse my fortitude and calm my mind by high and philosophic thoughts, and my studies aid this endeavor. I have pondered for hours on Cicero's description of that power of virtue in the human mind which renders man's frail being superior to fortune. Idem ratio habet in re quidam amplum ecce magnificum ad imperandum magisquam ad perendum accommodatum. Omnia humana non terabilia solum sed etiam levia ducens. Altum quidam et excelsum, nihil temens, nemine sedens, semper invictum. What should I fear? To whom cede? By whom be conquered? Little truly have I to fear. One only misfortune can touch me. That must be the last, for I should sink under it. At the age of 27, in the busy metropolis of native England, I find myself alone. The struggle is hard that can give rise to misanthropy in one, like me, attached to my fellow creatures. Yet now, did not the memory of those matchless lost ones redeem their race, I should learn to hate men who were strong only to oppress, moral only to insult. O ye winged hours that fly fast, that having first destroyed my happiness, now bear my swift departing youth with you, bring patience, wisdom, and content. I will not stoop to the world, or become like those who compose it, and be actuated by mean pursuits and petty ends. I will endeavor to remain unconquered by hard and bitter fortune. Yet the tears that start in my eyes show pangs she inflicts upon me. So much for philosophizing. Shall I ever be a philosopher? End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, Part 1. of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Part 1. January 1825 to July 1827. At the beginning of 1825, Mrs. Shelley's worldly affairs were looking somewhat more hopeful. The following extract is from a letter to Miss Curran, dated the 2nd of January. I have now better prospects than I had, or rather a better reality, for my prospects are sufficiently misty. I receive now £200 a year from my father-in-law, but this is in so strange and embarrassed a manner that as yet I hardly know what to make of it. I do not believe, however, that he would object to my going abroad, as I dare say he considers that the first step towards kingdom come, whither, doubtless, he prays that an interloper like me may speedily be removed. I talk, therefore, of going next autumn, and shall be grateful to any power, divine or human, that assists me to leave this desert country. Mine I cannot call it. It is too unkind to me. What you say of my Shelley's picture is beyond words interesting to me. How good you are! Send it, I pray you, for perhaps I cannot come, and at least it would be a blessing to receive it a few months earlier. I am afraid you can do nothing about the cameo. As you say, it were worth nothing unless like. But I fancy that it might be accomplished under your directions. Would it be asking too much to lend me the copy you took of my darling William's portrait, since mine is somewhat injured? But from both together I could get a nice copy made. You may imagine that I see few people, so far from the centre of bustling London, but in truth I found that even in town, poor, undinner-giving as I was, I could not dream of society. It was a great confinement for Percy, and I could not write in the midst of smoke, noise, and streets. I live here very quietly, going once a week to the Strand. My chief dependence for society is on Mrs. Williams, who lives at no great distance. As to theatres, etc., how can a lone woman think of such things? No. The pleasures and luxuries of life await me in divine Italy. But here privation, solitude, and desertion are my portion. What a change for me! But I must not think of that. I contrive to live on as I am. But to recur to the past and compare it with the present is to deluge me in grief and tears. My boy is well, a fine tall fellow, and as good as I can possibly expect. He is improved in looks since he came here. Claire is in Moscow still, not very pleasantly situated. But she's in a situation, and being now well in health, waits with more patience for better times. The Godwins go on as usual. My father, though harassed, is in good health, and is employed in the 2nd volume of the Commonwealth. The weather here is astonishingly mild, but the rain continual. Half England is under water, and the damage done at seaports from storms incalculable. In Rome, doubtless, it has been different. Rome, dear name. I cannot tell why, but to me there is something enchanting in that spot. I have another friend there, the Countess Guiccioli, now unhappy and mournful from the death of Lord Byron. Poor girl! I sincerely pity her, for she truly loved him, and I cannot think that she can endure an Italian after him. You have there also a Mr. Tafe, a countryman of yours, who translates Dante, and rides fine horses that perpetually throw him. He knew us all very well. The English have had many a dose of scandal. First, poor dear Lord Byron, from whom, now gone, many a poor devil of an author is now fearless of punishment. Then Mr. Fauntleroy, and then Miss Foote. These are now dying away. The fame of Mr. Fauntleroy, indeed, has not survived him. That of Lord Byron bursts forth every now and then afresh, whilst Miss Foote smokes most dismally still. Then we have had our quantum of fires and misery, and the poor exiled Italians and Spaniards have added famine to the list of evils. A subscription highly honorable to the poor and middle classes who subscribed their mite has relieved them. Will you write soon? How much delight I anticipate this spring on the arrival of the picture. In all thankfulness, faithfully yours, Mary W. Shelley. The increase of allowance from £100 to £200 had not been actually granted at the beginning of the year, but it appeared so probable an event that, thanks partly to the good offices of Mr. Peacock, Sir Timothy's lawyers agreed, while the matter was pending, to advance Mrs. Shelley the extra £100 on their own responsibility. The concession was not so great as it looks, for all money allowed to her was only advanced subject to an agreement that every penny was to be repaid with interest to Sir Timothy's executors at the time when, according to Percy Bysshe Shelley's will, she should come into the property, and every check was endorsed by her to this effect. But her immediate anxieties were in some measure relieved by this addition to her income. Not, indeed, that it set her free from pressing money cares, for the ensuing letter to Leigh Hunt incidentally shows that her father was a perpetual drain on her resources, that there was every probability of her having to support him partly, at times entirely, in the future, and that she was endeavoring, with Peacock's help, to raise a large sum on loan to meet these possible emergencies. The main subject of the letter is an article of Hunt's about Shelley, the proof of which had been sent to Mary to read. It contained, in an extended form, the substance of that biographical notice, originally intended for a preface to the volume of posthumous poems. Mrs. Shelley to Leigh Hunt, 8th of April, 1825. My dear Hunt, I have just finished reading your article upon Shelley. It is with great diffidence that I write to thank you for it, because perceiving plainly that you think that I have forfeited all claim on your affection, you may deem my thanks an impertinent intrusion. But from my heart I thank you. You may imagine that it has moved me deeply. Of course, this very article shows how entirely you have cast me out from any corner in your affections, and from various causes, none dishonorable to me, I cannot help wishing that I could have received your good will and kindness, which I prize and have ever prized. But you have a feeling, I had almost said a prejudice against me, which makes you construe foreign matter into detractation against me. I allude to the, to me, deeply affecting idea you got upon some vague expression communicated to you by your brother, and insensible to any circumstances that might be pleaded for me. But I will not dwell on this. The sun shines, and I am striving so hard for a continuation of the gleams of pleasure that visit my intolerable state of regret for the loss of beloved companionship during cloudless days, that I will dash away the springing tears and make one or two necessary observations on your article. I have often heard our Shelley relate the story of stabbing an upper boy with a fork, but never as you relate it. He always described it in my hearing as being an almost involuntary act, done on the spur of anguish, and that he made the stab as the boy was going out of the room. Shelley did not allow Harriet half his income. She received £200 a year. Mr. Westbrook had always made his daughter an allowance, even while she lived with Shelley, which of course was continued to her after their separation. I think if I were near you, I could readily persuade you to omit all allusion to Clare. After the death of Lord Byron, in the thick of memoirs, scandal, and turning up of old stories, she has never been alluded to, at least in any work I have seen. You mention, having been obliged to return your manuscript to Bowring, I quote from memory, an article in Blackwood, but I hardly think that this is of date subsequent to our miserable loss. In fact, poor Clare has been buried in entire oblivion, and to bring her from this, even for the sake of defending her, would, I am sure, pain her greatly and do her mischief. Would you permit this part to be erased? I have, without waiting to ask your leave, requested Messrs. Bowring to leave out your mention that the remains of dearest Edward were brought to England. Jane still possesses this treasure, and has once or twice been asked by his mother-in-law about it. Once an urn was sent. Consequently, she is very anxious that her secret should be kept, and has allowed it to be believed that the ashes were deposited with Shelley's at Rome. Such, my dear Hunt, are all the alterations I have to suggest, and I lose no time in communicating them to you. They are too trivial for me to apologize for the liberty, and I hope that you will agree with me in what I say about Clare. Allegra no more. She at present absent and forgotten. On Sir Timothy's death she will come in for a legacy which may enable her to enter into society, perhaps to marry if she wishes it, if the past be forgotten. I forget whether such things are recorded by Galignani, or, if recorded, whether you would have noticed it. My father's complicated annoyances, brought to their height by the failure of a very promising speculation and the loss of an impossible-to-be-lost lawsuit, have ended in a bankruptcy, the various acts of which drama are now in progress. That over, nothing will be left to him but his pen and me. He is so full of his commonwealth that in the midst of every anxiety he writes every day now, and in a month or two will have completed the second volume, and I am employed in raising money necessary for my maintenance, and in which he must participate. This will drain me pretty dry for the present, but as the old women say, if I live, I shall have more than enough for him and me, and recur at least to some part of my ancient style of life, and feel of some value to others. Do not, however, mistake my phraseology. I shall not live with my father, but return to Italy and economize, the moment God and Mr. Whitton will permit. My Percy is quite well, and has exchanged his constant winter occupation of drawing for playing in the fields, which are now useful as well as ornamental, flying kites, gardening, etc. I bask in the sun on the grass reading Virgil, That is, my beloved Georgics and Lord Shaftesbury's characteristics. I begin to live again. And as the maids of Greece sang joyous hymns on the revival of Adonis, does my spirit lift itself in delightful thanksgiving on the awakening of nature. Lamb is superannuated. Do you understand, as Madame says? He has left the India House on 2/3 of his income, and become a gentleman at large, a delightful consummation. What a strange taste it is that confines him to a view of the New River, with houses opposite in Islington. I saw the Novellos the other day. Mary and her new babe are well. He, Vincent, all over, fat and flourishing moreover, and she dolorous that it should be her fate to add more than her share to the population of the world. How are all yours, Henry and the rest? Percy still remembers him, though occupied by new friendships and the feelings incident to his state of matrimony, having taken for better and worse to wife Mrs. William's little girl. I suppose you will receive with these letters Bessy's new book, which she has done very well indeed, and forms with the other a delightful prize for plant and flower worshippers, those favorites of God, which enjoy beauty unequalled and the tranquil pleasures of growth and life, bestowing incalculable pleasure and never giving or receiving pain. Have you seen Hazlitt's notes of his travels? He is going over the same road that I have travelled twice. He surprised me by calling the road from Susa to Turin dull. There, where the Alps sink into low mountains and romantic hills, topped by ruined castles, watered by brawling streams, clothed by magnificent walnut trees. There, where I wrote to you in a fit of enchantment, exalted by the splendid scene. But I remembered first that he travelled in winter, when snow covers all. And besides, he went from what I approached, and looked at the plain of Lombardy with the back of the diligence between him and the loveliest scene in nature. So much can relation alter circumstances. Claire is still, I believe, at Moscow. When I return to Italy, I shall endeavour to enable her to go thither also. I shall not come without my Jane, who is now necessary to my existence almost. She has recourse to the cultivation of her mind, and amiable and dear as she ever was, she is in every way improved and become more valuable. Trelawney is in the cave with Ulysses, not in Polyphemus's cave, but in a vast cavern of Parnassus, inaccessible and healthy and safe, but cut off from the rest of the world. Trelawney has attached himself to the part of Ulysses, a savage chieftain without any plan but personal independence and opposition to the government. Trelawney calls him a hero. Ulysses speaks a word or two of French, Trelawney no Greek. Pierino has returned to Greece. Horace Smith has returned with his diminished family. Little Horace is dead. He already finds London too expensive, and they are about to migrate to Tunbridge Wells. He is very kind to me. I long to hear from you, and I am more tenderly attached to you and yours than you imagine. Love me a little, and make Mary Ann love me as truly I think she does. Am I mistaken, Polly? Your affectionate and obliged, Mary W. Shelley. Outwardly, this year was uneventful. Mary was busily working at her novel, The Last Man. The occupation was good for her, and perhaps it was no bad thing that necessity should stand at her elbow to stimulate her to exertion when her interest and energy flagged. For in spite of her utmost efforts to the contrary, her heart and spirit were often faint at the prospect of an arduous and lonely life. And when, in early autumn, Shelley's portrait was at last sent to her by Miss Curran, the sight of it brought back the sense of what she had lost, and revived in all its irrecoverable bitterness that past happy time, than to remember which in misery there is no greater sorrow. End of chapter 20, part 1. Chapter 20, Part 2 of The Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Part 2. Journal, September 17th, 1825. Thy picture is come, my only one. Thine those speaking eyes, that animated look, unlike aught earthly wert thou ever, and art now. If thou hadst still lived, how different had been my life and feelings. Thou art near to guard and save me, angelic one. Thy divine glance will be my protection and defense. I was not worthy of thee, and thou hast left me. Yet that dear look assures me that thou wert mine, and recalls and narrates to my backward-looking mind a long tale of love and happiness. My head aches. My heart, my hapless heart, is deluged in bitterness. Great God, if there be any pity for human suffering, tell me what I am to do. I strive to study, I strive to write, but I cannot live without loving and being loved, without sympathy. If this is denied to me, I must die. Would that the hour were come. On the same day when Mary penned these melancholy lines, Trelawney was writing to her from Cephalonia. He had been treacherously shot by an inmate of his mountain fortress, an Englishman newly arrived, whom he had welcomed as a guest. The true instigator of the crime was one Fenton, a Scotchman, who in the guise of a volunteer had ostensibly served under Trelawney for a 12-month past, and who, by his capability and apparent zeal, had so won his confidence as to be entrusted with secret missions. He was, in fact, an emissary of the Greek government, foisted on Trelawney at Missolonghi to act as a spy on Odysseus, the insurgent Greek chieftain. Through his machinations, Odysseus was betrayed and murdered, and Trelawney narrowly escaped death. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley. Cephalonia, 17th of September, 1825. Dear Mary, I have just escaped from Greece and landed here, in the hopes of patching up my broken frame and shattered constitution. 2 musket balls, fired at the distance of 2 paces, struck me and passed through my framework, which damn near finished me. But 'tis a long story, and my writing arm is rendered unfit for service, and I am yet unpractised with the left. But a friend of mine here, a Major Bacon, is on his way to England, and will enlighten you as to me. I shall be confined here some time. Write to me, then, at this place. I need rest and quiet, for I am shook to the foundation. Love to Jane and Claire, and believe me still your devoted friend, Edward Trelawney. It would seem that this letter was many months in reaching Mary, for in February of 1826 she was writing to him in these terms: "I hear at last that Mr. Hodges has letters for me, and that prevents 1,000 things I was about to say concerning the pain your very long silence had occasioned me. Consider, dear friend, that your last was in April, so that nearly a year has gone by, and not only did I not hear from you, but until the arrival of Mr. Hodges many months had elapsed since I had heard of you. Sometimes I flattered myself that the foundations of my little habitation would have been shaken by a ship Shelley ahoy that even Jane, distant a mile, would have heard. That dear hope lost, I feared 1,000 things. Hamilton Brown's illness, the death of many English, the return of every other from Greece, filled me with gloomy apprehensions. But you live. What kind of life your letters will, I trust, inform me. What possible kind of life in a cavern surrounded by precipices, inaccessible? All this will satisfy your craving imagination. The friendship you have for Odysseus, does that satisfy your warm heart? I gather from your last letter and other intelligence that you think of marrying the daughter of your favorite chief, and thus will renounce England and even the English forever. And yet, no, you love some of us, I am sure, too much to forget us, even if you neglect us for a while. But truly I long for your letters, which will tell all. And remember, dear friend, it is about yourself I am anxious. Of Greece I read in the papers. I see many informants, but I can learn your actions, hopes, and, above all valuable to me, the continuation of your affection for me, from your letters only. 27th of February. I now close my letter. I have not yet received yours. Last night Jane and I went with Gamba and my father to see Kean in Othello. This play, as you may guess, reminded us of you. Do you remember, when delivering the killing news, you awoke Jane as Othello awakens Desdemona from her sleep on the sofa? Kean, abominably supported, acted divinely. Put as he is on his mettle by recent events and a full house and applause, which he deserved, his farewell is the most pathetic piece of acting to be imagined. Yet, my dear friend, I wish we had seen it represented as was talked of at Pisa. Iago would never have found a better representative than that strange and wondrous creature whom one regrets daily more. For who here can equal him? Adieu, dear Trelawney. Take care of yourself, and come and visit us as soon as you can escape from the sorceries of Ulysses. In all truth, yours affectionately, M.W.S. At Pisa, 1822, Lord Byron talked vehemently of our getting up a play in his great hall at the Lanfranchi. It was to be Othello. He cast the characters thus: Byron, Iago; Trelawney, Othello; Williams, Cassio; Medwin, Roderigo; Mrs. Shelley, Desdemona; Mrs. Williams, Amelia. Who is to be our audience? I asked. All Pisa, he rejoined. He recited a great portion of his part with great gusto. It exactly suited him. He looked it, too. All this time Miss Clairmont was pursuing her vocation as a governess in Russia, and many interesting glimpses into Russian family and social life are afforded by her letters to Mrs. Shelley and Mrs. Williams. She was a voluminous letter-writer, and in these characteristic epistles she unconsciously paints, as no other hand could have done, a vivid portrait of herself. We can see her with all her vivacity, versatility, and resource, her great cleverness, never at a loss for a word, an excuse, or a good story, her indefatigable energy, her shifting moods and wild caprices, the bewildering activity of her restless brain, and the astonishing facility with which she transferred to paper all her passing impressions. In narration, in description, in panegyric, and in complaint she is equally fluent. Unimpeachably correct, as her conduct always was after her one miserable adventure, she had, from first to last, an innate affinity for anything in the shape of social gossip and scandal. Her really generous impulses were combined with the worldliest of worldly wisdom, and the whole tinctured with the highest of high-flown sentiment. Fill in the few details wanting, the flat, sleek black hair, eyes so black that the pupil was hardly to be distinguished from the iris, eyes which seemed unmistakably to indicate an admixture of Portuguese, if not of African, blood in her descent, a complexion which may in girlhood have been olive, but in later life was sallow, features not beautiful, and depending on expression for any charm they might have, and she stands before the reader, the unmanageable, amusing, runaway schoolgirl, a stumbling block first, then a bugbear to Byron, a curse which he persistently treated as a blessing to Shelley, a thorn in the side of Mary and of every one who ever was responsible for her, yet liked by her acquaintance, admired in society, commiserated by her early friends, and regarded with well-deserved affection and gratitude by many of her pupils and protégés. Claire to Jane. Moscow, 27th of October, 1825. My dearest Jane, it is now so long since I heard from you that I begin to think you have quite forgotten me. I wrote twice to you during the summer. Both letters went by private hand, and to neither of which have I received your answer. I enclosed also a letter or letters for Trelawney, and I hope very much you have received them. Whenever some time elapses without hearing from England, then I begin to grow miserable with fear. In a letter I received from Mary in the autumn, she mentions the approaching return of the Hunts from Italy, and I console myself with believing that you are both so much taken up with them that you have delayed from day to day to write to me. Be that as it may, I have never been in greater need of your letters than for these last 2 months, for I have been truly wretched. To convince you that I am not given to fret for trifles, I will tell you how they have been passed. I spent a very quiet time, if not a very agreeable one, until the 12th of August. Then a French newspaper fell into my hands, in which it mentioned that Trelawney had been dangerously wounded in a duel on the 13th of June. You who have known the misery of anxiety for the safety and well-being of those dear to us may imagine what I suffered. At last a letter from Mary came, under date of 26th of July, not mentioning a word of this, and I allowed myself to hope that it was not true, because certainly she would have heard of it by the time she wrote. Then, a week after, another newspaper mentioned his being recovered. This was scarcely past when our 2 children fell ill. One got better, but the other, my pupil, a little girl of 6 years and a half old, died. I was truly wretched at her loss, and our whole house was a scene of sorrow and confusion that can only happen in a savage country where a disciplined temper is utterly unknown. We came to town, and directly the little boy fell sick again of a putrid fever, from which he was in imminent danger for some time. At last, after nights and days of breathless anxiety, he did recover. By the death of the little girl, I became of little or no use in the house, and the thought of again entering a new house and having to learn new dispositions was quite abhorrent to me. Nothing is so cruel as to change from house to house and be perpetually surrounded by strangers. One feels so forlorn, so utterly alone, that I could not have the courage to begin the career over again. So I settled to remain in the same house, to continue the boy's English, and to give lessons out of doors. I do not know whether my plan will succeed yet, but at any rate I am bent upon trying it. It is not very agreeable to walk about in the snow and in a cold of 20, sometimes 30 degrees, but anything is better than being a governess in the common run of Moscow houses. But you have not yet heard my greatest sorrow, and which I think might well have been spared. I had one Englishwoman here, to whom I was attached, a woman of the most generous heart, and whom misfortune, perhaps imprudence, had driven to Russia. She thought with me that nothing can equal the misery of our situation, and accordingly she went last spring to Odessa, hoping to find some means of establishing a boarding-house in order to have a home. If it succeeded, she was to have sent for me. But, however, she wrote to me that after well considering everything, she found such a plan would not succeed, and that I might expect her shortly in Moscow to resume her old manner of life. I expected her arrival daily, and began to grow uneasy, and at length someone wrote to another acquaintance of hers here that she had destroyed herself. I, who knew her thoughts, have no doubt the horror of entering again as governess made her resolve upon this as the only means to escape it. You see, dearest Jane, whether these last 2 months have been fruitful in woes. I cannot tell you what a consolation it would have been to have received a letter from you whilst I have been suffering under such extreme melancholy. The only amelioration in my present situation is that I can withdraw to my room and be much more alone than I could formerly, and this solitude is so friendly to my nature that it has been my only comfort. I have heard all about the change in my mother's situation, and am truly glad of it. I am sure she will be much better off than she was before. As for Mary, her affairs seem inexplicable. Nothing can ever persuade me that a will can dispose of estates which the maker of it never possessed. Do clear up this mystery to me. What a strange way of thinking must that be which can rely on such a hope! Yet my brother, my mother, and Mary never cease telling me that one day I shall be free, and the state of doubt, the contradiction between their assertions and my intimate persuasion of the contrary, that awakens in my mind is very painful. You are almost quite silent upon the subject, but I wish, my dear Jane, that you would answer me the following questions. Has any professional man ever been consulted on the subject? What is Hogg's opinion? Why in this particular case should the law be set aside, which says that no man can dispose of what he has never possessed? Do have the goodness to ask these questions very clearly, and to give me the answers which no one has ever done yet. They simply tell me Whitton has come forward, Whitton thinks the will valid, etc., etc., all of which cannot prove to me that it is so. I know you will excuse my giving you so much trouble, but really, when you consider the painful uncertainty which hangs on my mind, you will think it very natural that I should wish to know the reasons of what is asserted to me. To say the truth, I daily grow more indifferent about the issue of the affair. The time is past when independence would have been an object of my desires, and I am now old enough to know that misery is the universal malady of the human race, and that there is no escaping from it, except by a philosophic indifference to all external circumstances, and by a disciplined mind completely absorbed in intellectual subjects. I fashion my life accordingly to this, and I often enjoy moments of serenest calm, which I owe to this way of thinking. Do not mistake and think that I am indifferent to seeing you again. So far from this, I dream of this as one dreams of paradise after death, as a thing of another world and not to be obtained here. It would be too much happiness for me to venture to hope it. I endeavor often to imagine the circle in which you live, but it is impossible, and I think it would be equally difficult for you to picture to yourself my mode of life. I often think what in the world Mary or Jane would do in the dull routine I tread. No talk of public affairs, no talk of books, no subject do I ever hear of except cards, eating, and the different manner of managing slaves. Now and then some heroic young man devotes himself like a second Marcus Curtius to the public good, and in order to give the good ladies of Moscow something new to talk of, rouses them from their lethargic gossipings by getting himself shot in a duel. Or some governess disputes with the mother of her pupils, and what they both said goes over the town. Mary mentioned in her last that she thought it very likely you might both go to Paris. I hope you may be there, for I am sure you would find the mode of life more cheerful than London. End of Chapter 20, Part 2. Chapter 20, Part 3 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2 by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Part 3. As I have told you so many of my sorrows, I must tell you the only good piece of news I have to communicate. I have lately made acquaintance with a German gentleman who is a great resource to me. In such a country as Russia, where nothing but ignorant people are to be met, a cultivated mind is the greatest treasure. His society recalls our former circle, for he is well versed in ancient and modern literature, and has the same noble, enlarged way of thinking. You may imagine how delighted he was to find me so different from everything around him, and capable of understanding what has been so long sealed up in his mind as treasures too precious to be wasted on the coarse Russian soil. I talk to you thus freely about him, because I know you will not believe that I am in love, or that I have any other feeling than a most sincere and steady friendship for him. What you felt for Shelley, I feel for him. I feel it also my duty to tell you I have a real friend, because in case of sickness or death happening to me, you would at least feel the consolation of knowing that I had not died in the hands of strangers. I talk to him very often of you and Mary, until his desire to see you becomes quite a passion. He is, like all Germans, very sentimental, a very sweet temper, and uncommonly generous. His attachment to me is extreme, but I have taken the very greatest care to explain to him that I cannot return it in the same degree. This does not make him unhappy, and therefore our friendship is of the utmost importance to both. I hope, my dear Jane, that you will one day see him, and that both you and Mary may find such an agreeable friend in him as I have had. I must now turn from this subject to speak of Trelawney, which comes naturally into my mind with the idea of friendship. You cannot think how uneasy I am at not hearing from him. I am not afraid of his friendship growing cold for me, for I am sure he is unchangeable on that point. But I am afraid for his happiness and safety. Is it true that his friend Ulysses is dead? And if so, do pray write to him and prevail upon him to return. I should be at ease if I were to know him near you and Mary. Do think if you can do anything to draw him to you, my dearest Jane. It would render me the happiest of human beings to know him in the hands of two such friends. If this could be, how hard I should work to gain a little independence here, and return perhaps in 10 years and live with you. As yet I have done nothing, notwithstanding my utmost exertions, toward such a plan, but I am turning over every possible means in my brain for devising some scheme to get money, and perhaps I may. That is my reason for staying in Russia, because there is no country so favorable to foreigners. Pray, my dear Jane, do write to me the moment you receive this, and answer very particularly the questions I have asked you. I have filled this whole letter. Do you the same in your answer, and tell me every particular about Percy, Nettie, and Dina. They little guess how warm a friend they have in this distant land, who thinks perpetually of them, and wishes for nothing so much as to see them and to play with them. Give my love to Mary. I will write soon again to her. In the meantime, do some of you pray write. These horrid long winters, and the sky, which is from month to month of the darkest dun color, need some news from you to render life supportable. Kiss all the dear children for me, and tell me everything about them. Ever your affectionate friend, Claire. Pray beg Mary to tell my mother that I wrote to her on or about the 22nd of August. Has she had this letter? And do tell me in yours what you know of her. I have just received your letter of the 3rd of September, for which I thank you most cordially. Thank heaven you are all well. What you say of Trelawney distresses me, as it seems to me that you are unwilling to say what you have heard, as it is of a disagreeable nature. You could do me a great benefit if you could make yourself mistress of the Logier's system of teaching music, and communicate it to me in its smallest details. I am sure it would take here. Do pray make serious inquiries of someone who has been taught by him. If anyone would undertake to write me a very circumstantial account of his method, I would cheerfully pay them. It might be the means of my making a small independence here, and then I could join you soon in Italy without fear for the future. Do think seriously of this, my dear Jane, and do not take it into your head that it is an idle project, for it would be of the greatest use to me. As to your admirer, I think he is mad, and his society, which would otherwise be a relief, must now be a burthen. You are very right in saying you only find solace in mental occupation. It is the only thing that saves me from such a depression of spirits taking hold of me when I have an instant to reflect upon the past that I am ready for any rash act. But I am occupied from 6 in the morning until 10 at night, and then am so worn out I have no time for thinking. Once more, farewell. My address is Chez Monsieur Lenhold, Marchand de Musique, à Moscow. The Last Man, Mrs. Shelley's third novel, was published early in 1826. It differed widely from its predecessors. Frankenstein was an allegorical romance. Valperga, a historical novel, Italian, of the 15th century. The plot of the one depends for its interest chiefly on incident, that of the other on the development of character, but both have a definite purpose in the inculcation of certain moral or philosophical truths. The story of The Last Man is purely romantic and imaginary, probabilities and possibilities being entirely discarded. Its supposed events take place in the 21st century of our era, when a devouring plague depopulates by degrees the whole world, until the narrator remains, to his own belief, the only surviving soul. At the book's conclusion he is left, in a little boat, coasting around the shores of the sea-washed countries of the Mediterranean, with the forlorn hope of finding a companion solitary. He writes the history of his fate and that of his race on the leaves of trees, supposed to be discovered and deciphered long afterwards in the Sibyl's cave at Baiae, the world having been, as we must infer, repeopled by that time. It is not difficult to understand the kind of fascination this curious, mournful fancy had for Mary in her solitude. Much other matter is, of course, interwoven with the leading idea. The characteristics of the hero Adrian, his benevolence of heart, his winning aspect, his passion of justice and self-devotion, and his fervent faith in the possibilities of human nature and the future of the human race, are unmistakably sketched from Shelley, and the portrait was at once recognized by Shelley's earliest friend, the value of whose appreciation was, if anything, enhanced by the fact of the great unlikeness between his temperament and Shelley's. T.J. Hogg to Mrs. Shelley. York, 22nd of March, 1826. My dear Mary, as I am about to send a frank to dearest Jane, I enclose a note to you to thank you for the pleasure you have given me. I read your Last Man with an intense interest and not without tears. I began it at Stamford yesterday morning as soon as it was light. I read on all day, even during the short time that was allowed us for dinner. And if I had not finished it before it was dark, I verily believe that I should have bought a candle and held it in my hand in the mail. I think that it is a decided improvement, and that the character of Adrian is most happy and most just. I am, dear Mary, yours ever faithfully, T.J. Hogg. The appearance of Mary's novel had for its practical consequence the stoppage of her supplies. The book was published anonymously as by the author of Frankenstein, but Mrs. Shelley's name found its way into some newspaper notices, and this misdemeanor, for which she was not responsible, was promptly punished by the suspension of her allowance. Peacock's good offices were again in request, to try and avert this misfortune, but it was not at once that he prevailed. He impressed upon Whitton, the solicitor, that the name did not appear in the title page, and that its being brought forward at all was the fault of the publisher and quite contrary to the wishes of the writer, who, solitary and despondent, could not be reasonably condemned for employing her time according to her tastes and talents, with a view to bettering her condition. This Whitton acknowledged, but said the name was the matter. It annoyed Sir Timothy. He would promise nothing, and Peacock could only assure Mary that he felt little doubt of her getting the money at last, though she might be punished by a short delay. It may be assumed that this turned out so. Late in the year, however, another turn was given to Mary's affairs by the death of Shelley's eldest boy. Journal, September 1826. Charles Shelley died during this month. Percy is now Shelley's only son. Mary's son being now direct heir to the estates, and her own prospects being materially improved by this fact, she at once thought of others whom Shelley had meant to benefit by his will, and who, she was resolved, should not be losers by his early death, if she lived to carry out for him his unwritten intentions. She did not think, when she wrote to Leigh Hunt the letter which follows, that nearly 20 years more would elapse before the will could take effect. Mary Shelley to Leigh Hunt, 5 Bartholomew Place, Kentish Town, 30th of October, 1826. My dear Hunt, is it or is it not right that these few lines should be addressed to you now? Yet if the subject be one that you may judge better to have been deferred, set my delay down to the account of over-zeal in writing to relieve you from a part of the care which I know is just now oppressing you. Too happy I shall be if you permit any act of mine to have that effect. I told you long ago that our dear Shelley intended on rewriting his will to have left you a legacy. I think the sum mentioned was £2,000. I trust that hereafter you will not refuse to consider me your debtor for this sum, merely because I shall be bound to pay it you by the laws of honor instead of legal obligation. You would, of course, have been better pleased to have received it immediately from dear Shelley's bequest, but as it is well known that he intended to make such an one, it is in fact the same thing, and so I hope by you to be considered. Besides, your kind heart will receive pleasure from the knowledge that you are bestowing on me the greatest pleasure I am capable of receiving. This is no resolution of today, but formed from the moment I knew my situation to be as it is. I did not mention it, because it seemed almost like an empty vaunt to talk and resolve on things so far off. But futurity approaches, and a feeling haunts me as if this futurity were not far distant. I have spoken vaguely to you on this subject before, but now, you having had a recent disappointment, I have thought it as well to inform you in express terms of the meaning I attached to my expressions. I have as yet made no will, but in the meantime, if I should chance to die, this present writing may serve as a legal document to prove that I give and bequeath to you the sum of £2,000 sterling. But I hope we shall both live, I to acknowledge dear Shelley's intentions, you to honor me so far as to permit me to be their executor. I have mentioned this subject to no one, and do not intend. An act is not aided by words, especially an act unfulfilled. Nor does this letter, methinks, require any answer, at least not till after the death of Sir Timothy Shelley, when perhaps this explanation would have come with better grace. But I trust to your kindness to put my writing now to a good motive. I am, my dear Hunt, yours affectionately and obliged, Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. It was admitted by the Shelley family that Percy, being now the heir, some sort of settlement should be made for his mother. Yet for some months longer nothing was done or arranged. Apparently Mary wrote to Trelawney in low spirits, and to judge from his reply, her letter found him in little better plight than herself. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley. Zante, 16th of December, 1826. Dear Mary, I received your letter the other day, and nothing gives me greater pleasure than to hear from you, for however assured we are of a friend's durability of affection, it is soothing to be occasionally reassured of it. I sympathize in your distresses. I have mine, too, on the same score. A bountiful will and confined means are a curse, and often have I execrated my fortunes so ill corresponding with my wishes. But who can control his fate? Old age and poverty is a frightful prospect that makes the heart sick to contemplate. Even in the mind's eye the reality would wring a generous nature till the heart burst. Poverty is the vampire which lives on human blood, and haunts its victims to destruction. Hell can fable no torment exceeding it, and all the other calamities of human life, wars, pestilence, fire, cannot compete with it. It is the climax of human ill. You may be certain that I could not write thus on what I did not feel. I am glad you say you have better hopes. When things are at the worst, they say, there is hope. So do I hope. Lord Cochrane and his naval expedition, having so long and unaccountably been kept back, delayed me here from month to month till the winter has definitively set in, and I am in no state for a winter's voyage. My body is no longer weatherproof. But I must as soon as possible get to England, though my residence there will be transitory. I shall then most probably hurry on to Italy. The frigate from America is at last arrived in Greece, but whether Cochrane is on board of her I know not. With the loss of my friend Odysseus, my enthusiasm has somewhat abated. Besides that, I could no longer act with the prospect of doing service, and toiling in vain is heartless work. But have I not done so all my life? The affairs of Greece are so bad that little can be done to make them worse. If Cochrane comes, and is supported with means sufficient, there is still room for hope. I am in too melancholy a mood to say more than that, whatever becomes of me. I am always your true and affectionate E. Trelawney. End of chapter 20, part 3.